Art, stop being a Republican. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning or good evening. And also, you do realize that all of the mods are also mods on Discord, but you can feel special. And Fox, never trouble, only based. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Might be a little bit sus every now and again. You are pretty based sometimes, though. I'll give you that. I'll give you that much of it. How are you all today? Getting my stuff set up. We are going to have a decent amount of fun today, I think. Got a bunch of stuff to have a look at. Good evening, Captain O'Call, all the way from New York City. God damn.
On the banks.
Now, I think we can jump right in. I'm going to start off with some of the more silly stuff today. We have, oh, my mic volume's too low, is it? Let me raise that up. Is that any better? I think that should be, at the very least. Maybe I gotta do that. Yeah, okay. If my mic volume's still low, just let me know and I'll throw that in. But yeah, so we have a decent amount of silly, not super like world relevant stuff to talk about, but we also have a bunch of actual serious stuff to talk about as well. Let's give us some highlights. Well, first of all, I learned something today.
The banks.
Oh, Jesus, that was loud. Did you guys know that the bald eagle was not actually the national bird until today? Yeah, that was loud. I'm very sorry. I've turned it down now. But yeah, no, the bald eagle was not the national bird until today. We didn't have a national bird.
Of the Mississippi, a sleepy town in Minnesota has a unique tie to one of America's most iconic symbols.
I've been wrong all these years, and so has everybody else in the country.
At least they thought they did.
I mean, were you shocked to find out that it wasn't already the national bird?
Yeah.
I'm shocked, yes. I think everybody's shocked.
The bald eagle.
It's on literally every symbol. I just thought it was already the bird, but apparently we didn't have a national
is
bird.
featured on the Great Seal of the United States and all over uniforms, flags, insignias, and government buildings. But it's never officially been named the country's national bird.
My teacher told me it was.
Yeah, we might need to go rewrite a few textbooks.
We have a national tree.
Man, like, we all either are getting, what's the word? The like Bernstein or whatever Bears thing, Mandela effect. We're either getting Mandela affected, but it's not a bird, it's the eagle of freedom, the wings of democracy. Yeah, well, apparently it had actually no relation to the country up until today. It was not part of any document that says this is, we have a national tree, we have a national flower, the Mandalorian effect. Yeah, exactly.
A national mammal. Even a national flower.
Yeah, there we go.
And yet the eagle has never received its official title. But in Wabasha, it was one man, Preston Cook, who discovered the omission.
I want that eagle crossing sign so bad.
While researching for a book, and is working to fix it.
If you ask the question to anybody on the street, they're going to give you the same answer. It's the bald eagle.
We have no national bird.
By the
right?
way, like, Republicans hate academics like this. They hate people that are, you know, doing research in the stuff. Now, Republicans are probably happy about this. You know, they love their American iconography. But if this was any other, I mean, like, remember when we talked about the PhD with the olfactory study? They were just shitting on science for the sake of shitting on science. We need people like this. We need people that are, this guy's just like hyper fixated on this specific thing, and that's great.
We've never had
That's what research is for.
To put it mildly, Cook is obsessed with the bald eagle.
If it had an eagle on it, I'd buy it.
The man is autistically obsessed with eagles, and this is like hyperfixation. This is how like science is done. We need these people.
Starting in 1966, Preston collected anything he could with an eagle on it. His collection has grown to more than 40,000 pieces.
We see more than an eagle. We see freedom. We see independence. We see power.
So Preston set out on a mission, partnering with Wabasha's National Eagle Center He wrote a bill that makes the eagle the national bird.
Preston Cook brought that up to us years ago, and it was like, oh, come on, Preston, you're kidding me. So I'm glad that we're now figuring that out and making that happen.
In late July, the Senate passed the bill 100-0, a rare feat in today's partisan Congress.
Yeah, goddamn, they all voted in favor. Science is kind of dead. We can let it sleep for good, I think. Social science anyway. I wouldn't go into science, waste of time. Only if you're in America. If you're in the rest of the world, definitely go into science. It's not a waste of time. Science is not remotely dead. It's just Americans don't care about science. The rest of the world still does believe in reality, believe it or not. Even in like European countries that are about to fall to the right or have already fallen, they still believe in reality to an extent. We have a national mammal, and I believe that is a bear. I'll look it up for you, Lord Fluffy Art.
Tonight, the House passed the bill as well. An amazing comeback for an amazing
Oh, actually,
creature.
no, sorry, it's the buffalo.
Almost 250 years later.
Bison. It's the American bison, not a buffalo. There's a difference. That is the national mammal. Also, Americans still make money on science. It's an unimaginably huge field. Yeah, science is not dead. It's just science that helps you will not be coming out of America for a while. It'll be science that is either paid for and funded by and built to produce the specific like outcome that corporations would like it to be able to justify what they want to do, or it'll just be random people like this putting shit online and then a lot of discourse about whether or not like it's real science or science will never go away. Whether or not like the state continues to fund research doesn't matter. These people will still do what they do. This guy's been obsessed with eagles since the 60s. You think that if the state was like, all right, we don't give a shit about science anymore, we're cutting all funding to it, you think that he wouldn't still be obsessed with eagles?
Finally getting the status it has already earned.
Okay, well, there's that. On to some other more stupid shit. So we've covered this drones in New Jersey stuff a couple times now, and I still am on the belief that it is nothing, and you should be too. There is no evidence that they're anything, but the media loves to pretend that it is, especially the right. They're going all in. Pentagon officials suggest alien mothership in our solar system could send mini probes to Earth. I mean, first of all, this was from March, but this is being circulated around on posts that are talking about aliens, like the drones that are flying around the New Jersey. We have this fucking senator who is so dumb. Senator Doug Mastorino, this is his actual account. This is a U.S. military, U.S. military veteran and a senator. It's inconceivable that the federal government has no answer nor has taken any action to get to the bottom of the unidentified drones. The fecklessness of this administration was on display last year when a Chinese surveillance balloon was allowed to fly over the entire continental U.S. before being shot down. Should be viewed as a threat to the nation, blah, blah, blah. We have recourses and assets in our arsenal to get answers, but I suppose Ukraine is more important to the White House. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Russian asset. B, this is a prop from a Star Wars movie. This is a Star Wars fucking fighter plane or whatever. I'm not a Star Wars fan, but that's the thing. Crash drone in Orange Beach retrieved from the water. I mean, these people are morons. He's a member of Pennsylvania State Senate. He was a candidate who ran against Josh Shapiro in the governor's race. Jesus Christ. Yeah, sorry. Okay, this is a TIE fighter, apparently. It's inconceivable how absolutely brain dead this post is. Yes. But also, talking about that balloon. Actually, we're about to get into that because we have Rudy Giuliani's opinion on this in case anybody asked. I know no one didn't, but let me just discuss for a second. We shot the balloon down on purpose where we did. We knew it was there. We waited until it was in a place that we could shoot it down and it was not likely to crash and, land on someone's house, somewhere important, kill somebody. Also, it wasn't flying over realistically anything that was too important, that we cared about the Chinese seeing. And also, they do this all the time, and so do we. That balloon was just lower in the atmosphere than it usually is. And again, we shot it down, but regardless, these people don't actually care, you know, what happens, whether reality exists or not. They just want to get their like story out and drown everyone else.
We can't be that insane.
God damn it, you were loud again. And you are that insane.
Right. So if China or Iran is flying drones over us in this kind of number, we certainly should be doing something.
Do you really think that if we knew that Iran or China was flying hundreds of drones around military infrastructure, around major cities in 5 states of the US, we wouldn't have shot one down by now? Are you fucking kidding me? Or like even Joe Biden would have declared war on Iran if that was Iran. We would already be at war with Iran. It's nothing. As we covered yesterday, what's the most likely answer to these drones is they started out as a private company that was contracted to provide LiDAR data for construction purposes, which is basically when they shoot a laser beam down and some weird math shit about like distance and depth and all of this. And people saw these drones and it became a meme, and then a bunch of people started putting out their own drones. But
we allowed, basically we allowed China to rape us.
Oh, of course.
With the balloon. And we lied about that for 5 days. And then they carried out about an 8-day mission in which...
You know, Rudy Giuliani tried to solicit sex from someone who thought he was, who he thought was a minor on camera. It's actually in the Borat movie, the second one.
They very carefully
just so you know,
got to photograph for as much time as they wanted very sensitive military facilities. And Kirby and all his people were telling us throughout that it wasn't very meaningful. In fact, it was
this guy was mayor of New York during 9/11.
Probably the worst security.
He would have gone down as like one of America's most based mayors if all he had to do was like not suck Trump's dick. Like that's all he had to do. That's all he had to do, and people would have liked him.
They got all
Lil Nasos, what are you up to?
Sent to China, and then when they finished and got
Alaikum salam.
Biden went ahead and took them down, I guess, when Z told them it was okay to do. So that leaves me a little nervous.
This guy's just a lying grifter and a demon. Like, why are you even talking? Didn't you just, like, go through a massive bankruptcy and have to sell all your shit for lying about voting machines again? Oh my god, I'm getting raided by the Russians, for fuck's sake. You're allowed to like Russia. I don't hate Russia, I just hate the Russian government. All rise, the ambassador of His Majesty the King. No, fuck the king. Fuck monarchy. I'm sorry, Batgaz. I know that you like your British monarchy, and you're allowed to, but I'm not a monarchy fan. Thanks for timing him out. I was gonna actually leave unban Lil Nasos because Lil Nasos seemed fine. Unban. Go. Yeah, do it for them, but Lil Nasos is fine. I just have to like remember how to unban somebody. 1337. There we go. Thank you. Seems offensive to demons. What does? Oh my god. Okay, too many Russians. Out you all go. Bye. Why am I getting raided by Russia? I didn't even say anything about Russia. Usually this is like some Beetlejuice shit where you have to say Russia 3 times and suddenly all the Russians show up, but no. Anyway, I'm not gonna ban you, don't worry, and I was just timing him out. This was the funniest thing that I've read in a long time. So Borderlands 4 is coming out, and I'm a fan of Borderlands. I've played the games, 2 is my favorite. This is from one of the developers. I'm not going to say there's no toilets, but if the word skibbity ships in the game under my watch, I'm going to cry real tears. Paul Tassi joked that we were going to have a gun called Hawk Tua, and a fellow dev asked me if it was real, and I wanted to put my hand down a sink grinder. If there is not a gun in Borderlands 4 that's called Hawk Tua, that every time you reload, it makes like a Hawk Tua or spit on that thing type of sound effect, I will be really disappointed in these people. That's like right up Borderlands alley. I'm just covering a couple bits of like unimportant news first anyway. Just some gaming shit that I wanted to talk about. Also, The Witcher 4 will have Gwent, meaning it's already Game of the Year. It's not even released. It has, when I play The Witcher 3, what I really do is I just play Gwent. I walk around and I find like shopkeepers to play Gwent with. That's how good the in-game minigame for that is. So I'm very happy to hear that. And I think that concludes one more thing. One more really stupid thing before we get into actual news. Z-tards, yeah. So speaking of Z-tards, you want to look at an X-tard? Elon Musk wants to make Xmail to compete with Gmail. Things here are, shall we say, interesting. The temperature is 9 degrees Celsius and dropping. My boilers decided to die, so no hot water heating, awaiting on the arrival of the engineer who will arrive Lord knows when. Yeah, sorry. That's years of austerity by the Liberal Party that's caused that, bad guys, unfortunately. And labor, but like the Liberals also brought labor to the right with them. Oxpecker referring to Rudy Giuliani as a demon. Nah, that's correct. Yes, he is a demon. And again, he's also most likely a pedophile. You can go watch the second Borat movie and you can watch him on camera soliciting sex from somebody who he thinks at the time is a minor. Nepfox, I don't know why you're such an Elon Musk stan. Like, I really don't understand it. I should get a Substack, but I use Patreon the way that I would use a Substack. I have my Patreon. Oh, okay. You sometimes say things that make me think so, but maybe I'm confusing you with someone else. I don't think that it will. I mean, to be fair, on a business perspective, it is a good move considering they're going to fuck Google up the ass with the new FTC. So it's not like he's gonna have much competition. Sacha Baron Cohen was a goat until he decided to be a word that I can't say on this platform anymore, but very pro-genocide, let's say. Now, real quick, it's okay, I'm from 1970s. I grew up with bitter winters and power outages. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you shouldn't have to live like that anymore. And Cheeseburger Merv, yes, he is. Okay, now we're going to move on to some real news. There was a big earthquake in Vanuatu. It was actually big. There was two. This is what one of them looked like.
Disaster strikes Vanuatu. This is the moment a 7.3 magnitude earthquake exploded deep underwater near the coast of the capital, Port Vila. One of the most powerful quakes to hit the region in decades.
Yeah, this is insane.
It's a stronger quake than I've ever experienced in my 21 years living in Vanuatu, and I've seen quite a few large ones. My wife said it was the largest one she had seen in her life. She, of course, is born in Vanuatu.
At least 6 aftershocks followed the initial quake, which flattened buildings throughout the city, like this one, housing the American, British, and French embassies. All staff are safe and accountable.
Vanuatu is in the literal middle of the, what is it called? The Ring of Fire? Well, actually not in the middle of it, but it's in the part of the world that has the most active, like, tectonic activity.
Accounted for. But communications are down and power and water cut in most of the capital. Roads to the port destroyed by landslides. With the hospital too damaged to function, injured people are being treated outside. Nearby Australia is deploying emergency teams to help.
We will provide whatever assistance is required. I say to the people of Vanuatu, you are family and Australia is here to help.
Everyone hated Penny Wong so much for not like denouncing Israel, but then as soon as the ICC ruling happened and Australia got to be like, no, actually we're not supporting Israel. We're pro-Palestinian independence. And now I've seen the hate towards Penny Wong stop. It will start again because the election cycle here is starting. Earthquakes, tsunamis, cyclones, volcanoes, such dope people as well. I met a bunch in Queensland. They're all super chill. From what I've heard, everyone from that general like area is always incredibly chill. And but yeah, dangerous area to live. So as you can see right over here where the blue is, this Pacific Plate zone, this is not part of the Australia plate, nor is it part of any of these. It's its own. So it's a very easily shifting, like quickly moving and intersecting with all of these various, like the Pacific plate, the Australia plate, the Philippines plate, all of these in the region are what cause such activity right around here. Earthquakes sadly prove beyond a doubt that the mighty power of nature, showing how insignificant our supposed power to humans is. I mean, to be fair, there are things that like there's technologies that we can develop that make things earthquake proof. I mean, to be fair, like we already can create lots of infrastructure that is earthquake proof. Take Turkey, for example. Turkey is prone to very big earthquakes in Istanbul and also the rest of the country. And instead of doing what they did, like what they were supposed to do after their or like the largest earthquake that they had prior to the one last year, they were supposed to build infrastructure that is less of a, I mean, we can watch a video on the subject. Well, let's finish the this and I'll pull up a video on
Vanuatu
like
lies within the Pacific Ring of Fire,
safety.
and earthquakes are common here. The UN says more than 100,000 people have been affected by this one. Witnesses report bodies laying in the streets. As rescuers work to help survivors and find those missing, the death toll is expected to rise.
Yeah. Also, I did find a good video that we're going to go into
The Red Cross
about like earthquake-proof buildings. I just want to learn a bit more about this real quick.
reports at least 14 people have died in Vanuatu after a magnitude 7.3 earthquake, with fears the toll could rise as aftershocks.
We do, and we already are. Like if we weren't helping them, I'd be pretty pissed right now.
Continue to
I'd be
rattle
screaming
locals.
about that.
Australia is sending urgent assistance to the country, which has declared a state of emergency, with the main hospital in the capital overwhelmed.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong has expressed solidarity and urged any Australians there in need of assistance to reach out to the Consular Emergency Centre. Australian tourist Tessa Jones from Victoria experienced the earthquake in Port Vila and joins us now from her hotel. Tessa, just first of all, take us through exactly what that was like.
Yeah, so it was very terrifying. My dad and I were actually in the plunge pool next to our accommodation. And we heard this rumbling first up. My dad thought that it was actually a jet plane going past, but yeah, so we were in the plunge pool and then we felt the everything shaking. We were sloshed around and my dad heard.
You know what's weird? I have been in, I think, 4 earthquakes, yet I've never felt any of them. I slept through one, which was like a big enough one that I should have probably got up and left my house.
On the pool.
This was in
and
Turkey.
My sister inside the house, she was thrown through the air, which was quite scary. And we've experienced lots of aftershocks, too many to count. But yes, it's been an interesting day and a half.
I hope she's good too, Cheeseburger.
Yes, we're all doing okay here, thankfully.
Oh, good.
And yeah, like it's really actually the fact that a tsunami didn't happen. I guess the earthquake happened really close to land, and I guess the tidal wave would have gone the other way if anything. And there's the entirety of the Pacific Ocean for it to dissipate in. I felt the 5.2 M1 in Victoria. Right, I remember that. Yeah. I mean, I would have been able to feel that, but I did not.
Yes,
I didn't even know we could have earthquakes
as well,
in
from
Victoria.
what we've heard. So yeah, it's a very, very sad time for Vanuatu at the moment.
And when your sister was thrown through the air, was she okay? Was she injured?
She
Yes,
was okay.
also, that was the point of this video, is there was a second earthquake. The aftershocks were also quite strong.
Yeah, I'd say we've had at least 20 aftershocks. Had one just before I spoke to you, actually, so about 5 minutes ago now. That was smaller than previously, but there was one this morning at about 5 o'clock, which woke us all up, and we had to go outside for that. But yes, it has been a constant onslaught of aftershocks ever since.
We're hearing as well from authorities about the fact that the hospitals are overrun at the moment, and you've obviously mentioned the town and the damage there. Just what are you hearing from some of the locals?
Yeah, look, so no one really knows at this moment because the reception is so poor, particularly in Port Vila.
This just happened, so it's going to be like difficult to get accurate updates on how bad it is. I will check, however, and I'll give you guys an updated like toll on how many people are injured or whatnot. But in the case of earthquake proofing infrastructure, here's a good example. And then I'll show you an example of how this, like what happens when you don't do this. See, the base here had very little like strength holding it together. I believe this building and maybe this building will be the last two to fall. The idea. Let me bring this to a real life example just to make this more succinct. So this happened about a year ago. This was in southern Turkey, basically. Southern Turkey, northern Syria.
This is a building collapsing in Turkey hours after a series of earthquakes and aftershocks on February 6th.
According to Omni Calculator 7.m, that Vanuatu has the energy equivalent of 127 Hiroshimas. God damn. There was a tornado in Dallas around Garland Road and Valley View like 6 months back or something, but it was like 4 a.m. when it happened, so everyone was slept through it while I was high in my room. Like, why do I hear wind blowing in my doors? Damn, dog, this is some strong shit. That would be wild, by the way, to be like in the middle of the night, like 4 in the morning, you're stoned and you look outside and there's a fucking tornado. What did you do?
The bottom floor crumbled. Then the rest of the building came down on top of it in what's known as
if you wanted to see the
pancake collapse.
These fall, did you? Well, you can see them here. Hello, Info Thumb Wars. Okay.
Thousands
Fine. We'll finish this one before we go into real examples of with lighter materials above. Oof, that was a quick one. And there we go. That's concrete falling apart. Me living to serve my viewers is slavery, but you pay me. It's not slavery. If you drop a sub, then I'm not a slave. Bricks are cooked, yeah. Yeah, so that is true, actually, Netfox. Timber would hold up decently well because it can sway and it can bend. Like think of a bow when you do archery. You know, the bow is made of wood and it bends. Wood can withstand that, but yeah, when you're talking about wind, that's what takes the wood down. Usually, not always, but I mean, also that's changing where we're gonna get like more hurricanes and storms are gonna move, but earthquakes just happen. Whoopsie, I forgot that I was still playing the video. Earthquakes just happen and the tectonic plates will shift, but that's very slow, so I don't know. I want to see the winner. We do use a mix of materials while building sometimes, but it depends on the country, it depends on what you're building, it depends on whether it's state or whether it's private. Damn, I think wood might actually win. I thought the steel would on the type of plastic that you're making, but building a home out of plastic is also because plastic degrades in different ways. I don't know. I don't want plastic houses. We already have enough plastic in our bodies. So yeah, steel wins. Now let's look at real life examples of this happening.
This is a building collapsing in Turkey hours after a series of earthquakes and aftershocks on February 6th. First, the bottom floor crumbled. Then, the rest of the building came down on top of it in what's known as a pancake collapse.
This should not have happened because in 1999, or was it 2000, big Turkey earthquake, hold on, 1999. Yeah, so after 1999, when the large earthquake that essentially annihilated parts of Turkey happened, the government was supposed to invest and subsidize in infrastructure that has strong base foundations and is not top heavy to prevent this, because this was an issue last time. Now, Turkey is a corrupt country where if you have 3 years after this problem should have been fixed.
Thousands of buildings near the epicenter in southern Turkey and northern Syria tumbled straight down in a similar way. The intensity of the earthquakes alone carried the potential for destruction.
7.8 and then a 6 right after. This was just a year ago.
But it's the pancake collapses that have made this one of the deadliest disasters in the region.
Even a very well designed and well executed building would have suffered. This doesn't rule out that the building was free of defects.
How well buildings protected residents played a significant role in lives saved and lost.
Clearly, a lot of these buildings were not up to standard.
The death toll continues to climb as many victims are still stuck under the weight of the buildings. So what is it about these buildings that has made this earthquake even more devastating? First, let's look at the larger region that's
yeah, I was gonna say, why is YouTube not Nightbot's not working on YouTube? I don't know. Thankfully, in places like the US and at least parts of Europe, we have infrastructure that wouldn't end up like this in the case of a large earthquake. But like California, for example, has taken steps to prevent pancake collapses happening there, because there's also a large risk of a actually not a large risk, it's eventually going to be a giant earthquake in Southern California. They have taken the steps to build infrastructure like in a way that is earthquake resistant. I wouldn't say proof. Also, high certified garbage. Welcome.
Severe earthquakes because of these two fault lines. They sit along tectonic plates that meet one another and cause friction.
Cheeseburger Merv, is this like something that's you're educated on? You seem to know a bit about this.
A powerful earthquake is eventually
And don't move
released.
to Turkey, Art, anyway. You don't want to.
Over the last century, Turkey has seen major earthquakes along both fault lines. The most recent one happened here. This is the seismic impact that shows the epicenter. When you take a closer look at the most impacted areas, they were densely populated with Syrian refugees who ended up living in buildings that were haphazardly built and largely neglected. And across the border in Syria, buildings in these areas were already weakened by the prolonged civil war.
Turkey has excellent food. I like their beaches, but I much prefer to just like jump. Personally, this might be weird. I don't like walking into the ocean on sand. I would much rather jump off a jetty. Turkish food, Mediterranean food in general, is minus Italian food is excellent. Italian food that comes from countries outside of Italy is excellent. Italian food from Italy is trash. I agree with Vosh's take on that. They don't season their food anywhere near enough. But like Turkish food, Lebanese food, Greek food, just Mediterranean food is chef's kiss. Salt Bay, generally. And also great price for hair transplants. Yes, a lot of people go to Turkey to get hair transplants. Also teeth. They have decent dentistry prices. Hey, look, my parents live in the United States and they fly to Turkey every couple months to get their health care because it's literally cheaper for them to just like book 5 doctor's appointments within a week and then every couple months just fly over there and go see the doctor than it is to see the doctor in America. And also like healthcare in Turkey is cheaper, but it's also quite good. It's not necessarily like, it's not what you would expect for the region. Their mental health care is trash from like what I hear, but their genuine like proper healthcare, it's great. And dentistry, excellent. If you need a dentist and dental surgery, go to Turkey. It's cheap. That's the place to go. And it's cheap and it's good rather. And that's why globalization is good.
But what really complicates this disaster is that Turkey was aware of the buildings that were the most high risk. They're called soft story structures.
That's the words I was looking for.
A soft story building is typically a large structure with multiple floors and an open plan on the bottom. That bottom floor can sometimes be a parking garage, space for small businesses, or extra homes. These buildings are very common throughout the world, especially in countries like India, Pakistan, and Turkey, because they offer a solution to overcrowding in densely populated areas. But they historically do a poor job of withstanding medium to powerful earthquakes. Here's why. These columns here could be made of brittle concrete, and the stories on top might be made of stone and a stronger mix of concrete.
It's literally
Sometimes
like
the bottom
all
floor
you need to do is just make the bottom floor stronger. But they don't want to pay for that. It's just corruption that leads to this. I was joking. It's not 1 out of 10. It's the corruption though. It's pretty bad. It's so bad, certified garbage. But I don't want my dad to yell at me, so I'm just not gonna get into that right now, because he gets mad when I talk too much shit about Turkey. He thinks that I'm gonna get in trouble with Erdogan. I don't know. In case like America comes after me, I might have to run. I don't know if he's watching now. If America comes after me for speaking the truth, I might have to go hide in Turkey, because America keeps starting fights with Erdogan, so maybe I can hide there and they might not extradite me. No, I'm kidding. I'm obviously not going to do that. But Turkey is incredibly corrupt. Erdogan's been a dictator for more than a decade. They literally did a purge where they took, I think it was more than 100,000 doctors, school teachers, university professors, lawyers, judges, threw them all in prison. They all tied them to Gulen, who was he just died actually. Was a guy in America who, well, I mean, Fethullah Gulen, he was a religious like fanatic. Although his type of like religious fanaticism was at least less crazy than some of the other like religious fanaticisms. He was a centrist in his religious views. He was much closer to that of a secular religious rule, but also still like very religious. He used to be part of the same party as Erdogan. He fucked off to America. I don't know whether he was a CIA op or not. That's what Turkey claims, but Turkey claimed that he started the coup that happened way back in like, I don't know, was it like 2012 when there was the big coup in Turkey? 2016. My parents were actually there when the coup happened. They blamed it on him, and then they did a purge of everyone that they said was associated with him with like no evidence, and he's just been in power pretty much unchallenged since. Erdogan literally started off as a prime minister, then changed the laws to give all the prime minister's power to the president, and then became the president, and then extended the term limit. And like it's just dictator corruption. It's the same as everywhere else. He's just as bad as someone like Xi, someone like Putin, someone like Trump, someone like Netanyahu. They're all the same fuckers. They're all exactly the same person.
Has fewer walls than the ones above, with sides that may be left open or columns that aren't connected by walls. This means that a soft story is the weakest floor and cannot fully support the heavier ones above it. So when an earthquake hits, the structure may shake until that bottom floor collapses. During powerful earthquakes like Turkey and Syria's, the remainder of the building may follow. This kind of collapse traps people under heavy construction materials, making rescue missions even more difficult.
ابن عمي ومرته مع 3 أولاد لهلا ما معروف عنهم شيء.
Yes, please test Nightbot. It's not working really well on YouTube for some reason. Sorry, Marquis.
Can't see
I'm trying.
I can't see him.
This is worse than more.
But this is a challenge Turkey has faced before. A comparable 7.6 earthquake hit Izmit in 1999 and caused over 17,000 deaths.
Yeah, this was the big one.
It became clear that poor building design and soft stories, which made up nearly 90% of building collapses, exacerbated the death toll in this disaster. The aftermath pushed the Turkish government to reintroduce building codes with an emphasis on earthquake safety. But they weren't enforced due to corruption, and many buildings in Turkey were built well before 1999.
Well, there you go. That's what causes this. And we have this issue that's pretty much global. I mean, this exists, again, like they listed Pakistan, India, and Turkey, but really any country that is not incredibly wealthy, like America might be, like America, France, Germany, China, maybe. China probably has some infrastructure like this. Japan definitely does. Japan's like earthquake-proofed fucking everything. They're really good at this stuff. It's not difficult to do that. All you have to do is make the bottom of the structure not, I don't know, soft. You think that it's weird that I want to jump into the water from a jetty rather than walk in the sand? I don't know. I don't like the sand on my feet. It's like 9/11 4 times. It is. Like last time I went to Turkey, I went with my parents, and because the exchange rate's really nice, you can rent out a boat where they take you out into the sea, and you get to go to like, you know what? Hold on. This is just like, I'm supposed to be doing news, but really now this is just like, I just want to talk about how fun this can be. Now, I'm going to have to turn the sound off for this because I imagine there will be some copyrighted music. But basically, because it's so cheap, the exchange rate, you can go and you can rent a boat like this with like, I don't know, 4 or 5 people, even if it's just like 1-2 families together, and you know, they take you out. You can do it for the day, you can do it for the week, but they bring you to places like find me a good one, find me a good bay where they're swimming, where the water's like actually nice and crystal clear. There we go. Like water like that. I would just much rather jump off this boat into the water than walk in about the sand, through the sand rather. New Chinese buildings are dog shit. Okay, I believe that. Is the world about to end, or do we still have some time? The world's not ending anytime soon. Marxism is theft. And yeah, the water's beautiful. That's what I mean. Like, it's fun. It's a fun trip that you can take, but oh, come on. I don't know. Walking into the beach from sand, even like, see, this I would do because it's rocks. There's little rocks to step on. Come on. Rather than sand, that I'm fine with. But walking in via sand, I can't do. Maybe it's the autism. Maybe it's like, I don't like this, the clumping of the shit on my feet. I don't like touching it. It's a thing. I also don't like seaweed. I don't know. So, back to actual important news now. Luigi Mangione has been sentenced. Now, he was sentenced with not only, as this article, this video is saying, first-degree murder charges, but he was charged with terrorism. Let's have a look.
So I'm going to take you straight to New York because a grand jury has indicted the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate Luigi Mangione, who you will remember is accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He's accused of first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism, second-degree murder, one count of which is charged as killing as an act of terrorism. This is Alvin Bragg. He's the Manhattan
This is how much the rich hate you, by the way, is there was the trial. Like, they sentenced him. He has. Oh, sorry. Are they charging him or are they sentencing him? Because I've seen. Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. I misspoke. Indicted. They're charging him with terrorism. This is how much the rich hate you. In that, after Luigi Mangione goes and illegally murdered somebody, the person he murdered, by the way, is a mass murderer responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of people. And he's being charged with terrorism for what? 3 gunshots. However, how about all of the bomb threats and right-wing domestic terrorism that tends to happen? Do we really get charges of terrorism for those? Why did we not charge a lot of the January 6 people with terrorism? Some of those were domestic terrorists. They were doing violence with political goals. The ones that were punching the cops, they didn't get charged with terrorism. Not all of them. It's so fucking stupid that, like, this guy is getting charged with terrorism. At the same time, by the way, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, held a group therapy session with 175 CEOs because they were scared after Brian Thompson's shooting. And now New York is creating a special police department that specifically exists just for the rich. You can't call them They exist to protect the CEOs. It's the extra police. Fuck these people. Genuinely. Here in Florida, a lot of mini fish nip at your toes and feet. Yeah, they do that there too. Turkish doctors were hired by various monarchs, all of the royalty for centuries. Repertoire was held in high esteem. Yeah, Turkish doctors are still really good. I wish Elon Musk would stop launching his rockets from California. He legit causes many earthquakes. I wish Elon Musk would just, like, stop. Period. Rittenhouse was charged walk free. I think this is just a normal step. No, he's not going to get walk free. Rittenhouse should be in prison for the rest of his life. Luigi will not walk free. They all have delusions of grandeur. Yep. CEO safe spaces. Literally. Like, they're doing DEI and woke and safe spaces. They're creating newspeak. Have you guys not picked that up yet, by the way? Them calling everything woke that they dislike. This is newspeak. They're calling everything DEI when we were doing, like, you know, what was the actual term for it? I mean, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it came from affirmative action. It came from affirmative action. They called that racism and DEI. Now they're saying that we're racist against white people for having policies that try and include more people of color. Like there's lots of stories about companies that have a lot of white workers that are specifically looking to hire non-white workers. And then the right is like, this is racism. They're discriminating against white people. And these people are going to prison. Like, they are doing the exact thing that they accused us of doing. We weren't doing that, by the way, but they accused us of it. And I've told you for a long time, all of you who've been watching me, every accusation that comes from the right is a confession of either something they've done or they want to do. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Safe spaces, woke, they're just going to change what all of these mean so that they are only bad for us while they do those exact same things for themselves. The Democratic Party is a party for poor billionaires and multimillionaires. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, they're all bought out by the same people. Like the billionaire class, the capital class, the elites, the bourgeoisie, they donate to both Republicans and Democrats.
By Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest
Kyle Rittenhouse was worse.
To Mr. Thompson's loved ones and colleagues. His family deserves our respect as they continue to grieve.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, look, Luigi, in all fairness, deserves the murder charge. Does not deserve the terrorism charge. Kyle Rittenhouse, I'm pretty sure he is the pedophile.
We'll never be able to undo the fact that a life was lost. We are here to announce that Luigi Mangione, the defendant, is charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree and 2 counts of murder in the second degree, including 1 count of murder in the second degree as an act of terrorism for the brazen, targeted, and premeditated shooting of Brian Thompson.
Why is that terrorism? Like, premeditated, brazen murder is murder in the first degree. So I agree with that charge. Where do you get the justification to add terrorism? Well, they do this because they can. They'll literally, like, if there isn't a definition that would work in the law, they'll make one before this goes to trial so they can charge him with terrorism. They hate you. The wealthy don't care about you. They think this is just. Have you seen all of like the videos that came out of rich right-wingers? Even Elon Musk about like, okay, come on, like this is bad, guy. Like, they don't care about you. They don't. They hate you. How many times do I have to say this?
CEO of United Healthcare. This case was made possible.
Why can't CEOs just walk around wearing bulletproof backpacks? That's a big question for me. But like. August 4th, civil war is inevitable. And then after killing Brian Thompson happens, it's not based to kill a CEO. So you're perfectly happy to advocate for violence, but when it's violence against rich people, of course not, says the guy who's worth $600 billion. He has a connection to the person he killed, so he was a customer to his business. Yeah, literally, this was not even a politically motivated thing. This was a financially motivated murder. He was a customer that got fucked by the company. Why is this terrorism? He is guilty of first-degree murder. I agree with that. This is just definitionally not terrorism. So if the kids on the subway would be unruly, would you blame the kids? What? I wouldn't care about kids being unruly on a subway. They're kids. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Because to me, CEOs are like the kids that do what politicians' parents let them do. Then you're an idiot because the CEOs own the politicians. If I speak, I'm in big trouble, big trouble. Yeah, look, I'm trying not to Fed post too, soulless death and despair. We can all do it. We can keep it together and not Fed post.
The collaborative efforts of the phenomenal
and true
public servants you see before you today, and so many others who are not here. I'm honored to lead the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and privileged to serve alongside Assistant District Attorneys Joel Seidman, Kristen Bailey, and Zachary Kaplan, who were working from the outset, hand in hand, with the greatest police department in the world. The chief of our trial division, Lisa Del Pizzo, and the deputy chief, Chris Prevost, provided sage oversight and direction. And I want to acknowledge our high technology analysis unit.
A company that existed before you were legally allowed to bribe politicians. Marxism is theft. Come on. Enron wasn't the company when you were they didn't exist when you were, sorry, actually, other way around. The ability to buy politicians did not exist. And yes, there are antitrust cases against Apple and Google done by Lena Khan of the FTC. How could they sponsor their own lawsuits? They're not sponsoring their own lawsuits. Lena Khan of the FTC, who is the most hated person in government right now by Wall Street, is doing it. We watched a video on it. Marxism is theft. You really don't even listen to me, do you? You just come in here to argue and you never actually watch the content that I make. I've covered this. I've talked about who's the one doing the antitrust lawsuits. I've talked about how much she's hated by these people. You are like, I genuinely, sometimes I think you're here to learn, but the fact that your name is still what it is, it tells me you're not paying attention, and everything that comes out of your mouth is contrary and just comes off as you haven't listened to a single word that I've said. So fix that, because I will permaban you eventually. You're reaching the limit of my patience, which is quite a high threshold of patience.
There was a lot to be processed here. Steve Moran, in particular, who heads that, and Marco Popic. We are privileged here at the DA's office to work every day.
Was he not? Was it his wife or his girlfriend? Someone he knew was a customer of United Healthcare.
Phenomenal public service at the NYPD.
Something like that.
It's been a distinct pleasure to work besides Commissioner Tisch, an exemplary partner.
Thank you.
Chief of Detectives Joseph Kinney, almost every day.
So there you go, the Manhattan District Attorney paying his tributes to the people he works with and the investigators in this case. Just to confirm, Luigi Mangione accused of first-degree murder in further...
Right, so anyway, terrorism. New York City Police Department Chief Joseph Kennedy said that there's no indication that Mangione was ever a client, though Kennedy said Mangione had referred to the company as one of the largest corporations in the U.S., suggesting that's why he possibly targeted the company. Who knows? Mangione's social media and other writings suggest he suffered a life-altering injury on his back. Comments written on a Reddit account allegedly linked to Mangione suggest he suffered from spondylolisthesis, a rare back condition caused by vertebrae in the spine moving out of place. Mangione reportedly told friends he received spinal fusion surgery to realign his out-of-place vertebrae in 2023. So basically, he was probably just mad at other fucking insurance companies and just went after the biggest one. I still don't see how this is terrorism. It's murder. It's definitely murder. I just don't see how it's terrorism. Maybe CNN. I mean, I say this as if I actually have any belief in this, but maybe CNN will have an explanation in here. Prosecutors accuse, yeah. I just want to know motive. He faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Love that. Former high school valedictorian. I mean, this guy was a right-winger too. It's also funny. We got a double coat deny depose with something less conspicuous. Yeah. Look, I mean, we covered yesterday a woman who said that and got charged with terrorism on the, like, she said it to her health insurance company on the phone and got charged with terrorism. So you can't say deny, defend, depose now anymore. It is now, it's worse than from the river to the sea, apparently. Under New York law, first-degree murder only applies to a narrow list of aggravated circumstances, including when the victim is a judge, a police officer, or first responder, or when the killing involves a murder for hire or an intent to commit terrorism. Right. So this is not first-degree murder under New York law, then. It should be second. Like, it's not like it matters. They don't actually care. They just will do whatever they can to protect the wealthy, the capital class. Okay, look, I'm going to move off of America real quick. We're going to get back to America, but let's talk about Australia again. Obviously, Australian election season is coming. First, I have something just really cool to show you guys, and then we'll get into some actually serious stuff here. But this is interesting. Brian Thompson looked like an asshole. Look, Brian Thompson was a mass murderer. Our lawmakers need to address the healthcare crisis. Good luck with that. Our lawmakers are about to cut any funding we have for healthcare left. Those are the people that were voted in, the people that are going to cut all of the healthcare and social services, your Social Security, your Medicare, your Medicaid. They've said it. It's not like I'm making it up. We've listened to them say it, so.
Have been appearing all around Tasmania's southeastern coast. They're not jellyfish.
We're going to be talking a bit about environment in ecosystem in Australia, which is why we're starting out with this.
But a type of zooplankton called salps.
I've just never seen or heard of anything like this anywhere near here. I mean, this is epic.
They don't sting and are quick to multiply.
They're so cool
because
looking.
Salps can grow up to 10% of their body length per hour. And they go through 2 generations in a day. So, like, if one is born at, like, right now, 12 hours from now, it's going to be a parent. And in 12 more hours, it's going to be a grandparent.
Salps pop up every year or so, but rarely in these numbers.
Aquaculture, agriculture, like there's just all these sources that are putting nutrients in the water.
Also the changing of water temperatures.
It reaches, shall we say, a tipping point. And I think that's what we're seeing is this tipping point that's driving phytoplankton or plant plankton to bloom into these superabundances, and then the salps are consuming the phytoplankton.
But there's a dark side. Salps store toxins if they're feeding in polluted waters.
When something feeds them, then that animal basically gets a toxic bullet because it's taking on all the toxins that are stored in the tissues of the salp. We've seen many, dolphin strandings where the dolphins' guts are full of salps, and we've seen fish kills, massive fish kills.
So the salps won't be around for long, as the blooms only last a few weeks. But beachgoers might want to prepare for the jellyfish that can sting you, which are known to fly.
Well, so pre-breakfast banana. That's actually, I was about to go into something like that. There are organisms that we know can clean up toxic waste. We know that there are organisms that eat plastic. We're working on ways to develop more like a system of being able to use something to eat plastic. It is an amazing idea. And a lot of those discoveries come from animals like this. Now, let's get to some more serious shit in regards to Australia. Really quickly, let me line all of these up. So first things first, before we watch some of the videos, there was a new law that was passed in Victoria yesterday. a social cohesion law. We covered it a little bit on stream. Basically, banning flags and symbols of listed terrorist organizations, including Hamas and Hezbollah, white nationalists, and more. Hezbollah is a literal political party in a government, but whatever. Those are now illegal. Banning the use of masks at protests, which are used by protesters to shield identities and hide personal accountability. So they are cracking down on your ability to protest. Banning the use of glue, rope, chains, locks, and other devices to cause disruption. Also somewhere in here, it's about like shielding your face from being able to be maced by the cops too. Introducing a social cohesion pledge for organizations who apply to receive funding from the state government. This is fascistic. So Purple Pingers here, by the way, is excellent. He is a Victorian socialist. I think he's actually running for MP in a district in Victoria. If you live in Victoria like Cheeseburger Merv, definitely look up Purple Pingers. But this isn't about the Middle East, but I'll only mention the Middle East when specifically choosing the flags I want to ban. I mean, you mentioned white nationalists in there, but I suppose like that's about it. Fuck the immunocompromised, and also if we could legislate forced to feed you hooligans OC spray, we probably would. Yep. The fact that you're not allowed to wear masks at protests, that's fucked up. Yes, it damages the immunocompromised, but yes, it also functions for you to not be able to hide your identity. It also means that you can get maced in the face. You don't have the same rights here in Australia. We don't have the right to free speech and the right to protest the way that Americans do. We're going to ban items like rope and chain that are used exclusively not to harm individuals, but to stop the flow of capital, which as in these are usually used to block entrances. Like they're making it so difficult for you to protest, and they're calling it social cohesion. And this is an example of us following America, as I've said is going to happen, and why I'm spending a lot more time paying attention to Australian politics right now is because it's happening. We are following America, and it's not good. It's really bad, and it's already been pretty bad. Also, our environment is fucked. We went into energy policy yesterday. Now let's look at how the current energy policy impacts the environment. Luxander been covering this mask at protest thing for a couple months now. Yeah, I mean, they've been doing this for a while now. They were talking about visa cancellations for people that were criticizing Israel for a bit too. Like enough that I got scared and went and spoke to a professional about whether or not I should be worried about that. Which they're not, but, you know, we'll see if Dutton wins. That might be a different story.
Wild places feed our spirit, and they are not a luxury, they are a necessity. The world's coral reefs are in trouble, and this is a really special place, and I think if we lose Scott Reef, that's a sort of signal that we've lost the battle.
I'm sorry to tell you,
There's
but
a lot of
the
unique
Great
things. Barrier
Barrier Reef is not going to survive. It's dead. It's dead. It's the largest organism in the world that's alive, and we have been killing it, and there's no saving it.
It's about Scott Reef. I have not experienced anywhere else in
Not
Australia.
anymore.
You've got the nesting green sea turtles, sea snakes, which is unique, super pristine in a really healthy ecosystem.
Yeah, exactly.
John Butler here.
It's too
I'm
late
here
now.
at Scott Reef at the moment, one of the most beautiful, pristine parts of the planet. And
It's just an extra charge for you to get arrested in. Or it just makes it more of an inconvenience. It makes it harder to organize protests, and it makes it so more people are afraid to go. It de-incentivizes people's attempt to protest and attendance at protest, and also it's an extra charge they can throw on you.
I'm here with a group of like-minded people who want to stop this place from being completely exploited by Woodside's proposal of 50 gas wells around here.
It would just be incomprehensible.
They want to build 50 gas wells there,
for
right?
Woodside to be allowed to drill for gas underneath this extraordinary coral reef ecosystem and all the incredible marine life who depend on it.
The rich
The idea
fucking
that
hate
a
you.
place as beautiful as this could be industrialised so that...
By the way, this happening is a direct relation to the Liberals and the Nationals. parties. Like, labor doesn't want to do this. Now, not to say labor is not also bought by the fossil fuel industry. The fossil fuel industry owns all of Australia, but like this right here, like this is batshit crazy. The reef has had its ups and downs. It's recently had a rebound. Overall biomass decreasing globally. It's just not going to survive bulletproof bullet.
One company that shareholders might get the
They're
benefit
about to
of
start
that
drilling.
is beggars belief.
Completely baffling to me that someone could even consider threatening this in any way, let alone completely demolishing it.
Because it's not about jobs. It's not about our economy.
It's not our planet.
Not about
it's about the oligarchs. It's their planet. Pre-breakfast banana. We just live on it. It's the oligarchs' planet.
It's not about our community. It's about their shareholders' profit.
The idea that my kids and their kids and your kids and their kids might never see Scott Reef, it disturbs me. It makes me angry, the injustice of it. Thousands upon thousands of people got together to save Ningaloo Reef. Thousands of people got together to save James Price Point, and they're going to do that to save Scott Reef.
Now, this one isn't next to the Great Barrier Reef, by the way. This is in Western Australia, but like, I don't see these having all that much potential to survive, especially when we start drilling next to them. And by the way, this is kind of the outcome of our drilling. This is kind of what happens when climate change is getting, worse.
Persistent rain has caused havoc across the southeast,
As we know.
putting us on track for the wettest December since 2010, with more than 140 millimetres falling in less than 24 hours. Roads have been cut and cars swept up in rising floodwaters.
This is
On
not
a one-way street
particularly
heading
common.
straight for disaster. Car after car risking fast-rising floodwaters on Gympie
Like,
Road.
it rains like this in parts of Australia, but Brisbane isn't used to this.
The daring dash just too dangerous. Drivers ditching their cars on the flooded arterial in peak hour traffic. The north side copping the brunt of a slow-moving system that swamped the southeast. This was Pine Rivers Park on Sunday. Far from festive today, with the main stage, food trucks and parklands underwater.
Everywhere around the southeast is saturated.
140 millimetres was recorded at Cedar Creek near Samford. Kalanga, 129, 100.
Let me do some conversion for you Americans. Millimeters to inches. That's 5.5 for the first one, 5 for the second one, and 4.17 for the third one.
6 at Marumba Downs.
If we can keep off the roads, keep out of the water, that really helps the emergency services.
Right now, 17 dams across the southeast are spilling, something we haven't seen in almost 2 years. The gates of Wivenhoe Dam lifting and unleashing.
This is a very minor release event in comparison to the event that we saw in 22.
A spectacle, nonetheless.
Boats and canoes are going to be a lot more useful for a lot of people as time goes on.
I just wanted to bring the kids out to have a look at the gate being open. It's not too often that you get to see it.
This week's monster deluge, crummy timing for this Chapel Hill bakery. A large tree falling onto the roof.
Right, that's enough of that. Just getting an understanding. Now, here's for the actual full segment here. Let's talk about how foreign companies steal the water from Australia and sell it for profit, use it as a commodity. Now, actually,
hey, if you want a bit of background,
this is not the video. This is only half the video. Whoopsie. I want the full video. Blood water. This was spicy water, not blood water. My apologies. I pulled up the wrong video. Here's the right video. But before we watch this video, I just saw this and I need to point it out. SDL, by the way, some of the best tweets I ever see. Half of this country has medieval peasant brain is so fucking incredibly accurate. My jaw's on the floor. We're looking at a shimmering orb in the sky, and absolutely nobody seems to have what clue as what it is. Could it really be a true form of an angel, as some might have said here in the comments? Russell Brand is mentally ill, generally, but he's become worse with everyone. He's like the Kanye kind of mentally ill. These people are all like mentally ill because of social media induced mental illness, psychosis rather. And I did say that, bulletproof bullet. I said those were on the other side of the country. I think you may have missed it. I was like, that was about Scott Reef, but they're also going to drill like next to the Great Barrier Reef. They're trying to drill all over the shores of Australia. But anyway, let's move on from that because this is worse. This is so much worse.
It's amazing. Look at all these airports where that is the only plane. Isn't that incredible? We are so remote that not even Rex Regional Air comes here. What are these airports built for? Just in case Gina Reinhardt wants to come here and be like, are you doing your job? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go
sorry,
back to
I'm not going to
WA.
get a lot of the Aussie jokes either, but most of this is pretty serious, not joking.
Water. You can't live with it, you can't live without it. Oh wait, sorry, I mean you can't live without it. That's why I found the Murray-Darling Basin Plan such a fascinating topic, because the politicians and bureaucrats currently in charge of the plan seem to believe that people and industries and entire ecosystems can in fact live without water. So the purpose of this documentary is, I guess, to prove my very radical thesis that no, people can't live without water. And to achieve this difficult objective, we met our friend Chris Brooks, farmer and chair of Southern Riverina Irrigators, and took an aerial tour of the Murray-Darling Basin. We visited a bunch of basin communities and stakeholders to see how water mismanagement has been affecting them. First things first, to get this doco, you're going to have to understand one thing. Water is a commodity.
Yeah.
Water has been decoupled from land in this country, which means anyone can buy water rights. This makes water like a stock. It's tradable. Ostensibly, the reason for this market is to account for water taken from the environment and to keep that capped under a certain amount. So if you hear the word cap, that's the amount of water that can be taken from the environment and used for irrigation.
Well, the thing is, I'm questioning your intentions because every time you come in here, it's like you haven't listened to what I've said. So that's why I'm questioning your intentions. I try my best to be like the most responsive and open to, like, I don't know, discussion, debate I can be, but it's sometimes it just, when you talk to me, it feels like you are just listening to half of the words that I say and then not the other half. I'm questioning your intentions, and that's a you problem. Fix it. It's not a me problem. I don't care if you don't feel comfortable if I question your intentions. Either listen to me and prove that you are, act in good faith, or fuck off.
Irrigation. But just think about this. There's a water market, and like any other market, players can manipulate the market for their own material gain. The scary thing about a water market, though, is sometimes manipulating the market means causing ecological, social, and economic catastrophe, the likes of which Australia has never seen. And that's where the National Party comes in. As you'll see in this documentary, it's the National Party that dictates water policy in this country, and underneath them, it's networks of stakeholders and webs of patronage that dictate National Party policy.
This is going on for decades, too.
Sorry to get so dystopian so quickly, but it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So let's get worse.
Again, we're 2 minutes into this hour-long, but it's about to get so much worse.
Foreign companies can own water in this country, but don't worry, they're held to a very different standard to Aussie farmers. A lower one. Foreign companies don't have to pay capital gains tax on the profits they make trading water. Want an example of why this is bad? Well, we flew over Cubby Station, the largest irrigation property in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's majority owned by Shandong Ryu, a Chinese textile giant.
It's actually
Cubby
owned
enough.
half. I think it's 49% owned by China, and the 51% of the other half is owned by Japan.
Water to fill 184,000 Olympic swimming pools. That's 38 times the amount of water that the basin's entire indigenous community own, and that's just one Chinese company. Cubby is positioned in a pretty convenient spot, upstream near Dirranbandi in southern Queensland, right at the top.
I'm about to link you the article that he just cited here in case you'd like to read it yourself as well. I've done a video on this before, but we've been talking about Australia a lot lately, and it's important to cover this.
Top of the Murray-Darling Basin, meaning that when there's any significant rain events upstream, Cubby prevents a lot of that water reaching downstream. Think this is bad? Well, it gets worse again, because despite how economically and environmentally damaging Cubby Station is, it appears their water use is legal. Go slightly downstream, and this is not the case for many other cotton farms. To understand why this is, you've got to understand another concept, floodplain harvesting. Think about it like this. If bitcoins were water entitlements, a speculative abstract asset for most, floodplain harvesting is a little like Bitcoin mining if it were way worse for the environment. Actually, bad analogy. Simpler way of putting it, floodplain
Then
harvesting is a
Marquis,
method of
hop
water
over
theft.
onto Twitch. What's wrong with the YouTube stream? Why are you missing something on YouTube? What's happening there? Is it like lagging again?
Full stop. Basically, farms divert water that would naturally flow into the basin into private dams. This water can be later used for irrigation, usually to irrigate profitable yet water-intensive crops like cotton. This means floodplain harvesters, in theory, can save all their legal entitlements.
You understand, right,
not
that
using
this
a
is,
drop-
like, what he's explaining right here is a foreign, like, company owned by two foreign other countries, like China and Japan, owning a company that exists to steal water and sell it from another country. This is two countries stealing a third country's water and selling it on a market. By the way, Canada gets in on this too.
For irrigation,
We do this
instead
everywhere.
treating
It's
those
so-
water licenses like stocks to speculate on.
This
They
is
can then
just
use
evil.
the unaccounted floodplain harvested or stolen water to irrigate their cotton, making water scarcer and their licenses, or as I like to call them, stocks, more valuable. Who'd have thought that the drought could be so profitable, eh? It turns out most of these floodplain harvesting cotton farms are located in the northern basin, which means, again, like Cubby, if all the water is being taken upstream, nothing is going downstream.
Yeah.
Our pilot Chris had first-hand experience with this fact. In 2018, his crops died due to the fact that he had no water allocation for his farm
It's
in
Japan
Baroda,
and
southern
China.
New South Wales.
The volume of water being taken,
But it's still it's a commodity.
North
Water should not be sold like
without a
this.
license. You know, this floodplain harvesting has been allowed to go unchecked, period. And
This not only affects people, but it also affects the biodiversity of the land, the ecosystem, all of the people that live on it, but also farmers, like food farmers.
when John Howard actually
not cotton
made the
farmers.
statement in 1994, it was to be capped. And these people have refused to comply with any measurement or metering or granting of licences. They've just continued unabated to expand storages and collect massive volumes of water that, to such an extent that they've stopped the Darling River from flowing. And it's having a disastrous effect on everyone downstream. And that's where a large volume of our water has just disappeared.
This issue is a fine primer that will give you an idea of just how much moral and legal dexterity there is in the world of water. Floodplain harvesting is a practice that the New South Wales government itself has characterised as illegal. Almost all reputable legal professionals believe it's illegal. Yet the line the National Party and its allies are taking is essentially, well, technically it's not illegal, but pretty please, can you let us legalise it?
And when you've got towns
Yeah.
all the way down the
And they
Darling
did.
with no water, because the well-connected guys in the north can use their political persuasion to get water first and foremost. They can take first grab, they take the lot, they don't pay for it. And as we've proven if you look at the legal...
Like we talked about yesterday, we do this with all of our fucking resources. Why? Why are we just letting other countries take and sell our resources? We're selling our energy to companies overseas and then buying it back at a loss. We're letting our water get fucking stolen and sold. This is insane.
We've paid to have drafted. It's not complying with the Basin Plan or even the New South Wales Water Management Act. So you have to ask the question, why do these guys think they have the right to shut off water to communities like Brewarrina and all the downstream towns, Wilcannia, all the way to Wentworth? And why do they have the right to kill fish and to wipe out, indigenous
You don't need to shut up.
people's food supply and all the native animals?
I hope you feel better.
In order to understand the perspective of these cotton farmers, I sat down with Claire Miller, CEO of the New South Wales Irrigators Council and staunch defender of floodplain harvesting.
Yeah, this is
you're talking about.
This interview is insane. She's very mask off at parts of this.
On-farm storages, the reason there are so many on-farm storages in those northern valleys is because they don't have the great big public storages to catch the water and hold it and then distribute it out to everybody that they have down in the southern basin. So the farmers have been encouraged to put the storages on their properties so that,
But
when
who's
they
encouraging them?
That's been the government over the last, 30, 40 years? Yeah.
But it just seems like such a bad thing to encourage if it's like questionably legal.
Capitalism is working exactly as it's intended to. Pre-breakfast banana. Capitalism's end goal is to end up in oligarchy. And that's where we are. They're breaking the world, yes, but like it's not that capitalism isn't working. It's just, it is working. It's working as designed. And yes, Canada also buys Australia's water, by the way.
Legal.
No, wait a minute.
Questionably. I did say questionably.
Exactly, bulletproof
Read
bullet.
the quote from the DPIE. It's fairly...
One more time. I don't want to miss this because I was talking and part of this is interesting.
It just seems like such a bad thing to encourage if it's like questionably legal.
No, wait a minute.
Questionably. I did say questionably.
Read the
Huge debate.
Read the quote from the DPIE. It's fairly like...
And we can provide you with the press release.
No, that's just what the capitalists want to tell you.
Picking up, where there's ambiguity.
They want you to believe
it
that.
should be settled in favour of the...
Like,
we can go backwards and forwards.
Yeah, but to be fair, you were happy to go backwards and forth when you had legal advice that supported your argument. But then when the legal advice came back, it was hidden by Pavey and just released now, and it kind of quashes your argument. You're kind of appealing to end legal tit for tat. Like that's it. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?
We stand by our legal advice, but also equally others stand by their legal advice.
This legal advice that Claire is dismissing as ambiguous is internal department advice that states, on balance, and while not without doubt, we think the better view is that generally, the taking of water in the course of floodplain harvesting without an access licence from an unregulated river water source that is covered by a water sharing plan would constitute an offence.
Lord Fluffy Art, she looks like she's gonna take my eyeballs and cook them up in a pot and make a serum. Evil people look evil, mate. I've told you. On balance, while not without doubt, we think the better view is that generally the taking of water in the course of floodplain harvesting without an access license from an unregulated river water source that is covered by a water sharing plan would constitute an offense. I don't even think that you should be able to do this at all, like even with a license.
Also, there's comments from a department official acknowledging that it's illegal.
It's disgusting that water is a commodity.
Doors knows it's illegal. But even if I extended all the courtesy in the world and disregarded legal opinion and just pretended that floodplain harvesting was legal, is it right? Marianne Slattery is an ex-director of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Now she's a water researcher and director of water consultancy firm Slattery & Johnson. Her research was responsible for uncovering the huge proliferation of on-farm storages, i.e. floodplain harvesting facilities, finding that these storages had increased by 140% since 1994. Do you think that floodplain harvesting exacerbated the drought?
If you mean...
Do you mean salination or do you mean desalination, decoms? Because Israel doesn't desalinate. Neither do we don't have countries that do that on a mass scale because it's expensive. But floodplain harvesting isn't to give you drinking water. This is just corporations that steal the water to sell as a profit. It has nothing to do with using the water. This is other countries harvesting the water in Australia and selling them for their own profit, while Australia gets nothing from it. Except for I don't know, the fee that the license costs. Obviously, alchemy is pseudoscience, wishful thinking. I got all of that setting aside. I began learning about cross-cultural Turkey, Germany, medieval era, and some monarchies, Persian, and Europe. I mean, that stuff's interesting.
There's less water downstream and make the impact
I don't know how that's relevant.
Happen earlier and happen for longer downstream, then yes, absolutely. And nobody can argue that's not the case.
Do they really?
It's just a
How do they? They use our money. That's what I'm saying. How can they afford desalination like that? I imagined that they imported most of their usable water. Well, if they do desalination, then great. Australia doesn't need to do desalination. We have fresh water. We just need to stop letting foreign and private companies in general take it, stealing it, We need to stop commodifying natural resources like water, like air, like food.
Hydrological reality.
Or really decommodify everything, ideally.
And even if floodplain harvesting water occurred and it didn't get, got a part way down the river, wetted up a dry riverbank, maybe it doesn't get all the way to the end. The next time you get an event through, the riverbed's that much wetter, where the water gets that much further. So yes, it's just, that's not a controversial statement about whether floodplain harvesting exacerbates drought. Nobody could argue that otherwise.
I just still can't get over this point of like, if there's less water naturally going into the water because of climate change, why allow floodplain harvesting? That's naturally happened into the river for millions of years. Surely it knows where that water should go.
So you would have seen the photos of the last...
Yeah, the market works perfectly for the people that it's intended for. So,
flood.
Look at this.
Look
at this image.
March that went through Guarda, and you look at that landscape. Half of Moree is underwater.
Yeah.
The landscape is a sheet of water.
Yeah.
There's massive amounts going through, way more than anyone could possibly.
But again, declams, we don't need more water in Australia. We have the fresh water. We just need to stop letting private companies stealing it and selling it overseas.
Storages that they've got there.
It literally, it was illegal.
You can actually catch
when this video was made. This video was made 3 years ago. This practice was illegal, and yet it had been happening since, at the very least, 1970s, 1983 rather. So it's been illegal up until within the last 3 years, but it's been happening since 1983. Private companies stealing Australian water and selling it as a commodity.
Portion of the total volume of water that's going across that landscape.
Let's backtrack a little bit so I can hear the full sentence.
Massive amounts going through, way more than anyone could possibly catch in the storages that they've got there. It's always important just to understand how much you can actually catch as a proportion of the total volume of water that's going across that landscape.
This is them trying to minimize
to catch the water when it's in huge abundance, than to be trying to sort of squeeze it out of the rivers when it's drier. And you want it, the more.
Well, the Australian government sells licenses for this, so they get some money, but not anywhere near enough, and also they shouldn't do it anyway. Like, this is more of just a favor for other countries. Well, I sent in actually the law. You can have a look in that and see the cost, but I'll have a look while we watch.
From a cultural perspective, but surely not from an environmental perspective, because when you walk along those dry riverbeds, you do see a lot of skeletons of fish.
Yeah, but it never has.
Is that those dry riverbeds are occurring during drought periods. When it floods, they're not dry. Witness what's been happening in the last sort of eight weeks, actually since Christmas, when the thunderstorms first started to come through and this dry period first started to break properly. Those thunderstorms over Christmas in those northern tributaries got the Barwon-Darwin flowing again, which was just fantastic. And then we've had the follow-up floods that have kept it flowing.
The thing is, even after those massive flood events Claire's talking about, there's still not enough water downstream. Menindee is only two-thirds
farm runoff
full.
is really bad.
Most importantly, floodplain harvesting still happens in fairly dry periods. Now, this entire argument may seem somewhat abstract until you see how much water these cotton farms take, even legally. That's a cotton farm, green as it gets, and see the body of water next to it? That's a private dam. This farm is owned by a prominent National Party donor by the name of Peter Harris. In 2017, then National Party MP and New South Wales Primary Industries Minister Noel...
This is disgusting.
Blair lobbied hard to have the Barwon-Darling water sharing plan altered, all to retrospectively justify a decision his department made a year earlier to grant Harris extra water rights. The following year, Harris was charged with water theft for illegally extracting water from the Barwon and operating pumps without working meters. He was convicted for the former, but not for operating pumps without working meters. Here are his pumps. Enhance. Stop. Sure hope those meters are working, Peter. Even if they are, there's something off about that amount of cotton. But this is just one example we see on the way to Brewarrina. a northern basin town on the Barwon River that has been extremely affected by cotton farming. Brewarrina Mayor Phil O'Connor has seen
Water licensing costs. Here we go. Come on, come back here. Zero share, it's $834. Controlled allocation, $811. Specific purposes, no groundwater assessment required. Specific purposes, groundwater assessment required. That's $3,000. This application, like this, gives you the right to do specific things. I'll send this in, and you guys can have a look.
Seen the effects that cotton has had on his community. He doesn't seem to buy the line that the Irrigators Council and National
This
Allies are
isn't even
selling.
about affordable water. This is about water that should just exist, that's being taken, that's affecting farms, indigenous communities, and ecosystems downstream because they're taking the water upstream. The lack of water is a huge issue, but we're not talking about like water that you need to drink. This is just the existence of like a natural body of water that's being robbed for profit.
He reckons the place has seen better days. So when did this start deteriorating?
Yeah, when cotton came to the country.
Yeah?
Yep.
And when was that?
Oh, it was in the early 80s, late 70s, and probably earlier in some places. But the deterioration of these
We'll
river systems
commodify
and-
oxygen
and
soon.
I don't care who listens to it or whatever. And since that's happened, the greed... and
By the way, if you can't understand what he's saying, you're not alone. I can't either. Just read the subtitles.
But the deterioration of these river systems, and I don't care who listens to it or whatever. And since that's happened, the greed and the corruption of these rivers has just been filthy since that's happened.
Well, give me an
And-
idea of that.
Well,
what's the corruption look like?
Well, just the greed, and you just that goes with it a lot, is the corruption side of it. Because how much do some people want? You know, they might have a water allocation to grow, 300 hectares of crop, whatever that might be. And once people get a taste of how much wealth that can be obtained by having more and more and more of this crop, it just seems to get ingrained into them that they've got to have more. And a lot of people have
See, the
said
thing
to me,
is, a lot of these cotton farms both make money off of the cotton they grow, but also the water they steal.
and it's not me just saying this, but a lot of people in the past, they said, "You're only
Nah,
gotta
this is
grow one
Australia
crop of cotton
pre-breakfast
and-"
ban. We don't do that here. Australians are too, it's difficult to get Australians that riled up.
And that person's changed forever. And I tell you what, I've seen that.
What does that mean?
I wish.
Well, where people probably before they got involved in how much money you can make for doing so little.
Yeah.
And with the detriment to everything around and the community's all, along this river system of what you can just gain and get out of it. Of course, it costs a lot of money to do that as well, but to what the benefit is out of it and, the spruik of the amount of money that people make these days out of growing cotton has just been the detriment to these rivers, and it's just so obvious living on them all your life, and there's probably not too many that have got
It's
the
just
guts to
so
say that. But
sad.
anyway, I'll say it, and I don't care that I do.
Having just flown over hectares upon hectares of green cotton farms, now flying over the lakes that were once dubbed the Kakadu of the South, it's really hard to
What's a
sympathise
Kakadu?
with the perspective of multi-millionaire cotton irrigators. To keep the cotton fields green, the Menindee lakes have become green from blue-green algae.
Ah, I
Water
see.
rarely gets down to Menindee, but when it does, well, it's drained. Why? So more water can go to the environment. Get that logic? No one does. But that's the Ouroboros thinking that infests water policy.
Wait,
logic?
what?
No one does.
Come back.
So more water.
Okay. Breakdown of Menindee Lake water releases, July to September 2016. 44 gallons to Lower Darling irrigators, 24 gallons to environmental watering, evaporation loss 100 gallons. So essentially what they're doing here is they're just like, give me like a little bit of the water for me to like throw over there, but you can have all the rest of it. I think like a plum or a berry. If you've got algal blooms, you've got excess nutrients in the water.
Can
That's
go to the
true.
environment. Get that logic? No one does. But that's the Ouroboros thinking that infests water policy in this country. Badger Bates is a Barkanji elder who's had more experience with the basin than any of the city-based politicians running it, and he's not afraid to be vocal in his criticisms.
I gotta pee real quick, and then we'll listen to the vocal criticisms of what I expect to be an incredibly based man. Okay, I just want you all to understand something really, really quickly. If you live in Australia and you're watching this, what we're looking at is effects that are created by the Nationals Party. The Nationals are the ones that do this. In Parliament, the Nationals and the Liberals work very closely together. If you don't like this, then don't vote for the Liberals, vote for Labour. Don't vote for Green, because Green won't do anything to fix it. You can put Green too, but vote Labour 1 if you want anything done. Beyond this, this issue is both a Liberal and a Labour problem. Neither side have done anything to fix it. It's been going on since the 70s. However, the Liberals are actively working with the people that are in favor of this. When I was growing hydroponic plants, I used to let the excess runoff sit in a tub, grow algae, and that way I'd dump it down the drain, and it was already depleted of nutrients. That's interesting. Hydroponic plants, eh? Like plants, or are we talking plants?
All the water up here, and it's not just from these rivers that have been dammed with Maureen and all that. Floodplain harvesting is still killing this part. This is the Barker, right? The Darling River. So you need more water to come in, okay? It's just like this table. If I got this table and it was clay and I put a mark down like that, then draw all the rivers up here and put this mark down, there is other little tributaries that come in, little creeks, we call them out here, and you put all the little marks on this table, on this piece of paper, and you put water and lift it, it'll all run into one little place. And that's what's happening with the floodplain harvesting, because they're taking all the water from the river and killing this river, nothing breeds much. And if you got something dead, that's where you get blue-green algae, because it's not moving, right?
So these algae blooms are not good. There's good algae blooms and there's bad algae blooms. There are algae blooms that deplete oxygen, that deplete nutrients, and there's algae blooms that produce nutrients.
That what's happening to the basin is the natural state of affairs and unpreventable, pointing out how long and well the Barker has survived, up until now.
Megafauna is at Menindee. Again, you know, these giant kangaroos. Yeah. So it's there.
Yeah.
It's proven again that the Barker is there. Then if you go up the river from Vulcania, up around the Tilpa, before you get to Berg, again, in the Barker itself, we are finding
Let me pull up
fossils
a map for that one.
Snakes and crocodiles and all that, and giant emus in the Barker. We can't say where the name is because people are going to collect, but they're in the Barker. And
Wait, hold on. People have done a clip. Okay. It's because Australians get really mad about Uluru.
It's all there.
I think that's what that's about.
Pretty much, it's just evidence that the water system has stayed intact for at least 100,000 years, probably millions. And then in 10 years, it's pretty much dead.
It's gone.
Badger's right. Ecologists contend that because of the overuse of water, areas of the basin are grappling with an ecological step change.
So every ecosystem needs a certain amount of resilience. So Australian ecosystems, natural ecosystems, they've evolved to withstand our extremes of floods. And
It's
droughts, for
incredibly
example. So-
wild to me that Australia is incredibly strict on what you can bring in to the country, both food, animals, seeds, any of that, because, you know, they're worried about the environment. Yet when it comes to private companies inside the country, then you can wreck the environment all you want. You're not even allowed to, like if you're a hunter, you're not allowed to kill an indigenous Australian animal without a specific license for it. But private companies, they can drain all the water and kill entire communities like that. That's fine.
One drought or one flood is not going to wipe out a healthy, resilient ecosystem. So ecologists talk about resilience. So you need enough resilience so you can, you know, sort of take a few hits in your ecosystem, and your ecosystem can recover. When you have an ecological step change, it's when one of these shocks, like a drought, wipes it out, and so we're no longer getting that recovery back when we get the good times with water. So, for example, in Narran Lake,
You can hunt, you just can't kill native Australian animals without like a special license.
you know, that's used to a sort of boom or bust, drought and flood sort of system. You've got vegetation there that all of the
And if you're indigenous, it's different.
birds and fish and frogs, etc., rely on. And you know, when you've got water there, they grow, they seed, the seeds drop back into the soil. The water goes away. The seeds are there for the next boom cycle. The seed bank's been destroyed. So if it can only survive 5 years or 7 years without water, and it's gone too long without water, next time you get water there aren't the seeds there, the stuff doesn't grow.
Americans would be fucking shocked at like if I asked an American, how any of you really, how you would feel if you had to do a like what is it, is it a welcome to country it's called, or a acknowledgement of country before like anything. So here, right, let's say you're gonna watch the footy game, you're watching, I don't know, Australian football. Before the game starts, there's a acknowledgement of country and welcome, which is we show respect for the elders of this land, whichever like tribe of land whose land you're on. You acknowledge them, you thank their elders, their past and present, and you acknowledge that this is their land and that you're just on it. Americans would lose their fucking minds if they had to do anything like that. Are you kidding me? Like, I acknowledge that we're on Cherokee land, and I would like to thank all of the Cherokee like elders, both past, present, and future. And I would like to. It would never happen. They would start an uprising. Call it woke shit. But that is like everything here. I went to a university graduation where they have to do that. Government officials, anytime, it always happens. Americans would hate it.
Everything that relies on it collapses. And you've got a changed ecosystem now. And something else will replace it.
That's
but
pretty
it's not
cool.
going to be the same thing that was there before.
The strange thing about this destruction is that it's quite a historical anomaly, in that this conflict between floodplain harvesters and everyone else is not going down as some David versus Goliath battle between industry and the environment. The majority of industry is on the side of the environment. Most of Australia's agriculture sector is being hurt by the Nationals' completely lopsided favouring of the cotton industry over every other type of produce. In the 2019 New South Wales state election, Helen Dalton broke decades of coalition incumbency to win the Southern Riverina seat of Murray from the Nationals. This was on the back of the Nationals.
No, I know they're not
abandoning their
benign. I do remember the Fairy Creek protest. That was that the one in, no wait, no, I might be thinking about the wrong one. That's in Vancouver. I was thinking about the one in North Dakota.
base of Aussie.
Not gonna lie, I clicked on the stream because I saw that someone got slapped. I mean, I don't remember anyone getting slapped, but welcome, Peach Pie Lord. We're learning about how private companies steal water from Australia and sell it to have a profit. and then kill like native wildlife and ecosystems.
Farmers and rural communities in favour of cotton farmers and foreign investors. I think the numbers were something along the lines of $2 billion worth of cotton that's mostly getting exported overseas anyway, for $25 billion worth of agricultural damage downstream. And that's food.
That's food,
yeah.
So are you witnessing this in your electorate that is actually messing with Australia's food security now?
Well, yes, Peach Pie Lord,
Absolutely.
that's true. But, you know, we have an election coming up here, and I'm talking about this. We're going to get into American politics in a bit. I just wanted to talk about this for a bit.
Well, we're going into a rice harvest.
This is a
now.
3-year-old video, too. Like, this isn't new. It's just fucked in every way. Slapped is a euphemism. Oh, you mean like I banned somebody? Yeah.
Yeah.
We've actually run out of Australian rice.
What?
We did. But you've got to see, you know, within our electorate, we have a lot of processing too. So that rice gets
We
processed.
export the
Well,
cotton.
You saw
I'm
job
pretty
losses
sure.
in Leeton and Deniliquin. There's a couple of hundred job losses. Those people leave town. I mean, the impact on communities is huge because of the processing. The same with dairy. I mean, we've had, I think there was 70 odd dairies around Deniliquin. I think we're now about 20. And so that people leave. We've lost breeding stock. When people leave, kids leave their schools, gives the government an excuse to downgrade our services, not, you know, downgrade the hospital, you know, the education, you know, there's a...
Yeah,
usually,
idiots do.
Kids leave and say you miss out on
Bulletproof
educational
bullet.
opportunities that you would have in a bigger school.
Oh, so it's not even just the money that is getting lost in terms of farm production and the job loss, but also then the government says, well, there's just not a population here,
bad
so
luck.
you lose grants.
Yeah, bad luck.
Really?
Yeah, so now, oh no, well, you don't need that now because your school was once 800 kids and now you're only 200. And I know at Finley High, the decline in kids at
This
the high
shit's
school
fucking
has been
evil.
enormous in the last probably 15, 20 years.
The idiots are a majority of the world. Bulletproof bullet, again, like, most people are stupid. Most Americans can't read above a 6th grade level. I'd be willing to apply that to the vast majority of the world at this point.
Same with Deniliquin. So it's just hardship for communities. And then on one hand, the government talks about decentralisation and all of that's, you know, and then in the next hand, they're kind of kicking everyone in the guts. So
Like shelling it, getting rid of all the infrastructure that could even hold up a population to begin with.
don't spend the money in the out in the bush. Let's just all centralise it. But they talk about decentralisation. So
Okay, I looked it up. Pre-breakfast banana, we sell the cotton to India and China. And in 2019, a South Australian senator tried to stop that and failed. So,
talk's cheap.
One of the measures Dalton immediately attempted to introduce was water register, a common sense mechanism that would show who and what owns water in this country. It would bring transparency and shine a light on the players manipulating the water market. So common sense that the king of common sense, Alan Jones, came out swinging for it.
Helen Dalton is a farmer and she won a seat at Parliament at the last election on the basis of water with a swing of over 24%. She has put a bill to the New South Wales Parliament where she seeks transparency on the ownership of water. She wants a register of all those who own water or
I
whose
want a
families
register of
own
this.
water, in particular in relation to politicians, and that is going to be defeated by the Berejiklian government.
yeah.
Now,
As in, like, the one good thing they could have done, even that they wouldn't do. And Berejiklian had to step down for corruption anyway, so.
we have an outfit in this country called Duxton Water. You can Google them. Duxton.
This is the fucking conservatives.
A handkerchief of land, but they own most of the water, and they sell it to farmers when it suits them at whatever inflated price they choose to levy.
I'm gonna give you guys a hot take here. Both Peach Pie Lord and Pre-Breakfast Banana. Boycotts and protests don't work unless everyone does them. Unless you get like a collective of millions to do it. Even the protest against Israeli products didn't work because the whole world needs to be on board. Strikes work when you don't go to work, you know, when you deny them your labor. But boycotts don't work unless everybody is on board.
Upon the farmer. And this is called a fair dinkum Australia? I don't think so.
It's not fair
The importance
dinkum.
of the bill is coupled
Fair
with the
dinkum
fact
is not what
mentioned
this
earlier.
is.
Foreign traders don't have to pay capital gains on the money they make
Oh
trading
yeah,
Australia.
I forgot about that too. If you're a foreign company, you also don't have to pay capital gains tax on the money you make from stealing and selling our water.
In water. Yet Aussie farmers do.
You know, we've got some very, very bright kids that want to have a go, want to buy water and land and farm and produce food.
If there's a strong enough push for enough people to boycott, it works. However, none of the boycotts on Israel have actually worked. People still do them. I still like engage in them, but it doesn't work because a lot of people don't do. More than half of like America specifically now goes out of their way to buy like Israeli products. Didn't like a bunch of Twitch streamers get banned for saying that like eating Saba hummus, the Israeli brand of hummus, was like, you're not invited to the Muslim cookout, and they were banned for anti-Semitism. Like it's divestment boycott, those are amazing lawful tools, yes, but they don't work because not enough people do them. They would work if you got enough people to do it, but they don't. Ah, yes, the Arab Jew tier list. I thought that was just I don't think it was called the Arab Jew tier list. I think it was hold on. It was called something else, wasn't it? This is what we need. Acknowledge what isn't working so we can do some real action. It was hummus, not hummus. Yeah, well, it was hummus. It was literally saying like, you shouldn't buy Frogan was saying that if you buy the Israeli brand of hummus, then you are like at the bottom of the tier list. Well, I don't think that wait, hold on. They were not doing Arabs versus Israelis. Hold on. Frogan tier list picture. Give me a photo. I want a photo. Okay, here we go. Got Frogan on Twitter. Give me the live recording.
Clap so that you can make sure that.
Okay. Arab loves Sabra. Okay, I understand what you mean now. So the top was you are like Arab, and the bottom isn't Jewish or Israeli. It's pro-Jewish Israeli. Actually, sorry, never mind. Pro-Israeli. You can't conflate Jews and Israel. That's anti-Semitism. I only just did that now because I'm so used to having to separate them. Yes, this was seen as a dog whistle. This is not a dog whistle. This, like, banning them for this was Islamophobia, in my opinion. Because they're not saying, like, the bottom of the tier list here is you're in favor of the genocide. It's not you're bad because you're Jewish. That's not what this, like, said. But, I mean, like, it is what it is. Islamophobia is okay. You're allowed to be Islamophobic as much as you want. But, you know, any criticism of Israel is immediately anti-Semitic. I walk into halal shops around here for years, never been turned away, mistreated, good small businesses. Yeah. Arab at the top, blah, blah, blah. It was a stupid thing to do. Don't get me wrong. Like that whole thing was dumb as fuck in the like media environment that we're in. They shouldn't have done that. But was it specifically a dog whistle? No. By being coded in what they were saying, people interpreted it that way. Yeah. Like it didn't look good. It was stupid, but it wasn't what it was claimed to be. It drove Twitch away from politics in general. I mean, I wouldn't know. I only use Twitch to stream. I don't watch streamers on here.
Behind the eight ball because of these, you know, foreign interests, and that could be foreign governments too, owning our water, trading the water, and not paying tax.
Yeah.
And they do.
The fact that they don't pay tax fucking infuriates me. You don't even pay taxes.
Earlier, foreign traders don't have to pay capital gains on the money they make trading Australian water. yet Aussie farmers do.
You know, we've got some
Hey,
very,
Pop
very
Shopski.
bright kids that want to have a go, want to buy water and land and farm and produce food. They're behind
Oh,
the
is that
eight-
why I don't get much ads revenue? That might be why. Look, I need to get my own domain up anyway.
ball because of these, you know, foreign interests, and that could be foreign governments too, owning our water, trading the water and not paying tax.
And they do.
And they
This
do.
isn't theoretical. They do
No,
do
they
this.
do.
Yeah.
We've asked the ATO and they go, no, they don't have to. And of course, Minister Pavey approves those licences. And that she should be letting know or talking to the Australian Tax Office and saying, hey, look at this, there's a bit of a gap here. We're giving all these foreigners a free kick. To
Yeah, Switch splash screens me with frat bots doing bong rips playing games. Fuck off of those people. Just follow me and follow Hassan on here. Pop Shepsky, if your Belarusian friend from work is blinded by Russian propaganda, just try and get them to watch me more often, I guess. Or also Hassan or Vosh or Kyle Kalinske or The Majority Report, or just introduce them to left-wing media slowly. I might be a good place to start because I don't come off as much of like a dem woke lefty as some people do, but you know, neither does Vosh, neither does Kyle Kalinske. Hassan and The Majority Report, they probably would come off that way and might not pass the filter, but it doesn't look like advertisers withdrew from Twitch, but Twitch took steps to demonetize the ad money that wasn't going to controversial streams. That's fucked up. Fuck these people. No wonder I get like no ad revenue anymore.
the detriment of our own. Let's look after our own.
Also,
But that's not,
speaking of, please like and
I don't know
subscribe.
why they don't do it.
Despite how common sense
Jump
this
on
bill
YouTube
sounds
and drop
how
me a like
popular it
there
was
too.
amongst, I don't know, everyone.
It helps.
It faced fierce opposition from the Nationals, but only after it faced even fiercer opposition from the New South Wales Irrigators Council.
You know Helen Dalton's State Water Register. Why are you against it? It just seems like such a good idea.
Yeah, if you guys get me 500 followers on YouTube, I can start getting monetized on there too.
I've watched the water market, how it works, pretty closely, and some of the behaviours of some of the big brokers and companies involved in all of that. So I think what she's proposed.
Yeah, well, at this point, I'm just gonna turn the ads off then. If like literally like, hold on. In the last 30 days, I've gained $0 from ads. Zero, nothing. They gave me nothing from ads at all. And I know that like, I don't have enough subscribers for all of you to be skipping ads through subs, and I have not been getting turbo. So I'm turning ads off now. Fuck that. Bite me.
Goes beyond.
Thank you.
Is basically
Bulletproof bullet.
Put a lot of our mum and dad farms at risk.
Oh, that's because I'm not monetized on YouTube, so you won't get any ads. And yeah, you know, genuinely, the fact that I'm at 238 followers, I started streaming on Twitch in August. That's wild to me. You guys are awesome. Thank you, by the way, for supporting and watching. And yeah, no more ads. Fuck them.
Some of these big brokers and things who, basically they'll know what they own, they'll know what they grow, they'll be on the phone manipulating and trying to badger them. And and our membership, we are through this is what's the message that's come up from our membership, is that they don't want it to be a simple thing of like, you just type in Claire Miller and it pops up everything that Claire Miller owns in water, which, by the way, for the record, I do not own any water entitlements before that conspiracy gets going.
I don't know.
And I never have.
What's this?
There's already the two registers.
Sorry?
There's already the two registers.
And there's already a water register which is searchable, no different to a
They
property
don't care.
register, where if you have
That's the thing.
the
They
property
make
number,
this
you can
bureaucracy
pay.
in a way that it looks like it's all tip-top shape. Sorry, I keep dropping my stim toy, which is like a little spinny ring. They make this bureaucracy, they set it up in such a way that it looks like they're fixing an issue. It looks like things are, at the very least, like regulated, but they're not. They just pretend to do this. Like we do this everywhere too. We do this in America regularly.
you can
Look
find,
at look at
find out all
Elon
you
Musk
want
and
to know.
Doge. That is this.
Just pause it here. The register Claire's talking about is not searchable by name. You need to quote a specific license number, and irrigation corporations aren't on it.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, so like even the registry is bullshit. I write in chat because I feel bad that I keep pausing the video while you guys are watching, and so sometimes I just want to like respond to somebody, but I don't want to do that. I had ads set up to be auto like play, and it was supposed to be like a minute ad every hour. Gitti? What?
It's really not much use, is it?
$25 to get property titles. It's no different in the water register.
Right.
So it's
Fuck
already,
Bezos. I mean, that's what it is.
You can find out anything you want if you want to pay.
They hate poor people.
For it.
Just like everyone else.
Go
It's
through the conspiracy
Amazon.
theories?
Yeah, sure.
It's
Go
the
for it.
wealthy. They hate
Why
you.
not?
And me.
Because, like, really, like when you look at it, with water register and floodplain harvesting, it seems like the National Party just takes your guys' recommendations. From like a really superficial glance, which is all I can do, it just looks like that they kind of just take your guys' advice on that, and that kind of becomes what their policy is.
Well, if you're sort of saying that somehow we all sit around in some basement smoking cigars and drinking whiskey and cooking up...
That is what I'm saying.
Literally, like, it's so easy to tell when someone is lying and deflecting. Oh, so like you're saying that we are a secret like deep state organization? No, I'm saying that you have direct links to these people and they do what you tell them to do. But immediately answering this with, oh, so you think that we're, I don't know, doing shady backroom deals and trying to make it seem as fucking like ridiculous conspiracy as much as she can to get anyone who's actually listening to question. They do this all the time. Vernacular infection, get it? I walked past Amazon office a few Christmas ago. I didn't catch a cheery, positive holiday vibration of any sort. True. Are you going to cover any Reagan stuff today? I'm going to cover America stuff today.
no, we don't.
Result of Reaganite shit.
An apolitical advocacy group. We maintain good relationships right across the whole political spectrum.
Well,
we don't. So no, we are not puppets of the National Party, but neither are they our puppets.
No, I think that they're your guys.
Yeah. That's what I was. They're your puppets, you fucking bitch. It's so easy to listen to them, to look at their face and see that they're lying.
We are not puppets of the National Party, but neither are they our puppets.
No, I think that they're your guys.
We don't have that much influence.
Right. Well, what are the areas that you guys oppose the National Party in when it comes to water policy? Can you give me some examples of what? No, I'm not being unfair and cutting off an answer. Claire couldn't give an example of where the National Party opposes the Irrigators Council. All right, I'll play the rest just to be fair.
Give me example. I mean, sorry, on the water register, for example, where there's been very broad support across groups to keep the water register as it is now, and also for the ACCC review into water markets, which has also got recommendations around ways to improve transparency and water registers and so forth. So that's what we're relying on, is recommendations from the ACCC on how to make the water market work better and have greater transparency and so forth.
But they're pretty much the only ones that oppose it though, right?
I haven't.
Like politically. They're really the only ones that oppose Helen Dalton's water registry, right?
Well, I didn't see the Labor Party rushing to vote for it.
They did, didn't they?
Yes, they did, by the way. Again, another reason you should vote Labour, because at the very least, they want to fix this. Now, they're in power right now. Can they? No, they cannot. Dude rolled a 20 in charm. Who? Friendly Geordies?
Yeah, they did.
I'm not sure where they landed.
They did. Because the Helen Dalton's selling point for the last by-election was based on.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. That's,
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
No, I'd have to check as well, yeah.
But, no.
Yeah, look, that's how open and that they lie, that they don't even really know. They don't look into this shit. They just have their lies ready. Oh, well, I didn't see the Labour Party vote for it. The Labour Party did vote for it. You didn't even check because you don't care.
Our members made it very clear that they did not support what Helen Dalton was proposing. We're a membership-based organisation. Our policy is developed through our members.
Claire's probably right, but the reason she's right, well, it'd kind of be better for her if she were wrong. As I've been informed that the New South Wales irrigators have been hemorrhaging members. Downstream irrigators have been leaving the New South Wales Irrigators Council.
Because Parliament is split. We are not like America. We're not a two-party system, IDK, how to play. The Australian Parliament has several different parties in it. And at the moment, the Green Party pretends to be the progressive one, often blocks anything Labor tries to do. For example, in this coming election, there are going to be Liberals are going to be claiming that the Labor Party did nothing the entire time that they were in power, which is true, but not because they didn't try, because every single bill they attempted to pass, bar one, was blocked by the Greens voting with the Liberals against Labor, so they can't do anything. It blocked housing policy. It blocked National Disability Insurance Scheme policy. It blocked environmental policy. The Greens are the reason why Labor can't get anything done. But also the structure of a parliamentary system makes it much more difficult that a ruling party can just make a decision. The opposition still has power. We call the opposition's leader the shadow prime minister, for example. Australian politics is just weird. That's why.
Droves further concentrated.
And also the Nationals are a specific party in the north of the country, the northeast of the country specifically, like Queensland, Northern Territory, Northern New South Wales. And they are a key player in this. They're the ones that push for this, and they work very closely with the Liberals, who are also benefiting from the Greens. Therefore, now there's a coalition that's preventing Labor from being able to make changes.
Membership of the organisation in the camp of
Does that
northern
make
cotton
sense?
farmers who would naturally be more opposed to this transparency.
I kind of heard from southern irrigators that there's a bit of a civil war happening, and that's affecting your guys' membership because they're kind of breaking away.
No,
is that
not
what
the
you
case
think's
at all.
happening?
No, again, I spent a lot of time down in the Southern Basin, and we have many Southern Basin members.
Well, how much? What's the
well.
divide between northern and southern irrigators? Do you
No,
think
no
in
worries.
membership? Do you think that you're weighted towards
No,
northern irrigators?
No, we're not. When we go through our levy base,
Yes, you are.
No, we're not. We have had a couple of members break away for various reasons, but we still have many levy payers and member organisations in the Southern Basin as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it's just quite comfortable. We fully represent the whole basin.
Despite assurances to the contrary, the political establishment's abandonment of downstream irrigators is a pervasive message you hear any time you speak to farmers in the south.
Well, the Irrigators Council is certainly the people that are...
Oh, well, that's because that's he's a comedian. This guy's a comedian. He just also does politics-related news. But they firebombed his house because he outed the gambling industry's relation to a person sitting in government. And then that government official sued him for defamation, used the terrorist task force to arrest his editor, kill his dog, or his editor's dog, and then kept him in court for a while. And then also he lost the court case because anything that the MP says in Parliament cannot be used in a court of law because they have parliamentary privilege. So even though there was evidence of the guy saying things that would make it not defamation, we're not able to be shown because you're not allowed to show that because of parliamentary privilege. And to be fair, don't judge how people sit. You can be nonchalant. It's relaxing.
That sit on Irrigators Council are supposed to represent their part of the world. And what we found on Irrigators Council was certainly weighted very heavily to the northern irrigators. Mm. And I know that because I used to sit on Irrigators Council. Mm. And there's a few people that have got a lot of money and a lot of influence, and they'll infiltrate these organisations and to get what they want. to be heard.
So is that-
they're lobbying, and they would be lobbying. They would be. I would think they would be giving money to the National Party, or the coalition, either from in the federal arena, and then somehow that gets divvied up, because there are some rules in state, and giving lots of money to these groups such as New South Wales Farmers, New South Wales Irrigators Council, all those to make sure that they get heard.
Remember, when this was being filmed 3 years ago, there was a debate on the legality of this, but this had been going on since 1970. It's been illegal for decades.
And make sure they get their way. And they have over the years. Yeah.
Do you think that is it a fair assessment to say that the National Party has kind of left southern New South Wales to the wolves and they're heavily favouring northern New South Wales?
I would think so. And you've only got to be in those towns where, you know, our health
I don't care how to play.
services
I don't see a difference in it.
Continue to decline.
Just how you sit. If I had my chair, I don't know, reclined a bit more, would that be too unserious that like I feel like I'm not professional? I don't know.
They're spending a fair bit of money in National Party seats up there. And almost in some cases.
I don't like it, but
particularly even in John Barilaro's seat, where it's almost gold plated, and we're desperate for a few things in our.
Barilaro's the one that sued him.
In our seat.
Behind the scenes, what you find is very wide, broad agreement that's then not helped by, say, media.
I suppose
narratives
I can see in an interview, but
some political quarters that would rather try and say, "Oh no, we're all hopelessly divided," because that's just not what our experience has been.
If somebody's given them a whole lot of money to advocate for them, that party has.
I do see your point.
Then they're beholden to that group. So these political donations, I think we have to really have a look at because they're influencing.
This looks normal. They don't look like he's not in this interview. He's sitting normally. It is a minor gripe at most. I know. I don't particularly think the way that you sit should matter all that much. I don't know. So neurodivergent people sit weird. If the other person doesn't demand respect, they don't deserve it. You don't demand respect. You earn respect. Like if I was interviewing someone that I didn't respect, I'm not going to act like I respect them.
Policy, it's random policy. It's like for select groups. You've only got to see that with how, DPI Water don't consult with people in the south, even though we're stakeholders in water. They exclude us, and it's deliberate.
And I will refuse to leave, and I'll continue filming that, and then I'll put it online of you refusing an interview and making me security pull me out and make me leave because you didn't like how I was sitting. That would be the video. That would be the interview. It would make you look terrible.
It's deliberate. So they consult with their friendly people that want something and rubber stamp everything, and that includes Irrigators Council. Oh yeah, they said that.
It'd be a base
Council
video.
Represent everyone. No, they don't. They do not at all. They certainly don't represent communities.
No, they represent the rich people, like everything else.
And a lot of organisations in the south that were sitting around that table with them have pulled out.
Really?
Well, they spend a lot of money to sit at the table and not getting anything for it. So why sit there?
Why bother?
And when I used to be there, I'd say, oh my God, why are these organisations spending so much money when giving it to New South Wales Irrigators Council to beat us up and not represent us? Why would we do that?
Helen Dalton's support centres around the agricultural mecca of Griffith. Along with the usual problems downstream towns struggle with, Griffith is facing a unique health crisis, potentially spurred on by water mismanagement. Griffith has 7 times the rate of motor neuron disease compared to the national average. It's also recently been dealing with
There's a lot of places in Australia that have large groups that have specific illnesses based off of very specific chemicals and or toxins that are in the environment because of corporations. You just look like an unserious prick of a politician who thinks he's better than the constituency, and it would a clip that grinds you up in the news. Yeah, exactly.
Fish kills and blue-green algae blooms.
I would love that.
A lake.
Please, then the first time I ever interview a politician, please let that happen.
Shortages. sometimes becomes the town's water's local lake. A lake which, due to shortages, sometimes becomes the town's water source. Tanya Magocci is a Griffith resident who suffers from motor neuron disease and reckons there's a connection.
You look at all the clusters, there's one here, there's one in Coffs Harbour, and then you look at the clusters overseas, all the clusters are with blue-green algae, all of them.
Right. So what
And
is
so,
it?
like
What-
you said,
what do they
bulletproof
think the
bullet.
link is?
The algae blooms can provide nutrients if they're let to sit, but they end up being drank by the people because there's no other water left. The water flow gets cut off by the floodplain harvesters, by the cotton farmers upstream, leaving these algae blooms in these small sources of water that is left for drinking water. And then these people drink the algae like filled water and then they get sick. What do you wait. You can't use it or I sue him. Second, what politician in the West especially lack gravitas and attitude that a leader should have? I'm not his homie. You can't sue him for anything like that. Like, take him out of it. Pretend that I'm the one interviewing you and you're the politician and that exact scenario happens. There's nothing you can sue for.
Between the two.
The blue-green algae.
I would film them and then they'd look like an asshole. I think you guys are missing the point. If you as a politician are refusing an interview with somebody because, I don't know, they're sitting like this, nonchalant, and you're like, no, I'm not going to, you're like, get the fuck out of my office, I'm calling security, I would film that and I would put that online, and then you would lose your next election because you would look like a little bitch boy. In America or Australia, the two countries that I am currently like, I mean, I always talk about America, but right now we're talking about Australia. In either of these countries, nothing you can sue for.
He attacks our neurons and kills them in our brain.
From the drinking water?
From even breathing.
In the two.
So again, back to this. The algae blooms in the water that's left over because the water flow gets cut off. These people have to drink it and then they get sick.
What do they think the link is between the two?
The blue-green algae.
I sway side to side. Is that unprofessional?
Algae attacks our neurons and kills them in our brain.
Yeah.
From the drinking water?
From even breathing it in. In my household, we don't touch the town water. Everything's bottled. The only thing we use is to shower, but...
Even then you close your mouth.
Yeah. But they don't.
Brushing our teeth or bottled water.
That's the issue, is they don't.
But then again, I suppose it doesn't really matter if you're just breathing it in anyway.
Yep.
Brutal.
Despite there being simple and
the
cheap
spores are what they're breathing in. That's what she just said.
measures that
It's
can be
fucked.
taken to study and prevent the situation from deteriorating further, the response from the New South Wales and local government has bordered on apathetic to hostile.
When you talk to, I'm guessing like local council.
It's insane.
What's their response? When
Okay,
it talks about motor neuron disease and the fish kill, what do they say?
Okay, so we brought down the #1 professor who works with motor neuron disease. We brought down the 2 researchers for motor neuron disease down to Griffith. We called a meeting for all council workers, for the boat people to come. The council came, they lasted not even halfway through the meeting, got up and walked out.
What do you mean
Of course they
walked
did.
out?
They got up and walked out of the meeting and left.
Not because they were busy or something. They were
No, because they didn't like what the scientists were saying.
On top of this, the New South Wales government is
That sounds pretty familiar, you know, just ignoring science because it gets in the way of business and profit. She's calling for $2 million from the New South Wales government, less than $3 million in motor neuron disease funding provided by the Victorian government.
continually refused requests to fund a study.
Victorian government gives them $4 million a year for research.
Uh-huh.
So I've asked our government to match them.
Mm.
Match Victoria government, give us $4 million.
Mm.
No, we get zero. Absolutely
nothing.
You don't think it's the fact that if they do prove the link, then all of a sudden they're like liable for cases?
Yeah.
Definitely. But us... as
Specifically, by the way, it wouldn't just be the corporations liable for the disease, it would be the state, because the state would have been ignoring this. The state would have been giving the licenses away. So this would result in lawsuits to both the state and the corporations, class action lawsuits, of course, from all over the country. They don't want to prove this to be real.
Patients, like I have support groups, right? Us as patients and us and all the carers, we don't care about suing anyone. We care about finding out what causes our disease so we can fucking find a treatment. Instead of telling our patients, sorry, you got motor neurone disease, go home, you're going to die within 1 to 3 years. There's nothing I can do for you. Like,
that's
at least
what happens.
We just want to have some hope, for fuck's sake. You know, give us something. We don't care about suing and all that kind of shit. We just want to find out what's going on.
Tanya has become so fed up with the lack of action that she's been doing the government's work for them.
Again, there's things like this all over the country. There's old mines that existed 50 years ago that closed down because of toxic chemicals, that leak toxic chemicals into the water supply of towns nearby these mines, giving people like generations of like neuron degenerative diseases. It's fucked up. And the Australian government doesn't acknowledge that because then they would have to do something about it.
Regularly collecting urine samples from motor neuron disease sufferers and
all
making
of this
the
comes from
7-hour
industry,
trip to
capitalism.
Sydney to drop the urine off to Macquarie Uni neuroscientist Jules Gearman.
But even like the collection, like I had to collect anyone that's used the lake. So I called out for people to give me urine samples, which is not nice, but I collected them all. Right, I sent out the tubes. On one morning I collected them all. I had to drive them all the way to Sydney to get it to Jill's within 24 hours. Right, so you could
Pressure's
test them.
on, yeah.
And I did that out of my own back because they've got no money to do it. And he's doing it, not getting paid. And I just think that's wrong.
And still, possibly the scariest fact about all of this is that the council does not alert the people of Griffith when water from
There
Lake
has been
Wylangan
no access from the MIA's main canal for almost 2 months. Griffith's town water supply is struggling. Combination of unseasonably dry weather and the canal's $15 million refurbishment has seen the city tap into unplanned caches of drinking water at Yenda and Lake Wingan to keep the city hydrated. Lake Wingan South currently has an amber blue-green algae alert, which means algae might be multiplying in numbers, but it does not restrict domestic use. It's like they are actively doing nothing.
possibly tainted from blue-green algae.
It's like they're actively doing it on purpose. They're not, but
when there's blue-green algae bloom out here.
Oh, so we've heard.
Right, and we're not told when they give it to our fucking taps in our water, but we turn our taps. We turn the taps on and it's fully brown and it stinks, and we take photos of it and send it to council. Oh yeah, sorry, we had to take water from the lake. But how about you tell us beforehand?
Unfortunately, motor neuron disease
This
is
is
far
like
from the
worse
only
than
health
Flint,
crisis that
Michigan.
appears to be exacerbated by water mismanagement.
The Murrumbidgee Health Region, which is from here down to the Murray River, has a high suicide rate in Australia. And that's just not to be ignored. You know, the mental health issues with people under extreme stress. I mean, you know, farmers that have had properties handed down to them by generations and through no fault of their own have had the water turned off. You know, and they've invested in irrigation systems or dairies and they don't have any water to grow grass, and they just going broke, and it kills them. You know, it's just too embarrassing for them to handle. It's worse than that. I know plenty of blokes that are killed in single vehicle accidents just drive into a tree because they want their wife to still get the insurance.
Really?
Yeah,
that's so fucking sad.
They're not considered a suicide. It's a car accident.
No.
But they want their wife to still get the insurance. I mean, that is the level of concern. Blokes are watching their mates, you know, closely, because farmers are pretty proud people, and they don't want to be embarrassed, you know, by being forced off the land.
Aaron, Batgaz isn't here right now, but, you know, we were talking about the UK farmers and supporting them when they're complaining about stuff that will help them. Support these farmers.
Blame do you put on the crop cotton?
It's not so much the crop cotton
kookaburra.
that I blame. I blame the leadership in the industry. They've just been absolute cowboys, a real sense of entitlement. They take whatever they can get, and they've gone too far. I blame the politicians and I blame the bureaucrats who facilitate this.
You should be blaming the rich mostly, but yeah.
There's no
Pretty
question
good. Pretty good.
that the amount of cotton we are growing and the amount of water that we are harvesting in the Northern Basin has had a completely destructive...
You guys know that, like, the Australian outback used to be green? It didn't used to be a desert. Do you know why Australia is a desert the way that it is now? It's because when the British got here, they brought sheep with them. And we have animals in Australia called dingoes. Whoopsie. Fuck. I accidentally skipped back in the video. Let me find where we were again. Here we are. Okay. So we have animals called dingoes. This is what they look like. They are like the cutest fucking dog looking creature. You're not allowed to have one as a pet, unfortunately, as much as I would love one. Give me a good picture, high-res picture of a dingo, please. There we go. I think that'll work. Well, to be fair, it's never been proven that happened. That person might not have, that person just may have blamed it on a dingo. However, this is what a dingo looks like. They're adorable. I've actually got to pet one, which you almost never get to do, because I went to Australia Zoo, Steve Irwin Zoo, and there they have some of the like zoo staff take the dingoes on walks with leashes, and you're not allowed to go up to the dingoes and try and pet them. But if the dingo comes up to you, then you are. You're allowed to pet it, and I'll see if I can find the video that I have of me petting the dingo. It licked my nose, the cute little thing. I love them. But, so, this is a dingo, and they eat sheep. So when the British came to Australia, and the dingoes started eating their sheep, what they did was build a wall. Yeah, we built a wall to keep the dingoes out. Well, technically it's called the dingo fence, but let's see. Give me Wikipedia, thank you. Basically, we put a fence. All the dingoes are on this side, no dingoes on this side. Now what happened is, because there were no dingoes left here, the population of kangaroos exploded. The kangaroos and the existence of sheep started eating a lot more of the grass. The wildlife, the ecosystem as a whole shifted on this side. The dingoes did not have access to like a lot of where they used to go, a lot of the foods that they used to eat. And basically all of this became degenerating over time into a desert because of ecological changes from just building a fence to keep animals outside of one half of the country. It fucked the entire country. Many dogs, and by the way, a lot of people in Australia have dog and dingo hybrids, and that's technically illegal, but it's really hard to tell. So a lot of people do have them, but it is illegal. They're animals. A dingo in a zoo is practically domesticated. Yeah, but you're still not allowed to touch them unless they come up to you. But if you meet one in the wild, yeah, it'll eat you. And I still try and pet it. I am the I will pet the bear girl. I am. No shame. The first AU dingo wars, I mean, we didn't have a war. We just built the wall. We had a war against the emus and we lost. I'm sure they'll eat rabbits. Pre-breakfast banana. Basically, dingoes on mainland are hybrids, and only pure dingoes left are on Fraser Island. I didn't know that, but that makes sense.
When there is water, it all goes down.
But so you're back, Cheeseburger Merv. The dingo wall is what caused Australia to become a desert, the outback to happen. Prior to this, it was like Australia was much more green. I would love to.
As we fly out of Bourke, we're taken over a cotton farm that rivals Cubby in scope. This is Darling Farms, owned by Joe Robinson. It's safe to say that Robinson is an exceedingly
But it's all the way in Queensland. It's a fence. It's not a wall.
Wealthy man. In 2018, his farms were set to produce over $70 million worth of cotton. Cotton produced with the help of some of the largest private water storages in the country, and the last water storages before the town of Wilcannia.
Ah, yes, and feral cats. We have feral camels too now, by the way. That's what the wall looks like. It's just a fence.
Wilcannia is a town that sits on the Darling around 200 kilometres east of Broken Hill with a population of 500. Its population has had to bear the brunt of not only the corruption of the National Party networks, but wholesale government neglect. Michael Kennedy is a Barkanji man from Wilcannia who has witnessed the decline of the Darling in his lifetime.
How old are you now, Michael?
No, they didn't pay for it.
And you've been here your whole life?
Yeah, lived here all my life. Born on the river here, and yeah, spent all my life here.
Right. When you were a kid, did the river look like that?
Nah, not even close to that, mate. When I was a kid growing up, we had consistent flows coming down the river, and you know, it did get low at times, but it was for a short period of time, and then, you know, there'd be more water that come down and replenish the river again.
What all of this really says.
And yes, kangaroo is tasty. I've had a kangaroo burger before. It's really difficult to cook kangaroo meat well because it's so lean. It's really easy to burn it or make it like really rubbery. Historically and these days. I see. So I was wrong that it was just the dingoes eating the sheep. It was the wild dogs and the dingoes, but mostly the wild dogs. And we built a wall instead and fucked the country. Saw such a good hippie new agey movie. This woman explored the outback and learned how to handle feral camels and all of that. I would love to just go and like take one of the feral camels and bring it home. There has to be a good zombie movie plot with the dingo wall. I'm sure someone will make one day. You can. Australia clearly doesn't have the power to push a specific food to hold up the... yes, we do. Australia produces a lot of meat. We have a very strong like beef industry as well as a lamb growth. Lamb and sheep are a lot of the livestock that people grow here. We like not only just for wool and cotton, but for dairy products as well as meat. But it's not about industry. Like we were just talking about the degeneration of the green part of Australia because of the fucking up of the wildlife.
We need the regulations.
And yeah, Australian meat is good.
And meter, floodplain harvesting, to avoid, to basically get clarity on this.
But why not just make it illegal?
Because you get massive floods go through. Wouldn't you say it was reasonable for people to be able to take some of that and put it in their storages to tide them over in these drought periods so that they can keep growing some crops?
I don't know. I'm just not a water expert. I don't know. But like, it's just... When I see dry riverbeds in Wilcannia, I think there's definitely not enough water coming in.
Yeah.
And it's getting taken from somewhere. It has to be.
This is literally like a logical statement, right? There is water. There is supposed to be water at the bottom of this river. There is no water at the bottom of this river. There is water at the top of the river, and it stops because it's being taken here. Therefore, that water is not reaching the bottom of the river. It's just like... You just follow the steps forward.
It can't just be climate change.
It is like talking to a plank of wood.
It is mostly, if it doesn't rain, the rivers don't run.
Motherfucker, it's not about the rain. I know. I'm so sorry, Cheeseburger, but it's important because we, like, even a lot of Australians don't know this shit.
Harvesting only happens when there's a flood. So if that riverbed is dry, it's because there hasn't been any
And the left in Australia ignores everybody, so... I have to try.
Do you think that the people that are doing this, which is an illegal practice, I guess they're trying to legalise it, but do you think that they think about towns like Wilcannia?
No, well, of course not, mate. They, when it comes to greed such as that, they don't care about a little small community like Wilcannia or Menindee or Tilpa or Louth. Like, we're just a small population caught in the middle overall, and they really don't care about us.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, they make so much money off cotton that they don't even need the floodplain harvesting. That's just spitting in your face on top of it.
Because you do have a water licence, yeah?
Yeah, we do have a small water licence on one of the properties that we own here. It's only a small one, but, we could use that and sell water, but we choose not to because we just feel that it's wrong and it's just helping into, you know.
Hey, look, a way of direct action that you can deal with this. If you buy all of the water licenses, you and a bunch of other people buy small amounts of water licenses, and you don't use them, that leaves lesser water licenses for the big companies to be able to buy and steal the water from. Now, that's expensive and difficult to do, but I feel like that's something that could be organized if we had any kind of organized left structure in Australia, which we don't.
Killing the river system more.
Is this fatalistic line that the irrigators...
I swear to God, I'm gonna start the left movement in Australia. There is no organized left here. It's fucked.
And that is that the decline is the natural order of things, and that all that can be done is legalise taking more water. This line becomes more and more absurd as you talk to people who live in the basin. Even more absurd when you contrast Wilcannia with the great wealth of men just upstream like Joe Robinson, who's probably richer than the entire town.
Is there aquatic life in it anymore?
There's movements that are all decentralized, and some of them are really based, but the issue with the left in Australia is none of us are willing to work together. Like, I had an easier time talking with Republicans during the election season than I do with leftists in Australia now. Like, whether they're Labour, whether they're Green, whether they're young, whether they're like in their late 20s, no one wants to work together. Wasn't the parliament all left? No, so red is left here and blue is, switch the colors. The blues are the Republicans and the reds are the Democrats here. And the Green Party is essentially the same. It's like a spoiler candidate. They don't actually do much. On a state level, Greens are great. On a federal level, they're not. And it depends on the Green as well. Like, there's a video of me filming Sarah Hanson-Young, who is an MP and she's Green. She's great. Love her. But most of the Green Party is incompetent. No, this isn't a competence issue. This is a lack of ability because of Parliament. It's like the party isn't able to make these changes because all of the other parties are coalesced against these changes because all of the other ones benefit way too much from this. The Nationals, the Liberals, the Greens, the Teals, all of them, actually there are no Teals left in Parliament right now, I think, but they won't work with Labour to do this. This is specifically New South Wales Libs doing, Barilaro and Berejiklian, yeah. I know, Barilaro and Berejiklian are, I mean, I don't want to end up like Friendly Jordy, so I'm just going to not say what I was about to say. I don't want my house firebombed and I don't want to get taken to court, but we don't have an organized left here.
There is.
I hope I do too.
Yeah, there's still aquatic life in it, but it's becoming more rarer.
I mean, they're all corrupt. Fox, come on. All of these, every government official everywhere is corrupt because we live under a capitalist society. Capital corrupts. But this is not based on incompetence. Labour voted in favor of trying to fix some of these issues. They were blocked. This was illegal when he was filming this. The entire thing we're talking about, all of floodplain harvesting, when this video was being filmed 3 years ago, it was illegal. It was already illegal, and we made it legal since then.
You know, obviously, we get little fish out of it now, and it takes a lot longer, you know, to get a feed of fish or yabbies or whatever out of it because there's just not the flows coming down anymore to replenish everything.
Right. So back when you were a kid, you could just live off the river if you wanted.
Yeah, that's what we basically did. We barely lived out of the shop. Like, you know, I remember my old grandmother, she'd only go to the shop just to buy some vegetables and stuff like that. The meat, we basically got out of the river, kangaroo off the land.
Yeah, no, we just need to stop them from doing this. You should not be able to commodify water like that. I mean, even bottled water I'm against, but like, taxing them 100% still isn't worth it. That's the thing. We should just stop them from doing it. And like I said, the easiest way I can think of is to en masse buy small water licenses from like regular Australians that won't use them to make it so there's less available water licenses for these big companies to come and do this kind of shit. That is very disturbing to not do something about illegal activity and then make it legal and call it good. I mean, that's what we did in America around political donations. Oh, by the way, like we covered that here yesterday, where they're trying to ban money in politics here, and the like entire right wing is covering it as we're entrenching a two-party system, which is not even a possibility in Australia. Good news is in the years after this, they had record floods, and the Darling is currently bouncing back. Yeah, but those record floods also made those companies a buttload of money, and it'll just end up right back here anyway. Who wants to buy licenses he is supposed to not use? That's absurd. Well, the government won't stop it. So how do you make change when the state won't make the change? Direct action. You do it. It's like you joining the government. It's like you going to a protest. It's like you knocking on doors. It's like you donating $27 to Bernie Sanders. You buy the license and you don't use it so that the companies can't use it, and because the government won't stop it. It's your legal right. You can do it, and it will prevent someone else from doing it and doing it in a way that's harmful. It's not an easy solution. It's not even like it's a band-aid, and it requires crowdfunding. It requires collective action. But if the government won't fix it, and Australians are not interested in politics enough to enter and fix the system from within, this would work. Not a bad strategy for the community to buy shares of the water. Yeah. As for lack of any other strategy, this would work.
Like fish was in our diet, 3-4 times a week, consistently throughout the year. Yeah.
And what is it now?
Well,
That's disgusting.
I feed a fish probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago. Oh. That was my first feed of fish in about 8 months or something.
Yeah. So like
they used to be able to just live off the river, and this guy caught his first fish in 8 months.
Does anyone eat fish on a weekly basis now, or is it just that's the norm?
That's the new norm. Like that's the new normal. We, it's rare now that we get a feed of fish, and when we do get these little bits of rise, what we call shut up water, we try to get down as much as we can and get as much feed of fish as we can, because we know it's not going to last long.
I might try pre-breakfast banana. I'm still working on that petition for adding Kick, Rumble, and Telegram to the social media ban law that got passed. So I'm working on that for after Christmas. I'm going to go start door knocking on that. But I'm going to look into what the laws are like now after 3 years after this video. And you know what? I might try. I mean, I'm not big enough to get traction, but I mean, Friendly Jordies has responded to my email before. I asked permission to like air part of this video. I could probably get like them on board if I really tried. Boy as well, that would work, If we can get like Australia's content creators to work together and try and like sell the idea, it might work, but that's hard and I'm small. I don't have the reach. If you want me to have the reach, well, keep watching. The families that sold the rights in the beginning definitely need to be audited. True.
The only reason people know about Wilcannia is its life expectancy. Numbers so low that they not only rival the poorest and most
wow, what
countries.
The fuck? The life expectancy in the town that this guy lives in, this guy that we're listening to, is 37. That's the life expectancy in this town. 37 years old.
About Wilcannia is its life expectancy.
37 years old. In Australia, the one of the most wealthy countries on earth, I think actually the most wealthy country on earth based off of like average income, like average wealth per person. Hold on. List of countries by wealth per person. Audit. Actually, no, wow, we dropped down. We're number 8. The 8th richest country per wealth per adult. And the average age is $37. Sorry, 37 years, not $37. The average life expectancy. Sorry, my hands dropped my phone fizz. I'm fighting a flu. Feel horrid. Man, like, you don't have to be watching me. First of all, take care of yourself. Drink plenty of water. Go get some like chicken soup or some shit, and nap. Meant to write dying within a medieval range age. Yeah, literally. This is Dark Ages shit. 37? Are you fucking kidding me? The disparity between indigenous and non is pretty outrageous too. Let's see, life expectancy. Australia, indigenous versus not. In 2020 to 2022, the expected expectancy at birth was estimated to be 71.9 years for First Nation males and 75 years for First Nation females. The gap between First Nations and non-Indigenous people was 8 years for men and 8 years for women. So Indigenous people die 8 years younger on average. Coffee? Don't drink coffee. You have the flu. Drink water, motherfucker. Coffee will dehydrate you. You have the flu. Go get some water. Listen to the streamer right now. Go and drink some water. All of you, actually. Go do it. I'll wait. Diabetes and alcoholism is a big problem, yeah. But also gambling, which leads to a lot of alcohol issues as well. And we'll get into that, actually. I have a bit on gambling to go into after this. Today's going to be a bit of a long stream, I imagine.
So low that they not only rival the poorest and most war-torn countries in the world, Wilcannia beats them by over a decade.
Afghanistan has a higher life expectancy.
100% sure, but I think it's around 37, 8 for a male and around 40 odd for a female.
Yeah.
You know, so it is horrendous. And, you know, I look at that and I think that the river has a big part to do with that because, again, when I was a kid growing up, we spent hours and hours in the river. We was swimming, we was catching fish, we was eating traditional foods that are so healthy for you. And then the physical...
It's so telling to me how much my viewership is lower when I'm covering this video when we're talking about like Australia and we're not talking about America because most of my viewers are American.
The mental side of it, of being able to come down and just spend hours in the river swimming for non-stop, like hours. You know, how good is that for a young man or woman to just be able to swim for hours and take a feed of fish home and then after doing all that physicality in the river, going home, having a good feed, of some good healthy food, you know, traditional food, like it was the best feeling ever. And, you know, so it plays a major, major part in, you know, us as Aboriginal people living on the river here with health and the life expectancy. Like I said, in all them areas, it plays a major part of the river system.
You might be thinking, what is the Berejiklian government doing to help these people? Well, you'd be forgiven for thinking nothing, as she indignantly refused to visit Menindee during the fish kills and never steps foot in Wilcannia.
She, did she have to step down or did she get like indicted for corruption? I know there was corruption going on. I know that she's gone now, but...
Wentworth Shire, similarly on water restrictions in comparison. Menindee has a population of around 300 and they're at level 1.
Do you think that there's any government officials that listen to this town's concerns, or do you think that they're all ignoring you? Is there any standout ones that are helping?
No, look, I couldn't really say off the top of my head if there was a standout one, but, you know, we've had certain departments come out here.
That's really sad.
And for me, I feel like once they get back on that highway and go back...
She had to resign for corruption. Where is it? Resignation on October 1st, 2021. ICAC report finding corruptive behavior. Findings of the case subsequently delayed and thus not released before the 2023 state election. Found that Berejiklian engaged in serious corrupt conduct. ICAC did not recommend that criminal charges be pursued due to difficulty in mounting a prosecution and the unlikelihood that the director of public prosecutions would follow such a recommendation. How fucked is that? Serious corrupt conduct, but we're not recommending criminal charges because the director of public prosecutors wouldn't do it. Are you fucking kidding? Something is very broken when the government says there is serious corruption, but doesn't recommend criminal charges because the government wouldn't want to prosecute it.
To wherever they come from, it sort of stops there. Like,
what kind of, like,
because
what
there's
is
no
that?
Consistency with, you know, keeping us up to date out here on what's going on and, you know, the things that we'd like to see changed with the river so we can have more consistent flows come down. Like, we just feel like that when they walk out the door, it's left there and that's it. And for us, it's heartbreaking, it's frustrating, you know, because it's our people that's suffering. And they don't understand or realise how much we are suffering because of the river.
Despite its
Lydia Thorpe was based
on the Darling.
I'm gonna get fucking denied citizenship for saying that.
Past few years, Wilcannia was out of water. You'd think for any town, let alone one with a life expectancy that low, there'd be some sort of government response.
Sorry, Australian government, if you're watching, Office of what was it, home affairs. Please don't be mad at me. I'm just telling the truth here. Come on, like, you guys live here too. You might want to fix some of this stuff. So hi, thank you. And yeah, she did. I mean, I played it on stream.
Had to start shipping in bottled water. Is that true?
Shipping in water is the true part.
I'm just gonna skip a bit towards like the end here, just because like we understand, and this shit's really sad.
Allowing a huge increase in growth and hoping that nobody will notice.
The New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, DPIE, say that the average extractions, including floodplain harvesting,
Yeah,
is
exactly. I was
480
just practicing
gigalitres
a
in the
skit.
Gwalia Valley. They admit this exceeds cap, which they say is 431 gigalitres. They say legalising floodplain harvesting will cut licences back to cap, constituting a cut to irrigation by 49 gigalitres.
We are cooked
However,
in
their number for
2025.
cap, 431 gigalitres, is completely invented.
One more time. Long-term average diversions have increased by about 48.9 gigaliters a year, from 431.4 gigaliters to 480.3 gigaliters, introducing the combination of entitlements and account management rules that reverse the growth of reducing the long-term average of annual diversions to the planned limited level of 431.4 gigaliters per year.
49 gigalitres. However, their number for cap, 431 gigalitres, is completely invented. The official cap is 350 gigalitres. So instead of reducing take by 49 gigalitres, they've actually added 81 gigalitres. No wonder the world of water has been described as post-truth.
What's your view on cap? And do you believe floodplain harvesting, if it's regulated, do you believe it will be in cap?
Okay, the way the cap works, it's on all diversions. Okay, so so what it means is that you've got general security licences already in all of those valleys. Okay, you've got an allowed take under that. You've got supplementary licences as well, okay, with every year they determine how much they're allowed to take under those.
And you don't follow them?
Floods, you'll have a licence to be able to take a certain volume, if and when it floods. Collectively, all those together will need to be under cap. The growth in floodplain harvesting over
She did. She kept her job. I think this lady kept her job.
20 years, when it floods, means that that take has been above cap, that total take. So that's what the licensing is about, is to pull it back.
So when it is licensed under PAVI's regulations, will it be under cap?
Yes, we expect so.
This
It
is a
appears
lie.
Proponents of floodplain harvesting are not only indifferent to the suffering they cause, but are willing to discard facts to advance their case. Here's New South Wales Nationals Water Minister Melinda Pavey doing exactly that in an ABC article that perpetuates the mistruth. And it's not like these are harmless mistakes.
The New South Wales government will claw back 52 gigalitres from July 1st when it raises the license for floodplain harvesting for the first time. New South Wales Minister Melinda Pavey acknowledged that the clawback will be a blow to some irrigators, but insisted decisions had been made based on data and science. It's been a very long process, she says. Look, I need you guys to understand still, right now, fixing something like this requires collective community action. We can fix this. I looked up the prices of the water licenses. It would take a lot of people working together, but if the community buys water licenses and does not use them, then there's not enough licenses for these multinationals to come in and to buy and steal the water to sell overseas.
Mistakes or even harmless lies. The government's manipulation of numbers will have dire consequences.
This is also, a brutal question, go join government.
What happened to the elderly when the flow started dying?
Well, it makes them sick because they don't, again, they've lived on this type of food for many, many years. And when they don't have access to that food, they've got to adjust their body, I guess, to new food sources. And
all right, I just want to get to this part because this is the most telling and the most important part of this story of how much they're indifferent to whether or not you are healthy, you get to survive, to the ecology. Just this end bit right here really sticks the landing.
It has an impact on everything and everyone around.
They're not stocks if you don't use them like stocks.
Chris, our pilot, was threatened. Someone threatened to shoot his plane out of the sky if they saw it flying over their property. The person that threatened Chris was a man by the name of Jim Cush, a cotton farmer from the Gwalia Valley. Jim Cush
threatened to shoot them out of the sky.
Which also happens to be the chairman of New South Wales Irrigators Council.
So, again, one more time, the chairman of the New South Wales Irrigator Council threatened to have friendly Geordies, and this pilot...
Our pilot was threatened
to be shot out of the sky for flying over his property to film what you're about to see.
someone threatened to shoot his plane out of the sky if they saw it flying over their property. The person that threatened Chris was a man by the name of Jim Cush, a cotton farmer from the Gwydir Valley. Jim Cush also happens to be the chairman of New South Wales Irrigators Council and Claire Miller's colleague. Flying over his property, we realised why he was so averse to having anyone see it. According to Slattery, most of the water in storages in the Gwydir, where Jim's property is located, had to have come from floodplain harvesting. There were full dams at the end of the season, but Gwydir irrigators use less than half of their river and aquifer allocations. That is, the rest had to have come from floodplain harvesting. And here's Jim's cotton, green and his storage is full. So to end our interview with Claire, we decided to ask her about her thoughts on Jim Cush. We were flying over some of the properties in the north, and we went past like the CEO Jim Cush's.
No, the chair.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was the chair.
First of all, look, did you see the fear on her face when he was mentioned?
North, and we went past like the CEO Jim Cush's.
No, the chair.
That does not look like a comfortable face.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was the chair. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Jim
CEO.
Cush's. I'm talking to the CEO.
Sorry, when did you fly over?
About a couple of months ago, maybe, something like that. And yeah, they were just pointing it out, and there was just so much water stored on the property.
And what are you suggesting, that it was?
I don't know. It's just like
the disingenuous, like you can just see it coming off her. It's like an aura. It's like she just went Super Saiyan, but like evil, and you can just see it around her.
It should, like, here's a photo of it. Like, this can't be natural.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. And if that's like, if the Department of Planning and Industry and Environment is just like, they're the ones that are saying you shouldn't be doing this.
I'm sorry, but
Should we just be abiding by that?
That water that's sitting in there is water that would have been accessed from general security allocations and supplementary, and there would be some, possibly from, some of the localised floods and things, some flood water. NRA visits this property all the time, so.
But hypothetically, if we could prove that it
Legally
wasn't.
accessed.
But if we could prove that
There's
it
no
wasn't.
hypothetical about proving that it wasn't.
But if
there
it
is.
wasn't, would you support that?
We support legally accessed water.
Won't even answer.
So if
That
it's
water is
illegally
legally
accessed water, you wouldn't approve of it?
Oh, no. That guy would not have gotten in trouble. He was the leader of the New South Wales Irrigator Council. He's one of the most powerful people in Australia.
Are you suggesting that water was illegally accessed?
Other people are.
Well, other people can say that, but...
Yeah, if he said yes, she would have sued him for defamation.
Say NRA inspects Jim's property regularly. It's such a high-profile person. That water is accessed legally. Just because people say things and want it to be true doesn't make it true.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Just because...
But we are not going to investigate because there's no hypothetical possible way that it can't be.
people say things and want it to be true doesn't make it true. I think this video has proven that quote best applies to the National Party, New South Wales government, or anyone claiming floodplain harvesting is legal or even moral.
Yeah.
Because we can't live without water. Suicide, health crises, economic depression, food shortages, extinctions, and ecological step changes, all just collateral damage in the National Party's handling of water in this country, and it's not going to get better until they're out of office. Share this doco with anyone you know who might even be slightly concerned with the future of Australia.
There's a reason I played this video, because this is not just the Nationals Party, this is the Liberals. This is like the majority of Australia's government, bar a few. Yeah, rip roll Aussie. Well, not just yet. We're still in the fight, Cheeseburger Merv. We just need to get people out there, get people interested, get more of your, like any Aussies here, please get your friends to at least watch me or watch Punters Politics, Friendly Geordies, Boy, something. Pay attention. Australians are just, they're conditioned to not give a shit about politics. It's not even we need a man or a woman of the people. They just don't want to think about politics. They're not, like civics class here is not the same as it is in America. Every Australian that I've talked to regarding this has said they don't teach us, and the base concept of like the average Australian having a she'll be right mentality, like oh, don't worry about it mentality, leads to difficulty in organizing people. I've never seen Australians as organized as during the Palestine protests. They're still going. We need that kind of movement to be applied everywhere else. I don't know. I want to save Australia. I moved here 6 years ago today. Today is the 6-year anniversary of me coming into this country, and I would like it to not end up exactly like the United States within the next 2 years, if that would be possible at all. Okay, so speaking of the United States, I suppose now it's time to move on. Really hard to go against the institutions here. Yeah, I know. So yesterday, we had another school shooting in America. It's the 84th one of the year, in fact. This one was interesting, however, more so than the average, because the school shooter was a girl, was a woman. So I'm going to show you a tweet that is just insane to me. I don't know. So first of all, the shooter was a femcel. She wrote a manifesto. She praised neo-Nazis. She was a right-wing neo-Nazi in femcel, right? Sad because she's so beautiful and thin, kind of a rare thing in America these days. This is how people talk about, like, yeah, I can fix her. Like, it's delusional right-wingers. Just, oh my God, I hate this. We used to be a serious country. Seattle had multiple peaceful demonstrations and stopped the Seattle airport, calmly blocking with seated people. It was very effective at minimum. You know they're gonna make that like illegal enough for them to use the military on you, very, very soon. As a little bit of like a palate cleanser, I figured we could look at some weird conservative shit, and we can vote on which one is weirder through this thread. This might be like a little fun side quest that we can take to get ourselves palates cleaned before we move on to like politics. So, which is weirder? Jordan Peterson responding to Elmo saying, "Wow, Elmo is glad he asked. Elmo learned that it is important to ask a friend how they are doing. Elmo will check again soon, friends. Elmo loves you. Go fuck yourself for wanting to discriminate against white people." So, weird. Absolutely fucking strange. Pride flag in the username, opinion not valid. Community note, the user in question does not have a pride flag in the username, but the German flag. Which of these, one or two? What's your vote? I voted that Jordan Peterson was weirder here. Yeah, well, I mean, Jordan Peterson's mind is not right because he went to Russia and got put in a medically induced coma to get off of benzodiazepines because he was a benzo addict. And he tried to do this in America, and American doctors wouldn't do it because, you know, you can't just put someone in a medically induced coma like that. Like, it can cause brain damage. So he went to Russia and did it and got brain damaged. Peterson is weirder. The other is more upsetting. Well, at least you're German. Okay. Which is weirder? 1. I taught ChatGPT hypnosis last night. Then I had it tested on me. You have no idea what is coming. No idea. No, I won't be sharing the prompts. Far too dangerous. Or, I'm a true black American woman. I've been black my whole life. I was born black and I will die black. My mommy black, my daddy black. I will never cast a ballot for Kamala Harris as long as I live. Trump all the way every day. Which of these is weirder? My vote is AI hypnosis. Both non-sync text, blabber blabber, damn benzo coma weird. I mean, yeah. My vote here is AI hypnosis, but apparently number 2 is weirder to the average. Okay, well. Okay. That one's weird for you guys. Easy. Emmanuel Macron's decadent France has turned the Olympic rings into glory holes. Based, first of all. Or, I live in a pretty large city and I've noticed less cars on the roads standing in line for morning coffee and in the stores. Who has seen a heavily pregnant woman since 2021? Dr. Naomi Wolf. My vote is, oh, wait, hold on. There's a couple here. There's actually 4 choices to pick from. Happy birthday to John Wilkes Booth coming from, isn't this guy got visited by the Secret Service for making a joke about assassinating the VP after Elon Musk did it. What's his name? We know his real account. Is this Ian Miles Chong? Is that Libertarian Party? NH. It's a right winger either way. But a happy birthday to John Wilkes Booth. Or the fourth, no, you know what? Fuck that one. That one's not even weird. That one's just cringe. Second one is 10. Yeah, this is the most insane. It's not a joke. It's insane. Wow. Apparently the average voted for the last one. I suppose we can read it then. Son, look around us at the Super Bowl. All glitz, the glamour, the faces in the crowd. People bring their flashiest toys, wear their finest materials, hoping to be seen. But for me, the real joy is being here with you. I want you to remember, no matter what anyone in the media says about me, that your dad... This is just fanfic that someone else wrote about Donald Trump. That's not weird. That's just cringe. I don't know. I still think the pregnancy one is weirder. Is there anything hotter than a lobotomy? Imagine you're all frustrated and yelling at your husband about money or social stuff, but then this time he snaps, and then as fast as an ice pick and all that disappears, and your existence is just sex and looking pretty. No worries ever again. Catgirl Kulak, you need to stop watching porn. You are addicted to pornography. You need to go outside and touch some grass. And honestly, from an atheist, maybe seek Jesus. Catgirl got so horny on Maine. I don't even know who that is. Or blacks should support slavery. Christians and Jews are who tore us apart. We used to protect you. I'm not even going to read the rest of that. This one is more upsetting. This one is definitely crazier, in my opinion. And also, like, funny. God, how is, like... I'm not, like, here to yuck anyone's yum, right? Kink is fine. But, like, a lobotomy? Are you kidding me? Well, I mean, that person in the picture may not be... Oh, okay, she's actually, like, a person you know. Cool. Interesting. 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 Hot lobotomy is my pick here. Don't insult God. LOL, so fragile. Can't take criticism of your worldview. There's no such thing as atoms. What? 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 I just turned into David Tennant for a second. What? You're 4 inch. I'm not gonna. Okay. I'm sorry. This is brain. All right. I'm moving on. A whistleblower from OpenAI was found dead in his San Francisco apartment. A OpenAI researcher turned whistleblower who was found dead in an apartment in San Francisco. That's already sus. Discovered on November 26th after police said they received a call asking officers to check on his well-being. Medical examiner determined his death to be suicide. Found no evidence of foul play. Yeah, they're collabing with Boeing. That was my first thought. She's a big fan of Varg and trad pagan nonsense. I see. It sounds like it. Yeah. In recent months, Mr. Balaji had publicly spoken out against artificial intelligence company OpenAI's practices, which has been fighting a number of lawsuits related to data gathering practices. In October, the New York Times published an interview in which he alleged OpenAI had violated U.S. copyright law. Love that, love that, love that. Now I have a video on the subject. Where are you? Here we go.
All right, let's get to some troubling developments with regard to this OpenAI whistleblower.
Whoa.
We can put this up.
Okay, why are you like this? Let's listen to Crystal and Sauger, but, you know, don't ever really listen to Sauger.
Troubling developments with regard to this OpenAI whistleblower. We can put this up on the screen. He was a former researcher at OpenAI turned whistleblower, and he has sadly been found dead in his apartment in San Francisco. According to authorities, they ruled his death to be a suicide. They say police found no evidence of foul play. In October, the New York Times had published an interview with Mr. Balaji. His name is Suchir Balaji, and he alleged that OpenAI had violated U.S. copyright law while it was developing ChatGPT.
You need to train AI on data that people give up when they sign up for Facebook, Twitter, copyright free. Well, also, not even just like that. There's several lawsuits against AI companies by authors, by musicians, by content creators for stealing their like content. There's authors suing for like, I think it's like 14,000 books worth of data that was stolen, including George R.R. Martin for Game of Thrones. A bunch of YouTubers' videos were stolen. YouTube just asked me today if I would allow them to use my content to train their AI. They actually gave me an option now because I guess they got in trouble, and I mean, I picked no, obviously. But they've been stealing data from everywhere because no company can afford to pay for the amount of data required to train an artificial intelligence, a large language model based off of people's content. It costs too much money.
And he became so disturbed by what he learned about his allegations about their copyright violations and how unethical this was and how damaging it ultimately was to the entire internet ecosystem. He felt he could no longer remain at OpenAI and then, came out as a whistleblower. We can put this next piece up on the screen, which includes...
Wait, guys, question before we keep going. Do you think I should start streaming on just chatting instead of politics? Do you think that would make a difference? Because I just thought, like, if Twitch is already, like, shadow banning politics, would it be better to stream on just chatting? Because I can switch that over. They planned technocracy out for decades. Well, I mean, yeah. That's why we watched Peter Thiel yesterday as well. He's one of the chief architects of this.
Includes some of his writings and thoughts. This is something that he posted.
I recently participated in a New York Times story about fair use in generative AI and why I'm skeptical about fair use would be plausible defense for a lot of generative AI products. I wrote a blog post, give some context. I worked for OpenAI for 4 years, worked on ChatGPT for a year and a half. Came curious after seeing all the lawsuits filed against Gen AI companies. When I tried to understand the issue better, I eventually came to the conclusion that fair use seems like a pretty implausible defense for the basic reasons that they can create substitutes that compete with the data that they're trained on. Yeah, basically.
Relatively recently. He says, I recently participated in a New York Times story about fair use and generative AI and why I'm skeptical fair use would be a plausible defense for a lot of generative AI products. I also wrote a blog post to give some
YouTube
context.
Trained only off me, probably better.
I was at OpenAI for nearly 4 years, worked on ChatGPT for the last 1.5 of them. I initially didn't know much about copyright, fair use, etc., but became curious after seeing all the lawsuits. When I tried to understand the issue better, I came to the conclusion that fair use seems like a pretty implausible defense for a lot of generative AI products for the basic reason that they can create substitutes that compete with the data they are trained on.
Can we please, like, not allow corporations to have human rights again? Because that was like one of the worst things that ever happened in America is when we decided, oh yeah, corporations, they get the same rights as people.
I've written up the more detailed reasons for why I believe this in my post. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer.
It's horrible.
But I still feel like it's important for even non-lawyers to understand the law, both the letter of it and why it's actually there in the first place. That being said, he goes on to say, I don't want this to read as a critique of ChatGPT or OpenAI per se, because fair use and
fuck ChatGPT, fuck any AI and all AI.
Generative AI is a much broader issue than any one product or company.
This is true, pre-breakfast banana.
To read the
absolutely unhuman, doublethink, Orwellian. True. I've been like quoting 1984 a bit more lately. I've been saying that they use Newspeak a lot, and I know that like on the left it's generally kind of cringe to go to 1984, but I mean, holy fuck, guys, it's such an accurate like parallel to, if you haven't read 1984, just read it for fun, not even for like politic learning reasons, but you'll notice a lot of similarities to what's going on now. And not just from the right, I mean in general from world governments, where they're all adopting strategies that are shown to be fascistic in that novel alone. We know this. Everyone's shifting to the right.
New York Times story that he references here that he was, he was really featured in and was kind of the main character in. And one of the things that he told the Times was, quote, if you believe what I believe, you have to just leave the company. He had not taken a new job at that time back in October. He said he was working on what he calls personal projects, was among the first employees to leave a major AI company and speak out publicly against the way these companies have used copyrighted data to create their...
We could have had good tech. We just went the wrong direction with it. The internet could have been like an actual space of free information sharing, and instead we commodified it like everything else. You've been on, I was born in 95. You've been on computers since 95. I want to bring forums back. Remember when, you know, you had like more than 4 or 5 websites to go to, when you had like chat forums for specific things, where you like, I want that back. Honestly, again, if we deleted the entire internet bar Wikipedia, I wouldn't mind at this point. Like, all the academic studies and shit can stay, and everything else could just right out the window. Try again. When the forums weren't just Reddit, exactly.
Their technologies, and he believes the threats are more immediate than some of the, you know, some of the things we've talked about on the show, like the potential extremely dystopian possibilities that have been raised by some of the people who are concerned about the AI future. He says the threats are more immediate. ChatGPT and other chatbots, he said, are destroying the commercial viability of individuals, businesses, and internet services.
The reach bit is fine. The commercialization of it, though, definitely benefits the rich and negatively impacts those that are small. Like, yes, Hassan can compete with CNN, but the system itself is poorly designed in that all of the other live streamers except Hassan, if you look at like election night live streamers, election night Twitch live streamer view count, you take a look at this. Go. We have Hassan, and everyone else on this list is a right-winger. Bongino, Steven Crowder, PBD, I don't know who you are. Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, another Russian agent. Jack Raw, I don't know who you are. Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Tim Cast, another Russian agent. This is the reason why I like this. This is what I mean. Hassan is the only leftist on this list. The only one. If we delete the internet, how will we download Super Smash Bros. Manhattan DLC? Yeah. It frustrates me that we went in this manner. Yes, you can do this on Twitch. Hassan is on Just Chatting, going over the Madison Shooter Manifesto. Just set it to politics if you're covering Palestine. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. How do I know they're Russian agents? Because they were part of Tenet Media. And Tenet Media got raided and was, like, proven to be taking money from RT. And they were getting paid money by the Russians. Tim Pool was getting paid $100,000 per video by the Russians when he made a video of him smashing his fist down on the table, screaming about how Ukraine is America's greatest enemy. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, you know what? I have to show the clip. It's just, it's too funny. Every time it comes up, it's just too, it's too great. Hold on.
Ukraine.
You telling me that this man wasn't paid by Russia?
Is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is
Lauren Chen, also Tenet Media.
Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do.
It's great.
Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline.
Yeah, fuck you. Okay. Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin. There's 2 more I'm missing here. Tenet Media. Go look it up.
They created the digital data used to train these AI systems. And obviously, if his view were to hold in, let's say, a court of law, it really would fundamentally
It's Russian state media. Red Malls. It's Russian state media. It's a propaganda network from a foreign country.
Undercut this entire now massive
from a country that is aggressive
industry
to us.
That all of Silicon Valley is effectively.
Oh, please don't tell me you're like a Russia defender.
Placing
we have enough of that already.
Multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar bets on the amounts of money that are at stake at this point in, you know, AI development that already have manifested themselves are quite astronomical, which is why you know, the police say it was a suicide. We have no specific evidence to indicate otherwise. But when you see someone who was a key player blowing the whistle on these practices, who could potentially be a danger to a multi hundreds of millions of dollar industry, billions of dollars industry, you have to raise questions about what exactly happened here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you look at the circumstances too, like you said, at least the medical examiner, the police, they claim that there was no foul play. But I just think in the context of what you were just saying, it's obvious that we should at least take it seriously.
Oh,
like
fuck
we
you,
did
Sauger.
with
Like,
the
I
Boeing
get this,
investigation.
yes, but
let's put this up there on the screen.
It's very clear.
OpenAI has a lot of stake right now. Right now, Sam Altman is donating $1 million to the Donald Trump inaugural fund. The Financial Times and others have reported, by the way, that his feud with Elon Musk is like a potential existential threat to the company.
Bullshit. Him and Elon are going to become friends and they're going to work together. Are you kidding me? The rich, like, are going to just consolidate more rather than, like, there might be some infighting, but I see it much more likely as them consolidating. The Tenant story is one it's likely important to keep bookmarked on top of downloads and screen recordings because of right-wingers play dumb. Yeah, well, that's a good idea. I'll just keep it in my source document for every stream that I do. Thanks for that idea. Oxpecker, you were great. Genuinely, you're a legend. You like, I don't know what I would do without you sometimes.
They have talked about how
they'll work it out over us. If done correctly, AI should reflect. No, if done correctly, AI just shouldn't exist.
It has been, you know, and look, it's actually true. There is a huge divergence between
I hate it.
AI theory of some of the people like David Sachs, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen around open source AI versus the closed, quote unquote, responsibility AI systems that OpenAI and Microsoft want, which is basically a monopolistic like gateway over their current systems. There are billions of dollars at stake just personally for Sam Altman.
That's right.
There are trillions of dollars at stake for Microsoft, for its market cap, and for the entire tech industry.
And
put the next one
when
up there
there's
on the
that
screen.
much money at stake, the only thing that they will care about is the rich.
For example,
I'm not a CIA AI.
AI, quote, Sam Altman,
I was
quote,
waiting
worked
for that.
love. Now he's going to make $10.5 billion. This is something that Elon has also talked about. It's like, oh, it's miraculous. You start out as a nonprofit and then you eventually hit pay dirt. Then you just go through all of this fake legal, you know, maneuvering to convert yourself to a for-profit organization that's worth $150 billion. And now you're a multi-billionaire on paper who's already quite wealthy.
He was already a billionaire.
Yes, he already was.
No
But,
one
you know,
should ever be
multi never hurts.
You can't spell CIA without A and I, though.
Right? And look, I don't think it's about money per
Just
se.
because
It's
I
about
live
power.
in
It's
Pine
about
Gap.
control. And so if a single individual in this organization feels that this is a threat, yeah, look, we got to take it seriously. There's just way too much here at stake. And in a sense, I think we should take some of these people at their word. I don't even 100% believe like AI is going to be the 100%, you know, the future, the determiner of everything. It's going to change the fundamental relationship of humanity to each other.
Okay, come on, get over yourself. AI is going to destroy your life.
Record-breaking amounts of money spent. You know, Elon, he has a lot of different motives, but certainly with him and Andreessen and David Sachs and others, making sure that they can have a free hand to develop these technologies and benefit from these technologies in the way that they want was certainly a motivating factor in the way that they participated in this election. So Sam Altman right now is in suck-up mode. You know, that's where the $1 million to Trump inaugural comes from. He also was asked about Elon and Doge, and he was like, I'm sure he'll be great. I'm sure. No problems there. Elon, the magnificent. I never had a bad word to say about him. Love the guy. He's wonderful. So he's, you know, the vibe is panic, right? The vibe there
honestly should be.
Definitely panic. Yeah, because Elon now is probably the most powerful person in the world, in addition to already being the wealthiest
Literally,
person in the
like,
world.
Elon Musk is basically the president. You guys know that, right? Like, Donald Trump is the president, but Elon Musk is the president. Elon Musk is sitting in on phone calls with world leaders. Elon Musk is literally like following Trump to the bathroom. Donald Trump's brain is soup. Elon Musk is the president. Functionally.
So, that he's on the wrong side of him is potentially
this is
quite
where
devastating
I actually
for
think Elon will
his
do some
own
good.
personal goals.
At least my hope is, because I think it's outrageous what they have done. You take a nonprofit, you develop a consumer platform, you convert it to for-profit, you sign a partnership with the largest tech company in the world, you lobby the government to create guardrails so that no new entrants can enter the space. You've created all these fake licensing agreements, incorporating it into Microsoft's
this shit is criminal
environment.
Like, you guys understand this, right? Like, all of this is criminal. That, like, Sam Altman should be in prison, Elon Musk should be in prison, all of these people are fucking criminals.
And now
sorry, today clearly I'm a little cranky for some reason. Trans men, you were safe for a while, but they found you. They found you finally. The conservatives finally discovered the existence of trans men. I'm very glad you're happy as a female to male person. It's unlikely that your choices are harming anyone else unless you go into gay male spaces, which would not be appreciated. So please get on with your life. No one wants you to be unhappy. Hi, gay male here. Trans men always will be welcomed in our spaces because they are men. The audacity to think you have the authority to police spaces is astounding. True. But now they're doing the same bullshit that they do for trans women to trans men. They finally remembered they exist. Emotion software recently added to CIA AI. Yeah, literally. The supercomputer clusters are investments to get something like free labor. Yeah, no, that's what they want. They want free labor. They want to kick you out of your job, you die of starvation, and they get their free labor. Sorry, I just have to touch on trans issues for a second because we also have Ted Cruz being
trying to get a yes or no. I'm not trying to get a speech. Is there a difference between women and men?
I think that there are definitions for biological sex.
Okay, so you're not answering that. Let me ask you this
That's literally what she's answering.
question then. Why do women's sports exist?
I just want to shut this off. I don't want to listen to this. The idea, why do we give a fuck about this? Why? Why did I put this on the list? Fuck this. We have more important shit to talk about. Fuck you and your bullshit about women's sports. No one cares. This is interesting. They want to talk about getting rid of daylight savings. And I think that the opposite is better, as Kyle Kalinske said. So Nate Silver was responding to one of the ideas that's been coming out about they want to get rid of daylight savings time. And Nate Silver, who you shouldn't really trust for much, ran the numbers. It would cost the average American 40 minutes of waking daylight per year in the summer. We need permanent daylight saving times, no more changing the clocks, and it stays lighter all the time. I think this is better. Now, the reason we have daylight savings time was because we used to be more of an agrarian country. It made differences in the past that no longer exist now. Permanent daylight savings time to me sounds like a much better option than getting rid of it. And I hope they do that. Oh, and someone was asking, by the way, about the antitrust lawsuits against Google and Amazon the other day. Well, Lena Khan, the most based woman in America for as long as she gets to stay this way, has been doing some work. It's depressing going to work in the dark and getting home in the dark. True, yeah. People deserve to know up front what price they're being asked to pay, and without worrying that they'll later be hit with mystery fees that they can't avoid. Today, the FTC finalized a rule to ban junk fees for short-term lodging and live event ticketing, which is excellent. As in, you buy something now, and it costs as much as it says. This final rule will save Americans more than 50 million hours per year in wasted time and over $11 billion in over the next decade. So thank you very much, Lena Khan. Crackdown on illegal fees charged by banks, credit cards, providers, and mortgage services. Banned excessive credit card late fees. Required that airlines reveal baggage change and cancellation fees up front before passengers book their flights. USDA will end school lunch junk fees for low-income families. saving $100 million in fees per year. This is excellent. Now, all of this will probably get undone, or maybe some of it won't, but I'm going to miss having, like, I don't know, a competent government. Because, so while Lena Khan's doing this, right, like we got a competent government right now, the other side is talking about Trump transition recommends scrapping car crash reporting requirement that Tesla doesn't want. 8 words, then interrupt. It's interrupt. Like, people need to start opening with, that's not a yes or no question. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good idea. That's a good answer, is this is not a yes or no question. This is a nuanced answer. But also, like, she was giving the answer. She literally said there is a difference between biological men and biological women. He just didn't like the word biological in there and wanted to argue it. They want to get rid of car crash reporting requirements, to change testing. The Trump transition team wants the incoming administration to drop a car crash reporting requirement opposed by Elon Musk Tesla, according to documents seen by Reuters, a move that could cripple the government's ability to investigate and regulate the safety of vehicles with automated driving systems. Musk, the world's richest person, I don't care. The recommendation to kill the crash reporting rule came from a transition team tasked with producing a 100-day strategy for automotive policy. The group called the measure a mandate for excessive data collection. Can I say they hate you again, or have I said that too many times today? Maybe.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. So
maybe Kyle can say it for me, instead, so I don't have to say it 50 billion times, instead. To your point, Ox, the USA has this relentless, frantic crank, go all the time. Appears to be shallow surface level meaning. Yep. All that red tape makes business hard and saves lives. They hate us. Yeah, exactly. They hate us. They do.
Fox News and their outraged reaction to service. So, and Trump wants to privatize the dystopian future that we have lined up. And then also MSNBC's audience just continues to implode. And Trump wants to privatize the U.S. Postal Service. So
we talked about this yesterday and how stupid that would be and how much that would damage the ability of the Postal Service to do its job, and how the Postal Service already doesn't run on your taxes. They are a self-sustaining business, and the government doesn't pay the Postal Service at all.
Good, folks. So we'll get into it in just a second. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. Please like the video. Click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time a video drops. And of course, much love and appreciation to all of you beautiful people who support this show on Patreon. If you'd like to do that, the link is below. Remember, guys, I've never had a conversation with a billionaire.
Speaking as someone who worked as a contractor with UPS, yeah, fund it more. FedEx and UPS are dog shit.
Or an advertiser or a foreign government. This is actual independent media, not fake independent media. So let's go ahead and dive into it. So let's start with this, guys. Trump transition team prepares to roll back car crash reporting regulations. These regulations have been strongly opposed.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't realize I'm on top of Kyle.
Tesla.
Sorry, Kyle.
So I'm going to give you the specifics in just a second.
Didn't mean to cover you with myself, Kyle. Just thank you for covering this.
But this is incredible. Elon Musk, as you all know, he's been trying to get Tesla to the point of full automated driving. And in fact...
And failing.
I forget how... It was probably like 2 years ago or something like that, maybe 3. He said, oh, it's ready. Full auto drive is ready.
He said it's ready, like, about when you said... when Kyle said it was ready about 4 years ago, but then every year after that, he's also said, oh, it's almost ready. It'll be ready next year. It'll be ready next year. It'll be ready every single time. The car industry, like, pushing back against this is probably not going to happen. But on top of this, what you need to understand is that the self-driving automated car systems that Elon Musk wants to produce will not happen anytime soon. Do you understand how complicated driving a car is? How many variables there are? You can't get ChatGPT to correctly. You can pay for the premium and it still will fuck up. You think a car that has to drive itself like that won't fuck up?
It really wasn't.
We're not there yet.
And that was a problem for obvious reasons. Well, as you're going to see, there's been quite a few car crashes as a direct result of Elon putting that out there. And instead of addressing the problem and fixing it, instead, they want to hide the number of crashes. All right, here we
And
go.
by the way, like, I mean, that's all I really want. I wasn't going to watch the whole video here because we have other things to cover, and that's basically the full idea of it. But again, even if people push back, Americans don't trust the courts. The courts, like, first of all, you shouldn't trust the court. Declined America's confidence in the courts ranks among the 10 largest worldwide over 2006, since 2006 over a 4-year period. So we're on the list with Myanmar, Venezuela, Croatia, South Africa, Syria, Hong Kong after it was annexed by China, Morocco, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Uzbekistan. We're on that list. Confidence in like leadership down, obviously, like Trump went up because people are stupid, but in institutions, the trust we have in every institute, the military is the institution we trust more than any other, which is fucking insane to me. Judicial system is down to 35%. So the fact that like, if you want anything done, even if you do it through the courts, like this is, by the way, why most Republicans won't be able to answer you what Trump's convicted of, what his felony charges were for the Stormy Daniels like hush money case. It was just falsifying business records. What he did wouldn't have even been illegal if he just paid her with his own money. But they don't even know this because they don't trust the judiciary system enough to pay attention to it. They don't care.
I'm John.
Okay. That was that. This is more important. So they're talking about legalizing sports betting lately. They're on their way to doing that. They want to make it sports gambling in America a much bigger industry. You didn't know that? Well, goddamn. Yes. They want to, I mean, they've been legalizing gambling bit by bit, like poly market level stuff that was happening overseas. They've made that now, I think, already, or at least they plan to make that legal for within the United States as well. But this is a clip from a former NFL player talking about why he does not support gambling being made legal for sports. Sometimes I think we get our military involved in conflicts to maintain combat experience. No, we do. And you do kind of need that.
I'm Johnson Batamosi, a native Washingtonian.
Not that I agree with it, by the way. I don't think we should, but like that's why we do it.
Stanford graduate, 9-year NFL veteran, and sports fanatic. I remember 2-a-day practices and playing high school football games on Buchanan Field, which is less than a mile from where I sit today. I began playing team sports to make friends and striving to earn a football scholarship because as a nurse, my single mother did not earn a salary that could pay the current cost of college tuition. President Teddy Roosevelt's quote regarding the man in the arena has always arrested me as particularly poignant. We all admire the athletes in an arena because of their intense efforts, valiance, dedication, and the fortitude it requires to compete at a high caliber and achieve excellent feats despite one or many obstacles. During my experience as a collegiate student athlete and when I joined the NFL as a professional 12 years ago, legalized gambling in sports, or sports betting as it has come to be, did not exist. But the intense scrutiny and external pressures that athletes often receive from fans and critics did. The sophistication of mobile devices and the rapid growth of media platforms has allowed for both fans and critics an opportunity to interact directly with the athletes that are subjects.
Look. Oh, have a good sleep, Bulletproof Bullet. Thank you. I need you to understand that gambling is A, a tax on the poor, B, incredibly bad for your mental health, but C, it's a manner in which you try and it makes you feel like you can get rich quickly. But what actually results, like what the actual results end up being is you not only lose what you have, but you become depressed, you likely start drinking, you likely start doing drugs. We see this in Australia. I talked about it when we were talking about women's violence being a problem here. There's a direct correlation. Gambling in Australia is a massive industry that's directly tied to the mafia, as Marquis said. And it is incredibly corrupt and it's incredibly malicious and harmful. In America, however, it's not the mafia. It's the crypto mafia. It's the PayPal mafia. It's people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. Again, it's the same people. They make money because they own the sports gambling sites.
Of their gaze. As a result of legalized sports gambling, the rise of legalized sports gambling has increased levels of fan engagement, but has introduced more stress, new mental health challenges, and has increased the number of threats and incidents of harassment to both amateur and professional athletes. I have to acknowledge that incidents of harassment sometimes extend much further than internet exchanges.
Now, I just want to show you what happens inside the brain of someone who's a gambling addict really quickly. This is a bit of an old video. It's from 8 years ago. This is from BBC News, but let's have a look at what the inside of the brain of a gambling addict looks like. Elon says Doge creates millionaires, tells Snoop to get Doge, tweets Doge, they all win, I buy it and the price goes down. It's the stock market without regulation. Both the stock market and the crypto market aren't real. They're based on hype. None of them are real. Stocks don't go up and down based on like real fungible reasons. Stocks go up and down because people feel comfortable in that company or people lose trust in that company. We saw this a little while ago, right before the election. Nvidia stock crashed and everyone was saying, oh, look, it's because of Kamala Harris being the nominee. Donald Trump was like, oh my God, look, it's exactly this. The next day went right back up. It had no bearing on anything because it wasn't based on anything. It's just vibe and hype. Stocks aren't real. Crypto isn't real. Neither of them should be legal. Both of them produce this in your brain.
That is getting me excited already. We arranged for gambler Tony Franklin to join a unique experiment by one of the world's leading experts on addiction, Professor David Nutt.
Gambling addiction is not a failure of will. It is a brain disorder which is preyed upon by the gambling industry.
Honestly, I can feel my heartbeat just rising, just looking at the damn thing.
Once you become addicted, it's very, very hard to stop because you have...
Did you know that if you take a cocaine addict who has been clean from cocaine for more than 10 years and you put them in an MRI machine and you show them a bunch of flashing images and one of those images is less than half a second long of cocaine, like short enough that this person doesn't even visually see it, their brain still lights up as if they're looking at cocaine?
You've changed your brain. Addiction is a brain that has changed to become entrained to the desires of the gambling.
So we're going to start the roulette task, Tony. This will be the first time.
By the way, this is the same systems that function when you're scrolling on social media. That's why you scroll the way you do. It's built like a slot machine.
Plays something similar to a fixed odds betting terminal from inside an MRI scanner. The professor says it will reveal what's happening in Tony's brain.
I mean, to be fair,
keypad
pre-breakfast banana. We are wired to think determination and persistence pay off, but that's not a bad thing. In fact, like that's how I manage to keep doing what I do every day. Is if I keep doing this, it'll pay off. If I keep persisting at it, it will pay off. And sometimes it does. It's a good motivator tactic, but that is abused by systems, by industries like the gambling industry, like social media. They abuse these systems that are inherent in us of a drive for determination to create, to do things, and they hijack those parts of your brain to keep you hostage, basically, on their sites, in their buildings, and taking away your money and your health and your joy. They want to siphon all of that from you and leave you like a dry little raisin to die.
Bet. Got £1,000 to spend. Can I spend it all on the first spin?
When Tony is doing his task, when he's looking at the roulette wheel and he's making a decision to bet, parts of the brain get turned on and then they can't stop. And we think there's probably a chemical basis to that. So that's what we're expecting to see, that the habit centers are overactivated in people with gambling compared with normal people like us. The
Hello,
brain's not very
Exhale.
active. Maybe a little bit here, he's thinking at the, what shall I do? But it's pretty calm. Contrast that with what happens in the next one. And
That's a huge difference from
indeed
there to there.
Exactly.
So that's in a matter of seconds as well, would it be?
Exactly.
Or?
Absolutely, yes.
I love the Scottish.
So here we see the visual system, the back of the brain here, intensely activated. He's watching really closely.
This is the same thing that happens if you're on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook.
And now we look at the emotional regions. And these are different regions activated. This is the anterior cingulate cortex. This is the insular. And these are the two areas of the brain which make sense of emotions. They may generate the emotion he's feeling of excitement. Will I win? Won't I win? And here we see a very similar picture. In fact, the only real difference between winning and anticipating is this area here. And this is an area where
Which is, by the way, we know how waiting for, like, expecting something good to happen, the hype, the dopamine you get from that is more than you get from actually winning it. Like when you're scrolling on TikTok looking for a video and you're expecting to find one, you're getting more pleasure chemicals in your brain than when you actually land on the video.
I think we see the sense of satisfaction. Yeah, I've won. That's good. Register that. Start again. But overall, winning and waiting to see if you've won, the anticipation, they're both pretty much the same. And that's a really key point about gambling. It's not just the winning that counts. It's the taking part, and the taking part repeatedly when you don't win
it's
is
the
as
search.
Activating to a gambler as the winning.
It's the attempt
when you're
to win
sitting in a fixed old
that's
terminal,
addicting.
You're getting this every 20
Constant.
seconds.
Yeah.
So you can have hundreds of them. And so that process can
Hence why it's so addictive, because you think that you get addicted when you win, but you're getting addicted by just playing.
become, in the end, it becomes kind of habitual, it becomes addictive.
The Association of British Bookmakers told us
99.5% of people who gamble do so responsibly. Gambling addiction is complex and multifaceted, and as
That
an
number's
industry,
gone up significantly since then. Sorry, gone down significantly since then.
we strongly encourage responsible gambling.
I strongly encourage you to never gamble at all. Like, don't don't not for any moral reason, but because it's not useful and it's not going to help you. Okay, so Ukraine killed a Russian general in Moscow. Incredibly based. We saw this breaking at the end of last stream. I was like, oh, maybe we did it. I hope we did it. It was fucking Ukraine. They killed a general in Moscow. Based as fuck. So let's have a look at how they did it, what actually happened, and then we have the response. We have other generals that are terrified now.
Breaking overnight, the leader of Russia's nuclear protection forces killed in a bombing in Moscow. Russian officials say the bomb was hidden
nuclear protection force
inside an electric scooter and detonated remotely outside an apartment building today. The Russian general was wanted by Ukraine for using chemical weapons. A source with knowledge of the operation telling CNN Ukraine's security service was behind the assassination. Max Foster joins us live now from London with more on this. Max,
It's the way
good
to go,
morning.
as I've said.
A remarkable event here. Tell us more about
Putin's trying to win the war by overthrowing America. Ukraine could maybe last if they get rid of Putin. If they manage to kill the general in charge of nuclear defense, I feel like they might have a shot.
who this general is and why the Ukrainians wanted to do this.
Well, I mean, you just said why. It's because because he was using chemical weapons on them.
Assassination on the streets of Moscow, just 4 miles from the Kremlin, a remote-controlled bomb planted on an electric scooter. and they got their man, because very quickly we heard from sources within Ukraine.
Well, they got him, Exhale. How did they get him? He was the general in charge of nuclear security. And they got him 4 miles from Moscow. They can get Putin.
This was a revenge attack. This was a general who ran the forces that look after the nuclear weapons, the chemical weaponry, and the Ukrainians had very clearly accused him specifically of ordering the use of chemical weapons effectively on the battlefield against the Ukrainian military. So they targeted him, they got him just 4 miles from the Kremlin, as I say. So a massive breach of security for the Russians.
If not taking out Putin, take out all of his close friends, all of his generals. You can clearly do stuff in Russia, so start doing stuff in Russia, Ukraine. Bring the war to them. They're already at war. Oh, you mean us doing it? You know my position on this subject. I'm perfectly okay with us entering the war against Russia and just ending it now. I don't care. You know I'm in favor of this. But Ukraine, go into Russia. Bring the war to them.
We wait to hear
as you did
their response.
As you're doing. Good for you. Good job. Based.
You know, you could call it a triumph for the Ukrainians, but there will be a response as well to this.
Yeah, well, I was going to say...
you want to see? Well, actually, instead of listening to these idiots, let's listen to Putin's cronies scared to leave their homes. This one's a much better representation. Now, this is a somewhat right-leaning UK media, but...
There must be many other generals and other people in the Kremlin war machine responsible for other human rights atrocities and war crimes and so on.
Many of them.
Who will be feeling rather nervous about coming out of their houses in the morning for fear that they may meet an untimely end as well.
Let's look at events in Moscow.
Maybe don't be a war criminal.
Ukraine has claimed the death of a senior Russian general who was killed by a remote control bomb attached to a scooter. Igor Kirillov was accused yesterday by Ukraine of authorizing the use of chemical weapons on the battlefield. Meanwhile, MPs will tomorrow consider a bill which could enable the transfer of frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. Edward Lucas is a Times columnist specialising in European and transatlantic security, and Edward joins me now. So, Edward, Kirillov is the most prominent military officer to be assassinated since Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So how do you think the Kremlin are going to respond to this development?
Well, they're publicly furious.
Yeah, make Mossad blush, couldn't help myself, too much fun. True.
I suspect they're private.
China doesn't want to get him. And honestly, like, I was supposed to cover a bit of, like, Israel-Syria stuff today. I'll probably save that one for tomorrow, because I've already switched the stream over to just chatting, and I'm going to listen to Oxpecker's advice. So we're going to do everything but that today.
You're rather worried. This shows, again, that Ukrainians can operate deep inside Russia, in the heart of Moscow, precisely and lethally. And there must be many other generals and other people in the Kremlin war machine responsible for other human rights atrocities and war crimes and so on, who will be feeling rather nervous about coming out of their houses in the morning for fear that they may meet an untimely end as well.
Are we at the very beginning again? Did I click the button? I clicked the button. My bad. Come on.
Assets which were frozen at the beginning of the war, roughly $300 billion worth. And a brilliant Ukrainian-American lawyer and colleagues have tracked down 27 billion, which they think is in UK bank accounts. And we've been trying to get a cross-party coalition of MPs to push an amendment to a bill that is going through Parliament at the moment to say that these central bank assets shouldn't just be frozen, they should be
given
seized,
to cocaine.
and the money should go to...
Yes, to give them to Ukraine, exactly.
Ukraine.
We did this too.
We haven't succeeded so far. There was a debate on Wednesday. The government hasn't accepted this amendment for debate, although they have accepted a rather more modest one,
I
which
hope
just
they
urges
do.
them to keep tabs on the issue and report on how they're doing. So we'll come back for a second bite.
Why wouldn't they? We did it. America did it. You guys are like talking about getting ready to put boots on the ground in Ukraine, but you can't agree to that? The fuck?
On this when the bill goes to the House of Lords, and we hope
because we still need to fund Ukraine, and America is trying to like back out of that. So if America backs out of funding Ukraine, Europe has to pick up the slack, and that's where that comes from. Seize it and just keep it, then do what? It's not like they're gonna distribute it to the poor in the UK. Where do you think the Ukraine funding goes, Netfox? America doesn't give Ukraine any money. We've only ever given them frozen Russian assets. We give them old, like, U.S. like equipment. We don't give them any money. Well, they have said otherwise, Exhale, and I don't, like, your opinion here doesn't matter to me. I'm basing this off of what we've covered in the news. Now, we're going to debate on the subject next month, and then it'll matter. But right now, all I'm saying is news that has been reported has said the UK will put boots on the ground in Ukraine if America backs out of funding. And that's what they said. It's what they said. Are you telling me that you know better than both, I don't know, me and them? Okay, maybe they won't. But they said they will. And that's all I'm telling you. It's like when a cop gets a tip on an unsolved case. Immaturely, the cop wants credit for the win, so the USA wants so-called glory. They gave them and seized, I say, stolen assets. Well, what? I don't understand what you meant by there, Marquis. Okay, I hope they do. That's all I'm saying, Exhale. I hope they do.
That maybe public pressure would have increased on the government to the
How did I know that, like, immediately when I start talking about Russia, you're gonna get annoying?
But in general, our record is lamentable on this. We, Chelsea football fans, and indeed those who don't like Chelsea Football Club, will remember that at the start of the war, Roman Abramovich.
Like, you don't come in and you don't talk about anything other than Russia, man. Why? Do you, like, not care? Is this all your hyperfixation is? I'm not like trying to attack you. I'm just trying to understand. You only ever show up when we're talking about Russia.
Owner of Chelsea was forced to sell it with
And
the
no,
money.
that's not true, pre-breakfast banana.
Going into a trust.
I've covered this at length
of the war.
They are bluffing. They're never going to use a nuke. There's not going to be World War III. America could invade Russia today and they wouldn't nuke us. They can't. We've talked about this at length. I'm not doing it again.
And you might reasonably assume that that money would have been long since spent. In fact, not a penny has been spent because the whole thing is tied up in discussions with Abramovich's lawyers. And so although the government promises relentless pressure and as long as it takes and all these wonderful phrases, I'm afraid when it comes to reality rather than rhetoric, Britain's record is actually pretty weak.
So it's all talk and no
I've
action.
made like several videos in which I've pointed out evidence. We've talked about like different Russian propaganda techniques. We've listened to people that were ex-KGB talking about how Russia's tactic is to literally always make threats, to never accept any kind of negotiation deal, to always pretend like you're strong. Like, we've listened to them talk about how they go about it, and then we've watched them. How many threats has Russia made about nuking us since we gave Ukraine ATACMS? How many? How many nukes have they launched since like a month ago, where we started allowing Ukraine to use long-range missiles? And they were like, we'll nuke you if you don't stop. They didn't. How many? America has crossed more of Russia's nuclear red lines than Israel crossed of Joe Biden's red lines. What are they fighting for? They're fighting because, like, Russia's invading, trying to annex Ukraine.
Moment. So just finally, Edward, tomorrow MPs will have what may be their last chance to nudge the government into action and give up to £27 billion in frozen
Russia's
Russian
trying
assets
to annex Ukraine. They're trying to annex Georgia because they're an expansionist power. If they start with Ukraine, Europe doesn't want them to come closer. They think they'll continue. There are other neighboring countries that are part of the EU, part of NATO, that are afraid that Russia might, cause them issues and to defend the innocent from the aggressive country. By the way, Russia is the world's largest producer and exporter of right-wing white nationalist propaganda other than the US. Their like government is run by evil psychopaths. So it's good to remove them. Why did we go to war with the Nazis is a good question. That Fox, why? I do. I care. Because what happens in one part of the world affects the entire world. Because what happens in one place affects the entirety of the world. Syria, Netfox, Syria. That's your reason. Syria, a random place in the world where, how does that affect the US? Man, have you paid any attention how it affects the U? It affects everything. Syria, the civil war there is the cause of all of our current politics. Every anti-immigrant person, every right-wing shift in all of Europe, all of that comes directly from the Syrian civil war. How is Ukraine going how is Russia invading Ukraine invade the US? Russia bought the US government so they could keep Ukraine. Exhale. Not today. I'm not debating this shit with you now. Honestly. No, we'll talk about Syria next. But I'm saying what happens in one part of the world affects the entire world. We live in a global society. Everything is interconnected. Logistics is interconnected. And also, people's lives matter. What I'm trying to say here is if Russia was to annex all of Ukraine, A, it wouldn't stop there because they're also aggressive of other countries in the region, such as Georgia, such as Kazakhstan, such as Mongolia, such as Poland, such as Finland, such as Norway. All of the neighboring countries of Russia are fucking terrified of them, and they are our allies. But beyond this, Russia is the one doing psyops on everybody. Russia is producing mass amounts of fake news. Russia is producing mass bot networks that affect America, that UK is, okay, Ukraine is not our ally because they're not in NATO. You think that's what ally means? You think that you have to be part of NATO to be an American ally? Are you insane? Israel's not part of NATO. Secondly, the people that are producing all of the right-wing hate, all of the misinformation, all of the denial of reality, the shift to the right broadly, messing with the democracies of several countries, do you think that we should just let that happen? Do you think we should just be appeasing when they literally steal democracy away from the people of multiple countries, including the United States?
Can you tell us why that matters?
Well, as I said, the government hasn't accepted that amendment for debate, so we've missed the chance on that this time round, and there's a more modest amendment which has been selected, and we hope that will go through. But that just mandates the government to keep us updated on how they're doing on disbursement of funds to Ukraine and discussions with other countries about.
If Putin was to die and so was the general Russian leadership, that would happen naturally. Pre-breakfast banana. If we just took out the Kremlin, Russia would break up into 4 to 5 several autonomous smaller countries.
Those frozen.
Because the population centers of Russia are split based off of different kinds of ethnic groups. Motherfucker, their nukes don't work. You want to see what happened the last time Russia did a nuclear test? Where is it? That's what it looked like when they tried to test their new nuclear rocket. It blew up on the ground. And also, yes, you have a moral obligation to defend the innocent. Again, it's like fighting the Nazis. The Russians are the Nazis. If the Nazis had nukes, would you not have still wanted to go to war with the Nazis? Well, to be fair, America would have sided with the Nazis if, like, Japan didn't invade us. But, like, this is a scenario of Nazi Germany has nukes. Kill all the Nazis, every single one of them. That's not Fed posting, is it? They're defending the innocent of Ukraine right now. Not saying NATO's perfect, not even saying NATO's good, but fighting against Russia is moral and good. And also, Russia can't even afford to make the Tsar Bomba. They're like remember when everyone was talking about that hypersonic missile that they threw? That literally wasn't a hypersonic missile, and B, cannot afford to create more of them? Neither does the... What are you talking about? No, okay, no. Why is it that anytime I bring up Russia, all of you fucking Russia defenders have to jump to... Because it's morally good. Yes, the Orshnik. It was a psyop. We literally covered it on last stream of them admitting that it's a psyop. Russian media talking about it. It's not a pro-war argument. It's not pro-war to defend against the country that is aggressive and that is expansionist. The imperialist, aggressive, expansionist Nazi country. That's who I'm saying we should go to war with. To defend everyone else. We got programmed from mainstream media. It'll take a bit to unwind it all. I mean, yeah, I get it. You guys, like, I'm not mad at you, pre-breakfast banana. I'm mad because it's difficult because of the amount of programming from the mainstream media that persists in the discourse. Like, people do not have a rational understanding of Russia's capabilities. Go watch my last stream. You know what? Fine. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me find the goddamn source document. Too many goddamn sources. You're gonna have to give me a second. I have a lot of sources that you're making me look through. No, maybe this one. Okay. Aha, here we go. Four Russian officials told the Moscow Times that the Orshnik strike and its ensuing media coverage were carefully crafted with involvement of officials, military personnel, intelligence agencies, and Kremlin PR experts. All four sources spoke on the condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the matter. There was a brainstorming session about how to respond and put the Americans and the British in their place for allowing Zelensky to use long-range weapons and how to scare Berlin and other Europeans into submission, said one Russian official. The result was a military propaganda campaign designed to exaggerate the capabilities of Russian military-industrial complex and the might of a new weapon. This show, which was staged and presented to the public, consisted of several phases. The main ones were the actual Orshnik strike, the dissemination of the footage on social media, and its coverage in foreign media, said another Russian official. And yes, they're expansionist. They're literally trying to annex Ukraine. They're trying to annex Georgia. They're going to also try and annex Kazakhstan next. And they will also try and annex all of the, like, Belarus, Lithuania. You're just a denialist. You're a Russia defender. And thank you, pre-breakfast banana.
Assets. But this is a very large lump of Russian money sitting abroad. And thanks to my...
No, it's not world police heroism. It's literally like these people are not going to stop. They're interfering in UK elections, NetFox. That's enough. America has been like attacked by Russia directly. They called in 60 bomb threats to polling places during our election. That's an attack from Russia on our sovereign soil. They do it to Ukraine as well. I mean, they do it to the UK as well. They do it to France. Again, Putin is Hitler. Destroy them. We're done with this conversation.
My former journalistic colleague and then Canadian Foreign Minister and Finance Minister, Chrystia
Thank God,
Freeland,
Lennon, you came at the
G7
perfect time.
moved very quickly at the start
I
of
was
the war
actually
to
getting
freeze
mad.
that, and that was a big blow to Russia. They weren't expecting that. But since then, we haven't done anything. The interest on this money is being dribbled out to support Ukraine. But under international law, Russia is liable for the damages it's done to Ukraine, and the best way to pay those damages would be to seize this money and either give it directly to Ukraine or borrow against it and donate that money. But as I speak, as we listen to this program, Ukraine is bleeding.
Oh, you want to know another country? Here.
No, von der Leyen didn't call off the Romanian election. Misinformation circulating online falsely accuses European Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen of calling off the second round of Romania's presidential election. The runoff vote was indeed cancelled by Romania's Constitutional Court earlier this month after this little-known ultra-nationalist Calin Georgescu swept to victory in the
Swept to victory after being funded and pushed into relevancy by millions of Russian bots.
first round. A state actor was behind his successful TikTok campaign, according
Ruski isn't a slur.
to declassified Romanian intelligence. But von der Leyen and the EU institution she leads didn't make the decision to cancel the vote. Yet, we detected...
Lennon, bring it down a notch, please. I don't want people inside the community like talking to each other in this way. You think this is discrimination? Or do you think the Ruski thing is? Because I didn't think Ruski... I've never heard like Ruski used as a slur. I've heard Russians calling like... I lived in an area that was filled with Russians. That was just like a word that was pretty normal to me. I've never heard it used as a slur. Is that a slur? Because if it is, then please don't use it. Secondly, okay, hold on. I have to look this up. It is a mild slur. Yeah. Okay. So try not to use it. And please like try and act in good faith. It's Romania after all. You're an idiot. This is literally like Russia doing this. Russia did this.
several videos on TikTok falsely accusing von der Leyen of pressuring Bucharest to prevent Georgescu from being elected.
Romanian election is a meme in itself. If you know anything about Romanian politics, it's fully broken. They literally had to cancel the election because of Russian bots. They're the ones that actually did something about the Russian infiltration. You think they're a joke? We're a joke. They're the ones that have a real fucking system. America's the joke. We let them take our election. We let them call in bomb threats. We let them buy our politicians. Elon Musk is owned by Putin. They were making phone calls. Elon was going and hanging out with Putin for years. Elon turned off Starlink in Taiwan because Xi asked Putin to ask him a favor. You think that our system is better than Romania? The one that said, no, Russia interfered in this election, we're gonna have another one? Their system is broken. I like Russians. I have no issue with Russian culture. I just fucking hate their government.
Cancelling the second round. Many of them show signs of AI manipulation.
I've been called a warmonger for saying we should defend Ukraine. It's insanity. It's literal insanity. It's nonsense. All of you have been fucking brainwashed by the goddamn Russians, like, for years of reading misinformation. Years and years and years.
And of being artificially multiplied. Didn't
Pay
make
attention.
the decision to cancel the vote. Yet, we detected several videos on TikTok falsely accusing von der Leyen of pressuring Bucharest to prevent Georgescu from being elected by cancelling the second round. Many of them show signs of AI manipulation and of being artificially multiplied across channels. Several Romanian websites have also accused von der Leyen of interfering in the election. They cite what they describe as influential French media outlet François, but which is in fact a known disinformation platform owned by a conspiracy theorist. We also detected news reports making similar claims on YouTube. Let's break down why these...
It is our war to fight. They directly attacked us, hateful sadists. They directly have attacked the United States. Directly. And I don't have a problem with Russians. Again, I grew up in New Jersey and New York. There's a lot of Russians around. I had no issues with any of them. I had no issues with their culture. It's just their government. They've literally, like, attacked us. They called in bomb threats and fucked with our election. They fucked with Romania's election, Georgia's election. They've invaded Ukraine. They invaded Georgia as well, actually. They're fucking with elections all over Europe. It is our war to fight. It affects us all. No country is an island unto itself. What happens in one part of the world happens to everybody. What happens to one country affects everybody else. We are a global proletariat that is being globally oppressed by these people. Unless they make good on threats, it's not actually worth the war. They literally bombed threat us and bought the election using it. Elon Musk goes to hang out with Putin. They've sat in the same room together. He's asked favors of Elon. Elon is the president. Donald Trump is not the fucking president. Elon Musk sits in on phone calls. They're literally using politics as a tactic of warfare. Do you think a physical assault is the only attack? They've been cyber warfaring us for years. They've been hacking us for years. We know that as well. They had Tenon Media. They've been bribing people to commit, like, perjury, lying, acting as unregistered state actors for decades. All of these are attacks on our sovereignty. Well, we agree. Normally, I would agree. All of this in combination with everything else makes it so, at this point, war with Russia is the only way to fix this. If it was just them, like, fucking with us, then no. If it was just them calling in bomb threats for our elections, then no. But America, England, Romania, Georgia, Ukraine, Hungary, Belarus, like, it's just so much. Stop being a Putin dick rider, guys. All of you. Everyone should defend against America since we do the same against the Russians. America's not the ones that are being expansionist right now, but I agree. Okay. I need you all to chill the fuck out and like act like a community. I stop with the like yelling at each other, stop calling each other like names. I don't want it. I don't want it. Chill the fuck out. You can disagree with me all you like. That's fine. You don't have to agree with me. Me and Exhale are going to debate this next month on stream. But I need you to understand. Yeah, look, just because you don't want war doesn't mean you like Putin. I agree with that. I don't want war either. But I think right now, with the context of everything going on in every little cookie jar that Russia has its hand in, they are a threat to everyone's security. Now, if after that, America became that threat, I would also support doing the same for America. I don't think we're good. I don't think America's good. We've never been the good guys, ever. I would like to be in this one instance. It's an alternative problem too. I don't see a lot of people with that. Hassan interacts with talking about Russian expansionism, and the ones who do either never get acknowledged or they get name banned from his chat, and if they are forced to acknowledge them, then they get ostracized with anecdotes and less popular tanky channels make a bunch of hit pieces on them. So if you're deep into that fandom, you might never hear much about it at all. About all the autocratic shit Russia gets up to. Wait, Hassan is not of the same opinion on me on this? I figured he would be. Hassan interacts with talking about Russian expansionism and the ones who do. Ah, okay, yeah. No, I guess it is what it is. Vosh says this, so I don't know. I figured it was Hassan too. Good in a group project, haven't seen it. I mean, like, again, we've talked about possible group projects we could do before. I talked about what you could do in Australia to help save the water here, but it requires people to get involved. Collective. What did we talk about the other day? Collective liberation?
Iranian Constitutional Court, which cited intelligence disclosures suggesting the legality of the election was at risk. The European Commission has...
And I'm okay with that, hateful sadist. I'm okay with that. Levy it against America too. However, you got to fix one problem before the next. If the house is burning down that you're in, and the house is burning down next door, you fix the house that you're in, you put that fire out, then you go next door and put that fire out. Right now, the house that we're in, the one on fire, is Russia. Put that fire out. Then we can go put America's fire out. It's not like America's good. I mean, like, this is America. This is our left. You're just trying to be contrarian right now, aren't you? America has antagonized many nations, not including Russia. Not any time recently we have not antagonized Russia. When's the last time we antagonized Russia? Now, the American government is a terrorist organization. ISIS is a terrorist organization. 9/11 is still bad. Bad things are bad, yeah. No, I know, and I'm saying that America is also bad. But we're not worse than Russia. Yeah, the last time we were ever, antagonistic to Russia was 20 to 30 years ago. Who gives a shit about Liz Cheney right now? Fuck her. Fuck all the Cheneys. Your logic being flipped on me is correct. I agree with you. But right now, Russia is the threat that needs to be taken out first. That's it. That's it. And then we can work on fixing America. America's also a threat. We expanded NATO and the EU into their turf. Really, did we? How? Which countries? How did we expand into their turf again? Oh, it's not like, it's not like Russia constantly is antagonistic of their own, but no one ever had, we never ask, when's the last time Russia was antagonistic against the West? It's always, well, the West is being antagonistic into Russia. Russia's always, well, okay, Eastern Europe, Ukraine is not in NATO. The Baltics and Finland joined after the Ukrainian, after Ukraine got invaded. I don't understand why all these people are defending Russia right now. Comrade Lenin, why are you defending Russia right now? They were pending, but they weren't getting through. And also, I don't really care if Russia's afraid of, people joining NATO. Those are democratic countries joining to, by consensus. I would, ideally, Russia could join NATO if they weren't run by assholes. I would like a world in which Russia is run by a political party in which, we can have them in NATO. I care about Ukraine more than as a U.S. proxy. I care about Ukraine because Russia is one of the world's largest current issues. Russia is one of the instigating factors from almost all of America's issues. By the way, yes, I know Ukraine took gas from the pipeline meant for Europe. I want that pipeline. I never wanted that pipeline there. I'm glad it's gone. I don't want them to build a second one. Fuck the Nord Stream pipeline. I could give two fucks about it. I don't care. And also, like, they're about to get even cheaper gas through Syria now. Ukraine wants to join NATO. Russia does not want that. Russia then, well, all of this started because of Russia. You guys understand this, right? Russia started everything. Ukraine wanted to join NATO, sure. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2016. Sorry, no, 2014. Was it Crimea? 2014? Was it 2012? It was 2014. 2014, they invaded. They invaded Georgia even before that. Not under their current leadership. No, exhale. I'm moving on. We're moving on. No more of this. We're moving on. I got other shit to talk about. This wasn't even supposed to be a Russia stream. That was supposed to be just one funny clip to show, except it brought out all of the goddamn Russia defenders for some reason. Can we talk about TYT, please? No more Russia talk, please. Just like, I don't want to mute anybody. I don't want to ban anybody. Can we just move on? Can we all collectively move on? We'll come back to it, I promise. We'll come back to it. God, sometimes I hate being a streamer. Okay. This is Anna Kasparian. The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing Americans humanity. This is fucking bullshit. And she knows this, but like, this is insane. Oh, well, I know it's my stream and we could talk about whatever I wish, but like, it doesn't tend to actually work if I keep getting distracted. Get a load of this birthing person. I need you all to download this picture and comment this on everything on a Kasparian post from now on. I know. I'm still thinking about this. It's from a year ago. Chill the fuck out. We're talking about a bunch of stuff. So, where's this one? Where are you? God damn it. Then we have this little Laura Loomer post referring to replying to Cenk Uygur. So why is Trump suing Ann Seltzer for her wrong poll in Iowa? The theory was that she was doing a fake push poll so that Kamala could claim she had a huge surge. In reality, the Democrats were going to cheat to win, but they didn't cheat. Kamala just lost. So this theory that was wrong and absurd. So why are you suing her after you won? She wasn't part of the conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Laura Loomer responding, here we go. To all of you who tried to welcome the Young Turks over to MAGA, they are back attacking Trump and gaslighting us. They were welcoming TYT to MAGA. That's how far to the right TYT's gone, that they literally were being welcomed into MAGA. Cenk, you are like the radical left who thinks that who thinks that once you talk to someone on the other side, you're gonna go over to their side instantly. Like, it's so funny. She like, I mean, here's some more. I know I said like no Cenk clips, but.
Absolutely right, and that's another thing that triggered some folks on the left when I said, look, I didn't want Donald Trump to win. I fought super hard against it because he's that bull in a china shop, and I'm worried about some parts of that china shop, like our Constitution, our democracy, etc. But I am weirdly optimistic and hopeful now after the election, not because I'm happy that Trump won, but because the establishment is defeated, and the establishment is immovable, and they never would free Edward.
His brain is melting. His brain is melting. If his content isn't blocked in Eastern countries like Russia, then who knows how much reach he would lose if that were to change. If that were to happen, millions of people would cease to hear about all the Israeli war crimes. So in that case, it'd be safer to avoid the issue. In fact, how much have we heard about the war in Ukraine from TYT? Like almost nothing, really. The last thing I remember hearing about it from TYT was Anna complaining about us giving money to Ukraine.
Snowden, they would never cut the Pentagon. They never do. They would never have conflict of interest rules because they think, oh my God, if we do it for the generals, maybe they're going to think about doing it for the politicians. And the politician, oh my God, how would I feed my family if I can't make millions of dollars? After I retired, being a lobbyist and a consultant and all these things. So
Batgaz, you always make me smile. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Look, here they are. Now, this is the second time Donald Trump Jr. has responded and said yes. And when I go on the shows, guys, it's not like I'm making them agree or this is the first time they heard about it. And they're like, oh, maybe.
Cut the Pentagon to fund Medicare based.
Maybe. No, as he's saying here, we've been for this. You've got.
Exhale. I said to you, no more Russia for the rest of today. Please respect that. You said you wanted to debate me next month. Write all of it down. Everything you want to say, write it down.
Guys weren't listening.
Actually, audit the Pentagon. You know that that Congress doesn't actually know how much money goes into the defense budget because some of it's classified even from Congress. Like genuinely, they don't know. Some of that money goes into like satellites that are spy satellites up in space. And if we had to write a report on it and if we had to give that to the congressional budget, then like that could leak. And so they don't know. Now, am I in favor of that? No, God, no. We should definitely audit the Pentagon, but.
Okay, Jake, I have to say something. And look, no one knows for sure. No one knows for sure because no one was in any of those rooms where Trump allegedly said very naughty things. But the generals hated Trump. They always hated Trump.
Defending Trump. No one knows. Literally, no one knows in the rooms whether. Shut the fuck up, Annika.
Trump wanted to pull out of Afghanistan. They didn't want to pull out of Afghanistan. So all of the stories quoting, military generals who had meetings with Trump.
I think Donald Trump is funny. That's it.
Closed door meetings, and Trump allegedly said all of these naughty things. I don't know what to believe because it's a he said, she said type situation.
You don't know what to believe? He said, she said, he is Donald Trump, and you don't know what to believe, you fucking idiot. Oh yeah, we already looked at that one as well. Oh man, I slipped on some ice at work in front of a bunch of coworkers, but then I landed on my back and I farted and everyone laughed. I was so embarrassed. It was so hard to look people in the eye. I would have got up and looked them directly in the eye and said I did it on purpose. That's how you get away with doing something by accident. That's embarrassing. You make it on purpose. I mean, if we're going to get a puppet show, it might as well be funny. Exactly. And last point here. This is Cenk talking about how he'd happily take super PAC money, even though he has started 3 super PACs to get money out of politics, one of which is funding primarily Brianna Wu more than anyone else.
Clarify your position here. Will you accept big money donations?
Sorry, I was quiet.
I want to clarify your position here. Will you accept big money donations? Will you accept corporate PAC money, super PAC money, etc.?
Yeah. So, guys, I'm not going to do unilateral disarmament and go, okay, Joe Biden and everybody else and their uncle gets to have giant super PACs, but I'm not going to. No, if super PACs come in on my side, which, by the way, is not enormously likely, but I'm being honest and I'm being principled, and I'm telling you, yes, I would allow the super.
A real honest and principled person would say no. For example, me, in that like I'm not saying that like I'm super principled or anything, but an example would be I want to be able to do this for work for the rest of my life. I want to do this every day. I love streaming. I love coming here. I love talking to you guys. I love giving the news. I need money to be able to do something like this. I have been offered several sponsorships. I will not take any of those sponsorships because they come from unethical sources, because I don't believe in taking corporate money, because if I take their money, then I now have to limit my speech based on requirements contractually. I am no longer just me. I am now owned by these people, just like Cenk Uygur is owned by Peter Thiel because they take money from the poly market. If I was ever to take an ad, it would have to be for something that I use regularly that I'm willing to defend. I would not take money from, I wouldn't take money from Progressive Victory if I was running. And by the way, if you live in America and you want to, I don't know, make a difference, you want to spend your time phone banking, door knocking, try and fight for democracy, ! PV, I wouldn't take their PAC money. And I believe in them. So that's my view of what a actually principled person would do. Trump is not a good businessman. The man bankrupted 3 casinos. Just off that, Batgaz, the man bankrupted 3 casinos. I won't rehash. But anyone trying to fund anything Cenk and Kalinske related haven't kept an eye on there. Well, yeah. But the Justice Dems failed for reasons that are larger than is simplifiable to something like this.
Probably the best place to start, Zach, would just be probably the best place to start.
This is very loud, but this is about the exodus of TYT viewership. I'm curious.
Zach would just be.
Let's just skip because I don't want really the preamble. Oh, cool. It's right in the beginning.
Social blade for TYT, which has gotten even worse since our last live stream.
He bankrupted at least 2 of the casinos because he had them next to each other and he made them compete with each other, so both failed.
Which we took a look at the fact that they were down 10,000 subscribers. Now, Zach, as you see, that graph it's getting even more pronounced in its downward trend, the negative trend. As you can see here now, TYT is down 20,000 subscribers.
That's gotta hurt.
Since December 9th, it looks like.
That's gotta
so that's
hurt.
That's a pretty big hit for a channel that big. Obviously,
that would hurt. That's an achievement. 3 casinos bankrupt. Yeah. Hold on. Let me prove it to you. How many casinos has we'll do casinos first. Has Trump bankrupted? Hello, Art. Welcome back. Give me like a... 6 bankruptcies. 6 bankruptcies. 3 of them are casinos at least. From, Washington Post back in 2016. Good businessman. Bankrupted 6 companies. Yeah. These hurt the most because people actively unsubscribing were probably pretty enraged with TYT in the loop enough to unsubscribe. Well, yeah, exactly. A lot of that came from A, the Polymarket stuff, but B, I mean, like, they've been shifting further and further to the right for a while now. It's been a pretty large scale issue. That's all I need to say, and I knew that you would get it in just that, like, what? What? How do you bankrupt a fucking casino? But
fake AI generate.
Now, I know we're jumping around a bit today. My ADHD is off the cuff. Elon Musk is also an idiot. He is, he's like barely liquid right now. He has like almost no liquid money. He didn't invent anything for SpaceX. He stole all of, he literally had to pay settlements for claiming that he invented things that he hasn't invented. He got lucky with PayPal. He bought Twitter and ran it into the ground. I mean, Twitter's lost users, ad revenue, everything. It lost him money. Twitter was worth $44 billion when he bought it. It's worth $8 billion now. If they were C-list or below, I guarantee it's money laundering. Trudeau did that a few times and mysteriously had millions of extra dollars. I mean, Donald Trump embezzled more than $1 billion the last time he was president. Do you think their shifting is just socially? I feel like Cenk is pretty solid. No, it's because they're being paid to. They're bought by the Polymarket, who's owned by Peter Thiel. We looked at this the other day. Let me pull up my sources again from the other day. I really do need to get all of this compiled into one document. It's just really hard to do. You can give me a moment. This one, too many. That one's on labor conditions. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose you can start with, yeah.
So finally,
oh God. So by the way, this is what started all of this for me in this, like, I mean, I stopped watching them a long time ago. They've shifted to the right a little while ago. I drank 6 cups of water and popped a vitamin C. I'm really proud of you.
After somebody does it 1,000 times, we're like, all right, fuck it. Here's who's doing it, and fuck them, right? Yeah. And then everybody's like, oh no, I can't believe you're saying that about poor Jimmy Dore. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Dave Rubin. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Sam Cedar. I know. Poor Sam. Poor Sam. Okay. So, anyways, yeah. And so look, they claim to be more left wing, and then they'll.
I don't give a shit.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
I don't care.
And then they'll go around and
fucking screeching like a.
Be like, oh, corporatist politicians, yes, establishment Democrats, Kamala Harris. What happened? I thought Kamala Harris was a cop. Now all of a sudden, oh, Kamala Harris lost. What happened?
Just
what
wait.
happened? There's only two things that make you cry: when establishment Democrats lose, and when we fight back.
I mean,
against
obviously they're full of shit here, but I'm waiting for the bit about the money.
Oh, well, you're not supposed to fight back. Oh, they're so rude. I mean, we only call them Nazis. Why are they fighting back?
Oh, shut the
goddamn what you do. But if you guys support a corporatist prick in the next, and all of the things you've ever done in your life was apparently totally and utterly fraudulent. And all you wanted was to get some pats on the head.
Is this not the right video? This might not be the right video. Sorry, hold on. This is him being a dishonest grifter. Where's the one about them taking Polymarket money? Oh, but this is, by the way, this is Jenk's pack, Rebellion pack. If you're a TYT viewer, and this is where that money's going. Oh, and if you're curious about like working standards like union busting and shit like that, have a look over there. Where is the Polymarket one? I swear to God, it was in this page. Oh, whatever, I'll find it on Twitter. TYT Polymarket. Ah, here we go.
Welcome to the Young Turks, Cenk Ugran and Kasparian.
Yeah, they were literally like attacking Sam and Emma. It's ridiculous.
All back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Polymarket Studios, FYI, like that's how much money that Peter Thiel, the guy who owns the vice president, JD Vance, is paying them, that they renamed the studio.
Turks, Cenk Ugran and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but does it matter? I'm gonna say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use PayPal? If you did, guilty. Okay, hold on. Okay.
You realize it's not the same thing between using the service and the founder of the service, who is a right-wing crypto grifter, paying you, a news media source who's supposed to be independent media, to be not independent. There's a difference.
Peter Thiel also financed Facebook. Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did, because she used to make videos for us on Facebook.
Yeah, and she responded to this saying that was part of the job and it was her job requirement by you. You told her to make videos on Facebook. She was employed by you.
Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel.
It is literally
Thiel-funded organization.
the dumbest argument.
Give me all that money back from all of your videos on Facebook, because Peter Thiel financed Facebook. You gonna do that? No, you're not.
Hey, Cenk, you gonna give me all the times I paid you for membership back? Are you gonna allow members that paid to get their name on the members wall in the studio have their name removed from the wall?
Not gonna do that, right? So it's just a piece of propaganda that they're using against us.
I don't give a shit. Okay.
I don't give a shit what you have to say. Look, they're, I mean.
For Polymarket. Okay. For Polymarket. Wait,
no, seriously.
Wait. You want to know something about? You want to know something about those? First of all, they got raided by the FBI.
The CEO did.
Yeah, the CEO did. I don't know if you know this, but they offered me, as a starting point of the conversation, $1 million to just sponsor my election coverage, and I said no.
Good for you. God bless your heart.
Yeah, as in privilege. That's not privilege. That was the wrong word. Come on, we just had the word. It was just in the tip of my tongue. Motherfucker. It was the right thing to do. It was, the saying no is the right thing to do. The circle of media life, you need money for your business to survive. You take money from someone. Well, I mean, you don't need to. Principles. Thank you.
I probably would have said yes.
Principled.
Well,
yeah, I probably would have said it. You did say yes, asshole.
Good for you. God bless your heart. I probably would have said yes. Anyway.
Well,
okay, so
just like that's the entry point of the conversation. They were like, "We'll give you $1 million." I was like, "No." Anyway.
Okay. So, anyways,
Someone asked me in chat a little while ago if I got offered $1 million to do a Donald Trump ad, would I do it? And I said no, and they thought I was insane. I think that's principled. Maybe the way forward for the USA is what the UK is doing, devolving the UK and handing governance of each county to that. I mean, that kind of, I've talked about decentralized government before. What you're talking about there sounds a bit like that, but you also want monarchy, don't you? Bro, your computer, bro, the company you're citing had to liquidate itself and no longer exists. Is this your example of a thriving company? Sorry, not sorry. There is a zillionth of a smidge of Alex Jones on the man's face these days. No, I see it. I mean, to be fair, he was always the Alex Jones of the left. I remember like back in the day when these people had principles, Cenk and Billy Dorr nearly got into a fight with Alex Jones, like genuinely, like a full on. No. I like the British backgas told me that there's people in Britain who want the king to like be the government and get rid of Parliament, and I think that's very stupid. But apparently, people want that. I have no like citation on whether that's true or not, but apparently people want that there. Anyway, off of this is fucking stupid. Let's look at something horrible. You guys want to see something horrible? Another reason why I fucking hate AI?
Generated images are causing real harms. 60 Minutes uncovered nearly 30 incidents in U.S. schools where AI nudes of minors
and yes, that was the Thanksgiving void, Metallic Soul.
Created and shared. Frustrated parents and students forced to deal with the consequences are demanding legal action. 60 Minutes correspondent Anderson Cooper has the story.
I want legal
when
action.
You first heard the rumor, you didn't know that there were photos or
Marquis, I grew up watching TYT. They're the reason that I do this now. If I offered you $1 billion tax-free that you can do whatever you want with without paying tax unless you want to pay taxes, what would you be willing to do that's morally questionable? Say the N-word, unironically defend Biden on everything he's ever done throughout his political career. What's his limits? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Or a photo of you.
No, we didn't know. I think that was like the most
probably
chaotic
something really benign though. I don't even really think that like
ever witnessed.
In a school, somebody gets an inkling of something and it just spreads.
It's like rapid fire. It just goes to everyone. And so then when someone hears this, it's like, wait, like
the point of business is to get rich and make everyone below you die. I'd say the N-word for $1 billion, probably. I mean, like, I'm sure that could be forgiven if I say the N-word for $1 billion and then I immediately spend a lot of that money paying every, like, African-American money. Just like here, this is how I got the money. And hard R, no. I'll say the hard R N-word for $1 billion and then I'll distribute that $1 billion amongst that group. I'll say, hey, look, this is how I acquired this money. You deserve most of it, and then I would give most of it to them. I would take like maybe, I don't know, $5 million for myself. I'll buy myself a house. I'll buy my parents a house, and then maybe that's enough money left over to like pay bills and buy groceries for a year, and then I'll keep working. That would be what I would do. Cenk and Anna have said the N-word several times throughout their career. That does not surprise me.
AI, like no one thinks that could like happen.
Oh, actually, also, I would spend a lot of that money buying water licenses in Australia so that companies can't do it. You'd fund socialist media. That's a better use of it. I would not do that. But anyway, can we talk about like the horrors of AI, or does no one care? There are no good businesses. Business, like industry with capitalism is bad. Business under socialism, that's fine. industry under socialism, that's fine. It's capitalism that's horrible. And again, we've talked about that. Would I set up the commune in Australia? Absolutely. That would be what I would, that would be like what I buy for myself is the commune. I would get all the equipment that we need and everything.
To you. Francesca Mani knew nothing about Nudify websites when she discovered she and several of the girls at Westfield High School in New Jersey had been targeted. According to a lawsuit later filed by one of the other girls through her parents, a boy at the school uploaded photos from Instagram.
I'm libertarian socialist is what I am. I literally hop on YouTube, drop a like on the stream for me, and then if you look at my past streams, I actually just did one not too long ago where I explained my entire ideology on stream with Lord Fluffy art. It'll be in the title. It'll say I talk about libertarian socialism. You can listen to that and understand like my belief system there.
Instagram to a
It's under
site
lives.
called
I don't
Cloth
make short videos because I don't have the attention span to sit and cut videos. Sorry.
naming the site to raise awareness of its potential dangers. There are more than 100 of these Nudify websites. A quick search is all it takes to find them. Clothoff is one of the most popular, with more than 3 million visits last month, according to Graphica, a company that analyzes social networks.
To talk more about this disturbing trend, I want to bring in tech gaming and culture reporter William Antonelli. William, this is incredibly disturbing. And the one thing that I sort of keep thinking in watching a story from Anderson about these sites creating fake nudes of individuals is I've yet to see a story where AI is being used for something actually beneficial to civilization and humanity.
There are occasionally good, business people, but they're all horrible. That was bait. I mean, yeah. Just don't say the N-word. Is pretty rational. They're acting like AI porn isn't going to be massively popular. Yeah, well, it is, but it's not about AI porn. This is about AI pedophilia and also about like AI being used to create revenge porn and fake images of people that are then circulated. Like, people will kill themselves over this. Are you kidding me? Like, you're Lord Fluffy Art. You imagine in high school, like a 16-year-old girl has fake nudes of her going around. That girl could kill herself. That is a very likely scenario. How would you know that it's AI? Exactly. If it's good, how would you know?
Perhaps it does have applications, maybe in the military.
Fuck AI, no applications. Fuck AI entirely. Tell me the story about what's happening here. I could literally start wars, but like, that's a whole other thing. Why is my internet always so shit when it's hot outside?
Sort of trick.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Please do not ever unalive yourselves. Ever. Don't do that.
Public.
It's not worth
so
it.
the
Even
FBI
nothing will ever make it that worthwhile.
As you know, has been warning about the threat of sextortion. That's what they're calling it among children. Is it a possibility that some of these images that are created with this AI tool are being sold?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they're all on fucking Telegram, which is why I want it to be banned.
One of the biggest ways that this sort of sextortion happens is on chat apps like, say, Telegram, for example. People will go on Telegram to find so-called AI artists.
There's a reason why I'm going to go and knock on some doors. They banned social media for kids under 16 in Australia, but Telegram, Kick, and Rumble, no, they're not banned.
Give those artists, let's say, 10 pictures of someone they know, and they'll pay that artist.
I'm gonna fix
and then
that.
The artist will come back to
I'm gonna
them
try.
with that same person, but now nudified using the AI. So in that sense, these pictures are absolutely being sold. We also have some other people who will make, let's say, 100 images, not necessarily of real people, but of images, AI images that are based on pictures of real people, and then they'll sell those.
So are there any...
Thank you, Backgaz. I mean, I figured it was something like that, and I had it in my head, but I never actually knew the real explanation. There we go.
Laws protecting the victims of this kind of internet activity, or laws to punish the...
Telegram is a phone app that's made by like I think he's like a Russian billionaire or something. They use it to... Telegram is where you go to buy drugs, illegal pornography, or to spread propaganda. or to like organize your Nazi militia into doing like an insurrection. Those are like the only real uses of Telegram. Drugs, illegal like porn, weapons, counterfeit money, just illegal bullshit stuff like that, or Nazis and misinformation. AI porn is disturbing. These freaking bots voice out the ads that they play before porn videos. I mean, I wouldn't know, but like, because I mean, if I'm gonna watch porn, I'm gonna listen to porn, not watch it. But I mean, again, these things are, I hate them. I hate AI so much. I am a what's the word? What's the word for like racist against robots? The scary thing about AI is that it's still in its infancy. Yeah, quantum computing is not in the very near future. It's not as close as you think it is. I know about Google's chip thing. We covered it on stream. It's not that close. Telegram was heavily used for the summer riots here in the UK this year. Yeah, of course. The Nazis used Telegram to organize. What about being able to communicate without being spied on? What do you, like, you can't do that anyway. They can spy on you no matter what. You think that just because the app's encrypted that they can't spy on you? Motherfucker, the US spy software is built into the encryption. The law needs to have mechanisms to expand the list of banned social media sites. I'm going to try and make that happen. You know, I'm working on it, all right? We gotta make a petition, and then I gotta go knock on some doors. I gotta wait until after Christmas. No one's paying attention to politics right now. Can we leave porn alone? Without porn, I wouldn't have a sex life. I just don't want them to add AI porn. I just hate AI. It's the most, like, dystopian bit about our reality in general. But fine, we can leave porn alone. Let's talk about immigration. Or rather, not immigration. Actually, this has nothing to do with immigration. This is about citizenship. Technophobia? No, it's more like a robo-racist or something. I don't know. Google's new chip is not going, like, we talked about this on stream before, had a literal like person whose job it was to look at these things, explain to us how we have the chip, but we need to develop the science to be able to store the data, to store and read the data on a higher level than we do now. We're not there yet. We can make the quantum chips, but we don't have the algorithms in place to like use them in the way that we normally do. Holy shit, I'm just looking for something really quickly, but there's so many bullshit in the way. All right, anyway. It's not really phobia, but yeah, mechanophobia is probably the closest. People's minds are already busted. AI is just going to make that problem worse. Exactly. And I want to censor everything that comes from the right.
If you're born in the United States of America, you're an American, right? That's how it's always been. I mean, it's in the Constitution. But Donald Trump doesn't care about the Constitution, and he's been very open for a while about how he plans to end this core constitutional principle, end birthright citizenship.
You have people on the border, and in one day they walk over, have a baby, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to pay the baby.
So we are looking at birthright
Motherfucker, why are you so loud?
Citizenship.
Too much porn ruins people's minds. Not enough porn also ruins people's minds. We need nuance. Pornography is not a bad thing. Pornography's existence leads to less sexual assault, leads to less rape, leads to less pedophilia. Pornography is not a bad thing. You just need nuance. Thank you for the sub, Pushiga. I really appreciate it. And who's deciding what is the right? Okay, I'll explain to you. Any system of authority, oppression, control, or power needs to justify itself and its legitimacy, or it should be dismantled. Period. That's it. It's just that needs to justify its legitimacy. Now, who gets to decide what's justifiable? They have to prove it. We don't have to give them specificity. The people in power should have to prove why their authority is legitimate, and if not, should be removed. Comrade Lenin, what is the citation needed to? And also, Telegram is fucking disgusting. There's a feature that automatically saves images and videos sent in a group chat onto your device. The more you think about why someone would want to use a feature like that, the harder it is to sleep at night. Oh god, I wish I did not know that. And by the way, like, the reason that I was asking about, oh god, do I have to like download these? I just wanted to play a video. Open link. Will this work?
I'm overreacting.
Okay,
I'm overreacting.
Basically, the reason I was asking what you would call someone who's like racist against robots is because of this TikTok video that I happen to agree with. I already talked about it, Pushiga. I think it's ridiculous.
I'm overreacting. I'm overreacting.
Oh, you don't, I can find you a citation for pornography's existence, lowering rates of pedophilia, rape, and sexual assault. I can find that, yeah.
Fucking daughter brought home a goddamn clanker. Oh, I don't care if he doesn't like that fucking word. You bring home one of those oil for blood metalloids one more fucking time, I swear to shit, I will spray him with the hose, full fucking blast. You understand? Honey, I thought that you and I had a fucking agreement here.
Robophobic, that's what it was.
Family. What do you mean robophobic? It's not a fucking human.
That's what I meant. It was robophobic. That's what I was looking for. But I found a couple studies really quickly. But like these are like actual proper studies, you know? So you're gonna need to like read them. These are just ones that I'm looking at. If you want me to like actually provide you the citation, again, if you don't like these, let me know after stream. Message me on Discord and I'll look for like a proper one, because I have seen lots of evidence that indicates this, and I also learned this when I went to uni. And yes, pornography should be regulated more. Wanting encryption in local files should not be frowned upon. No, yeah, I agree. It's just we don't have that anyway, pre-breakfast banana. You don't have encryption. The government can access everything you have remotely. Unless, like, as long as it is connected to the internet, you're, like, the government can access it. There's no encryption protecting you. It's built in to all of the encryption softwares that if, you know, the state tries to access it, they can. Okay. Now.
Right? That's how it's always been. I mean, it's in the Constitution. But Donald Trump doesn't care about the Constitution, and he's been very open for a while about how he plans to end this core constitutional principle, end birthright citizenship.
You have people on the border, and in one day they walk over, have a baby, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to pay the baby.
So we are looking at birthright citizenship.
Motherfucker.
Very serious.
Why is it so loud at one point and not in another? Again, twice that happened.
It's frankly ridiculous. On day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic.
You know, this is going to apply to like everyone, right?
Of the 14th Amendment, which
explicitly I did not mean to do that.
The future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship.
You heard that last part. Trump not only thinks he can take away a right explicitly outlined in the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which explicitly says, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. But Trump being Trump, he thinks he can get rid of it all by himself. Not via constitutional amendment, not even via Congress, but via executive.
Someone brings a robot boyfriend to Thanksgiving dinner and an old robophobic grandparent is like, Siri, please pass the salt. That'll be me.
Order. Yes, our next president is planning on instructing government agencies to deny social security numbers, passports, and public benefits to newborn babies in the US whose parents don't provide
Well, I mean, to be fair, none of you are going to get Social Security anyway.
proof of their immigration status. But here's the thing. Birthright citizenship isn't just explicitly laid out in the Constitution, it's also been explicitly upheld by the Supreme
No, they
Court.
won't. No, they won't. No, they won't. They won't, because you know why? They don't care. Literally yesterday we looked at this. Trump supporters do not care if their rights get taken away. They don't. Where is it? Here we go. Actually, even some Democrats don't care. Monmouth County poll from yesterday found if Donald Trump suspended some laws and constitutional provisions, would that bother you a lot, bother you a little, or not at all? Not at all, 22%. Bother a little, 22%. Republicans, 36%, not bothered at all. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's even crazier? 10% of Dems. 10% of Dems. No, Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution. He said so, like openly. He said, I want to get rid of the Constitution.
In fact, the relevant precedent here is over 100 years old. Yes, back in 1898, birthright citizenship took center stage at the Supreme Court after Wong Kim Ark, who was born to 2 Chinese immigrants in San Francisco, had his citizenship challenged by the xenophobic Chinese Exclusion Act, which at the time banned Chinese immigrants from becoming naturalized citizens. Nevertheless, in US versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court upheld his citizenship, despite him being born to non-citizens, writing that, quote, the 14th...
This isn't Trump. This isn't Trump. This is the Heritage Foundation. Like, this is Project 2025. It was part of the plan. It was always part of the plan. Sorry, there's like a button that if I click the wrong place, it'll skip for some reason.
States. But Trump being Trump, he thinks he can get rid of it all by himself. Not via constitutional amendment, not even via Congress, but via executive order. Yes, our next president is planning on instructing government agencies to deny social security numbers, passports, and public benefits to newborn babies in the US whose parents don't provide...
Everything that they want to do is in that link. And by the way, that book, The Mandate for Leadership, Project 2025, is exactly what Javier Milei got when he came to the United States. And he asked the Heritage Foundation for help about a year ago. He took this back to Argentina, implemented it. And as you can see, their inflation rate's going down, but their poverty rate went up by 50%. So,
proof of their immigration status. But here's the thing. Birthright citizenship isn't just explicitly laid out in the Constitution, it's also been explicitly upheld by the Supreme Court. In fact, the relevant precedent here is over 100 years old. Yes, back in 1898, birthright citizenship took center stage.
Nah, don't worry, I'll be chill. If I'm adopting you, you're allowed to have an Ultron boyfriend in 2048. But again, I can't adopt you. Can't afford it.
Supreme Court after
Sorry.
Wong Kim Ark, who was born to 2 Chinese immigrants in San Francisco.
Sorry, now we'll get here. I'm going to stop touching it so I don't accidentally move it.
Chinese Exclusion Act, which at the time banned Chinese immigrants from becoming naturalized citizens. Nevertheless, in US versus Wong Kim Ark, the Supreme Court upheld his citizenship, despite him being born to non-citizens, writing that, quote, the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory.
This amendment also technically says that you don't need to be a natural-born citizen to be the president of the United States, because it says that there is no distinction between a natural-born and a naturalized citizen. Cenk Uygur tried to use this argument to be able to run for president, and the courts denied him. But I reckon if Trump dies this term, Elon will use this exact argument. They won't deny him, and then we'll have President Musk for real in 2028.
Now, of course, the current conservative majority on the Supreme Court doesn't have a great
nightmare
track record
scenario
when it comes to upholding precedent or constitutional rights for that matter. And with justices like Amy Coney Barrett, who once referred to the 14th Amendment as, quote, possibly illegitimate, it's not crazy to think that this court may well give Trump their stamp of approval on this issue, which, to be clear, would be a shocking...
Amy Coney Barrett called the 14th Amendment illegitimate. What happened to reality, man? When did I like fall into a black hole and go into like the idiot sphere?
And shameless disregard for the Constitution. And don't just take my word for it. Even James Ho, a conservative lawyer...
Electoralism is dead for the next few years. I don't think that we're going to... Like, we probably won't have a free or fair election in 2028. We might get a midterm, but it's not going to do much. Direct action is the way to go. Right now, your focus should not be on creating, like, political change. It should be on survival and protecting the people that are in the greatest degree of risk. Right now, that should be the main focus of the left, is save as many people as we can, protect as many people as we can, survive, and spread our messaging. The thing is, under fascism, revolutionary socialist sentiment tends to grow like wildfire underground. So there's that.
The judge wrote in 2009 that, quote, text, history, judicial precedent, and executive branch interpretation confirmed that the citizenship clause reaches most US-born children of aliens, including illegal aliens. Now, as plain and obvious as the 14th Amendment is, when it comes to birthright citizenship, there are 4 words in the middle of that first sentence that Team Trump thinks supports their case against birthright citizenship. It's the bit where it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens. Conservatives argue that part, subject to jurisdiction thereof, was written in order to deny citizenship to anyone who still has loyalty to a foreign power.
That's a ridiculous argument. Like, that's an actually retarded argument.
Which they say includes people whose parents have not entered the country legally.
That's an even dumber argument.
Drop they think it is. When the 14th Amendment was being passed back in the 1860s, the senators debating it pretty much all agreed that it would apply to pretty much everyone, including the children of foreign citizens with loyalty to other countries, but excluding Native Americans on reservations. Congress agreed to adopt the...
I'll agree with you on that one, Art. I'm never going to run.
...interpretation of Senator Jacob M. Howard, the author of the Citizenship Clause, who clarified the
I'll see you in the camps, my friend. Comrade.
...would not apply to, quote, persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers, but will include every other class of persons. When Senate Judiciary Chair Lyman Trump...
They're going to make this so that this entirely applies to everybody. And then they're going to make it so you have to do like military service to gain citizenship. That's what they're going to do. That's the end game here. You don't get citizenship by birth. You have to serve in the military to get citizenship or something like that. It's quite absurd, don't you think? This means that you can hop across the border and when you no. First of all, I'm an open border person. I don't think that like I don't give a fuck about illegal entry into the country. Immigration is good. There's nothing bad coming out of illegal immigration. They come, they work, they pay taxes, they commit less crimes than like any born or naturalized citizen combined. When you adjust for population growth, all of them commit significantly less crimes. They pay taxes. If they're illegal, they don't get benefits. Like, it's ridiculous to even think that this is like a bad thing. This objectively benefits America at the expense of the illegal immigrants. So then everyone joins the military and they can have the largest military earth to LARP. Like, yeah, literally, but like that's what they'll do. They'll make it so that you have to earn citizenship, even as like a white person, eventually. The initial reasoning for the 14th was because a bunch of black people whose families experienced slavery were being rejected rights that regular citizens were given. So they made citizen via birthright one step forward all the way back then. And now we're going to potentially undo that. Yeah, essentially. They commit less crime. If they commit less crime, will they commit more crime when they... No, I mean, they commit less crime in America. I mean, like, if you take the entirety of the both documented and undocumented immigrant population, and you take the entirety of born and naturalized citizens, and you adjust them for population size, the citizens commit exponentially higher crime than the immigrants, and this is said by every law enforcement agency in the United States. No, they don't commit crimes at home either. They don't commit crimes here or at home. The ones that, first of all, if you commit a crime in a country where you're in illegally, you're going to get deported. You're not going to jail. They're less likely to commit crimes just based on that. But secondly, every law enforcement agency says that in America, documented and undocumented immigrants commit less crimes overall than citizens do. Like the idea of drug smuggling illegal immigrants. That's a lie. That doesn't happen. It's Americans that bring in most of the drugs from the southern border. It's like 97% are white Americans. The last big fentanyl bust that I saw was like 26 neo-Nazis. No, it's not, because you have to enter the country to apply for asylum. It's not illegal to enter the country and then apply for asylum. You have to. That's how it works. You have to enter at a port of entry and then declare and ask for asylum, which almost all of them do. It just takes several years for those asylum claims to be processed, so they end up living here without documentation. But conservatives pretend like none of this happens. So you are missing bits and pieces of it. Now, there are people that come in and they don't declare themselves and then ask for asylum. That does also happen. But I particularly, I don't care. But most of them do. It's smarter and more ideal to put it on American citizens who are less likely to be scrutinized when coming back into the U.S. Literally, yes. Why the fuck would you try and smuggle drugs in with like a person who's obviously going to be more scrutinized at the border? And also, yes, being a person cannot be illegal. Asylum is legal immigration. It is part of the United Nations. Yeah, like this is international law. But even then, I don't care if they can just come in. Give them citizenship. I want to give all of them. I would like to give every single person in the world who wants American citizenship right now. I used to work in a very large homeless shelter just outside DC for 2 years. The only thing those US-born homeless people got was a free warm cot and Obama phone. We still don't help our own folks yet. We don't give a shit about poor people. You think the immigrants get anything? You think they get anything? They live so much worse lives than you can possibly imagine. And yes, we don't help our own folks, but that's because the rich steal the money. We have enough wealth in the United States alone. If we just took away the top 1%'s money and redistributed it to the entire world, that every human on this earth could live comfortably for decades in a minimum upper middle class lifestyle without working. All of this doesn't even mention the fact that immigrants are the backbone of our agricultural sector. Yeah, they produce 80% of the food in the 80% of the labor force of the agricultural sector are undocumented immigrants.
Trumbull was asked if birthright citizenship applied to kids of Chinese immigrants. He said back then, undoubtedly. So conservatives...
The claim of food production? Yeah. Undocumented immigrants. US industry by number. So this is industries that rely on immigration. Actually, I was wrong. It's construction. 1.5 million construction workers. There's only 250,000 agriculture workers, but they do produce the vast majority of the nation's food. That we produce at home, although we do import most of our food from Mexico. Oh, you mean the upper middle class lifestyle claim? Well, okay, we can do that one. Wealth gap. Wealth in the United States by tax bracket. 2024. No, I don't want the rates. Okay, you know what? Wealth in the United States 2024, distribution. Thank you. Wealth distribution. That was the word I was looking for. And we're talking, it was undocumented immigrants were the ones in construction. So wealth distribution in the United States, second quarter of 2024. The vast majority of the wealth is owned by the top 10 Now, what this doesn't actually go into, here it is. The 1% of the top, but even this, there's 3 people in America that own more wealth than the bottom 50%. So this right here is half of America. This right here is 10 people. This is probably closer to 100 people. This right here is 100 people have this much money, where half the country has this much money. Now, if we took this money and this money and this money and this money all away and distributed it equally, we would have what was our GDP for 2024? US GDP 2024, $5.7 trillion this year. How much money do these corporations have, do you think? How much money do you think they have sitting in offshore bank accounts? If you take all of their money, all of the upper class money, all of it, not the yearly GDP per capita, because they have more. This is just what they're earning. This is also what's reported. And also, they don't report all their money. There's so much more than you think there is the point. What ends up happening is U.S. companies can't fill the U.S. roles with U.S. workers, so the government lets them issue visas to foreign workers who end up coming here with the visas expired and thus undocumented. That means the employer can further exploit them and that they aren't legally obligated to cover. Yes, exactly. That's entirely true. I thought it was the inverse. In the U.S., 80% of immigrants in construction and are documented, while 20% are undocumented. No. That is. Here, let me pull it up again. Confused. Now I'm confused. Here. Construction has 1.5 million undocumented in it, and 255,000 undocumented in agriculture. It's flat. I thought it was the other way around too. I thought it was 80% are undocumented. 80% was in agriculture and the 20 was in construction. Either or, pretty close. This is a mass part of our workforce. They also put their money in tax haven states like Liechtenstein, like the Canary Islands, the Virgin Islands, there's Monaco. There's a lot of places for them to hide money. A lot of places to hide money. Elon Musk has $600 billion, Lord Fluffy Art. $600 billion. Do you know what $600 billion is? Like how much, what were you thinking when Kendrick said, "Don't insult my intelligence, I'm not for the television"? I don't know. I haven't heard him say it. I did listen to Not Like Us. Holy fuck. I did too. That's insane. I didn't know that, which wasn't. I suppose it flopped. To be fair, we've automated agriculture quite a bit recently, so.
They're originalists, that the Constitution should be interpreted in
Hey, look, sometimes, you know, we learn.
Historical era in which it was written. And the senators at that time were clear that birthright citizenship applied to the kids of all foreigners with the exception of foreign diplomats. Oh, and remember US versus Wong Kim Ark? That case also addressed this jurisdiction language head on, with Supreme Court Justice Horace Gray writing for the majority that the amendment's language, quote, was not intended to impose any new restrictions upon citizenship. Gray then confirmed that the language was only intended to exclude children born to Native Americans living on reservations, children of foreign diplomats.
I still think that's fucked.
And, based on English common law, quote, children born of alien enemies in hostile occupation. So, okay, that jurisdiction language was also intended to exclude children of literal military invaders, which partly explains why Trump and the GOP have been so desperately and so falsely and so ridiculously trying to brand migrants at the southern border as invaders. Conservatives also like to point to the fact that in the Wong Kim Ark case, Ark's parents were immigrants.
You should just be given enough money to live by the state for just existing every year. Art, come on. We've had this discussion. Universal basic income.
Living here legally, whereas Trump's executive order would only go after children whose parents are undocumented. But once again, judicial precedent is not on Trump's side.
I promise you this will not end with immigrants. I promise you this will not end with immigrants. It never does. The fascist is very predictable, especially when the fascist is using the literal playbook of like historical fascism. It's like they opened the textbook and they're going step by step.
1982, the Supreme Court struck down a public school in Texas's attempt to deny admission to undocumented children, saying, and I quote, "No plausible distinction."
Oh, no, sorry. I had no idea what you were talking about with that. I had no idea where the GDP of Belgium comment came from. So I just added in, like, I just think you should have that much money by the state anyway. And Musk owning the GDP of Belgium, again, that's just money that's reported. There's so much more money in the world that you think. Do you know how many like billionaires aren't on the list? There's likely trillionaires on this planet that we don't know of, that hide themselves. The real rich, you don't know their names. They're not on the Forbes list. The real rich. The Caribbean has several nano nations which have banks and tax codes that want specifically, yes, North American and Mexican oligarchs to hide and save their money.
14th Amendment jurisdiction.
Ungodly amounts. The Panama Papers. Go read that too. There's a lot in there.
Aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful.
Actually, I'll do a bit on that.
Was unlawful.
Not today, but...
In other words, even if you are undocumented, you are still within the jurisdiction of the US, and therefore birthright citizenship.
I'll do a video on this at some point, but have a look at the Panama Papers. And the House of Saud is worth like $1 trillion. This is true.
Citizenship as laid out in the 14th Amendment still applies to your kids.
Entering the country undocumented is not illegal by US law. It's not. It's not. Asylum seekers must be in the U.S. or at a port of entry, an airport, or an official land crossing to request the opportunity for asylum. There's no way to ask for a visa in advance for the purpose of seeking asylum. You have to enter the country. It's not illegal to do so. And also, it shouldn't be anyway. It shouldn't be necessary to apply for asylum. You should just enter the country, declare yourself, and be given citizenship. It's not, though. It's literally international law, Netfox. Your federal law is trumped by international law. Yes, give me the link. But again, international law beats federal law. So, yeah, but that's because we're evil. Do you want to be evil or do you want to be good? Send me the link. Send me the link. Let me read what you're claiming. Cite me what you're saying.
And yet Donald Trump thinks that's a, quote, ridiculous idea.
Now, how ridiculous?
I think it's ridiculous that we even are debating this. They're people. Let them come into the country. They're just trying to live. You just wait until the climate crisis gets worse and you see like refugees from all over South America flood the United States more so. Also, Biden calls for a congressional ban on stock trading, so that's based. Give me the full thing. So this is saying 8, 130, 1, 2, 3, 5. 19, 11, 8 USC, 1325. This is 973. Where the fuck? Okay, whatever. Set forth criminal offenses related to improper entry into the United States by an alien. First of all, right there, improper entry. This is not improper. Entry into a marriage for the purpose of evading immigration law. We're not talking. Entering the country to apply for asylum is not illegal. That's not improper entry. No, that's not true. You cannot apply for asylum until you enter the country. You're misreading this and you're saying that it says something that it doesn't. You have to cross. You have to be in the United States. We literally just looked at it say that. Asylum seekers must be in the US. In the US. Inside the US. You are wrong. You are incorrect. You're just wrong. It's right in the very first sentence. Improper entry. That's not improper entry. That's proper entry. That is the way that you do it. There are like alliances between countries where you have to claim asylum before, but that's other countries. America requires you to be in the country before you can apply for asylum. And most of them do, NetFox. They enter and then they immediately declare themselves at the port and declare for asylum. The vast majority of them. The ones that don't, I don't really care either, but like most of them do. Anyway, I really hope that this happens. Although, again, they will just, you can't get the documents without fucking entering the country and filing for asylum. You can't. You can't. And some people don't have documents, you idiot. Like, what if you're fleeing a war? Where you have documents? You're stuck now? Forever? In between two countries? The law is what I'm telling you. You are misreading the law. I'm smarter than you. And I'm telling you that you are reading the law wrong. You're missing context here. God, today is just everyone wants to argue for no goddamn reason. Justin Trudeau threatens to impose tariffs on us in response to us imposing tariffs on them, based Canada, which, by the way, would actually, like, hurt us if they did. Is this just going to be a Trump video? Yeah, it's just going to be a Trump video. Trump repeated calling Canada like a US state. In fact, actually, hold on. I just saw something on this. If you give me half a second. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Ah, here we go.
Punish the bad.
No, go away. Come on. Oh, maybe. Never mind. I guess I lost it. Whatever. So yeah, this would be bad. No, but Canada genuinely, like, does have the ability to hurt us with those tariffs. I'm in Australia. Vizora's going Homelander moment. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. I am! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, but like, in this case, like, it's just... This is something I've talked about for like literally 4 months now, almost like weekly. And I guarantee you that I have a better understanding of the situation. And what if you don't have one? You can still apply for asylum if you don't have a passport or an ID. There are systems for that. But there are systems for you to be able to. 1, 2, that's immoral. Like, literally, if that was the case, if you cannot apply for asylum because you don't have a passport or an ID, that is an immoral law and should be removed. That is authority that is illegitimate and oppressive and should be restricted. By the way, just so you know, the Constitution is very specific that persons have constitutional rights. So even if someone illegal or unknown documented, they still retain rights under our law, including the right to due process. Well, not for long, unfortunately. It came back from Brian Tyler Cohen's stream, not a raid, but you were mentioned in the comments by one of his mods. What? Really? Like in a good way, bad way? What did they say? Brian Tyler Cohen's mods know me? Holy shit. I'm telling you that A, you're wrong legally because you can still do this. Not everybody has access to documents. I don't even have a birth certificate because my country doesn't give you one. Palestinians don't have a passport. They're not technically Like, they're stateless. Can they apply for asylum? They're not Israelis. Palestine is not a state. They are stateless. Can they apply for asylum? Yes. You know why? Because there are systems in place for that. You have to be at a port of entry physically, and that's it. Look at 8 Point Please NEP. Like, seriously? In a good way, as in a prospective raid for your next stream? God damn, holy shit. Well, thank you to Brian Michael Cohen's mods over there. I'm a little like blushing a little bit. That's a famous person's chat mentioned me. Jesus Christ. But no, yeah, genuinely, that shit's okay. Thank you for the link, Art. Let me have a look at that. If you legally enter with documents, you have a place where you can stay. The point is that you illegal when you enter undocumented. If you don't have the passport, you can still file for asylum. But you have to enter the country before you can file for asylum. Application for asylum and for withholding of removal. I-94 is a U.S. Department of Homeland Security arrival departure record. Okay, cool. I know that one. Information on your spouse and children. Yeah, no, I agree, Shardspork, but like, it's not like immigration laws are much better anywhere else. Like, again, I was born in Turkey. I immigrated to the United States when I was a child. I immigrated to Australia 6 years ago today. Today is the 6-year anniversary of me entering Australia. It's harder to immigrate to Australia than it is here. Where does it say, if any? Let's see. Hold on. Registration number, if any. Social security number, if any. What is your I-94, if any? You see USCIS number, if any. Yeah. Passport ID card number, if any. Yeah. Exactly. I'm telling you, there are ways to do this. Why did you immigrate to Australia? I was traveling, and I was either going to go home, but I had an internet friend here who told me to come and visit her, and I got like a 3-month tourist visa. I came here. And then within the first month, I got with my ex-partner, which led to a 5-year relationship, which led to me de facto and applying for residency, and now I get to stay here. I'm going to apply for citizenship. I mean, I've applied for citizenship already. I'm just waiting to take the test. You're still legally claiming asylum if you entered the U.S., then made your claim. That's still legal immigration under our own law. If your claim is rejected, ORR has $500 million annual budget that resettles you somewhere else, safe, other countries than where you fled. Fun fact, that's what Trump did. His zero tolerance policy racked up over $1 billion in a few months. This is true. Rocketman, TTV, based as fuck. Thank you. Coming in with the like real hot takes and the actual information. When I get citizenship, can I adopt you? I told you, I need to be able to adopt you. I need to be able to afford to adopt you. I need money to house and feed you to adopt you. And you likely won't be able to get a job when you get here. I was legally not allowed to work the first 2 years I was in Australia. If you go work on a farm for 2 months and get that visa, you can crash on my couch though. Although I can't promise to feed you. Although it might not be as bad as America anyway. Nah, Lord Fluffy's not a cat. He's a 6-foot dude. Which, honestly, would rather not have in my house. I'd rather have the commune. I don't know, I like having my own personal space that is, I don't know. Well, under my visa, I wasn't because I came in on a tourist visa, but then I found a partner, and then like we moved in together long enough for me to apply for de facto. And under the partner visa, you're not allowed to work for 2 years, and your partner's responsible for taking care of you. Oxpecker, he just wants to leave America. That's all. They just don't want poor people immigrating to Australia. So you have to prove that like you have enough money that you could live for 2 years without working in that scenario. I guess, I don't know. They didn't really give me like a real explanation. But yeah, a lot of places do have wait times, but it depends on your visa. Like again, you can come into Australia on a visa that says you work on a farm for 2 months, but then you can live here year round and you get access to the healthcare system. And you can still like have other jobs. It's just visa related. It is kind of based. It's so you add more to the economy than you divide and take. My parents are complete assholes. I want to get the fuck out of my house. Yeah. I'm a rich foreigner with a ton of water rights. Can I transfer those when I'm a citizen, or do I lose them? Well, water rights in Australia, I think you get to keep them. I don't know. If you're a corporation, you get to keep them. If you're not, then they hate you. Oh, one more thing I want to cover for the day. Just one last thing. So, you know how Pete Hegseth's going to be in charge of the DOD? I mean, that's a really bad picture of him. I'm not gonna say anything off that. Like, that's just a very clipped image of this man drunk, but he is an alcoholic. And, I'm not sure I feel comfortable with having an alcoholic in charge of the military, but...
All right, well, we're gonna head up to Jimmy...
Like, drinking is fine, but alcoholism is a different thing.
And Abby, they're at the tank right
That's
now.
a whole other
Pete
thing.
Hegseth and all of his kids have followed him up to be dunked into that...
Motherfucker is drinking, like holding the bottle of wine. Yeah, no, he's been partying for a week. He's like, this is like, I've just done 4 lines of Coke before the camera panned onto me type of face.
Big tank of champagne.
America has made its resolution, and that resolution was to soak Pete Hegseth.
That's true. And can I just say, Pete used his dad voice to just tell his kids to back up. I think that's cheating. You guys can come up. No, come on.
I'm not going to say that's what happened, because that would be possibly defamation. And there's a lot of lawsuits going around from new Trump admin to media personalities. So I'm just going to say it looks like that kind of face. And he looks like he's absolutely hammered.
He's trying to limit the damage. He made the kids back up to a major league record.
Who does that, by the way? The like spill the wine like back behind your head. That's a hammered thing to do.
Come on.
He's trying to limit the damage. He made the kids.
He has like no, his eyes are just out of it. That's Pete Hegseth.
50-foot mound. Yes. Like his children are all Nolan Ryan.
How are you get up there?
How you feeling, Donald? There it is.
I'm feeling good. You know, I'm just adding a little bit of extra. It's already in there anyway. What do we care?
It's also a rich asshole thing to do, yeah, but like that's not that doesn't look like expensive wine either. Pouring one out. Well, no, so that's not just pouring one out though. The second time was pouring one out. The first time was like a you could see it in his face. There wasn't a thought in it. The second time was intentional. I think him being an alcoholic is a bit of a distraction from abusing civilians. Well, I mean, yeah, he's also a rapist. He hates women. He doesn't believe in germs. He wants to kill all Muslims and probably all Jews too. But we've covered all of that at length on this channel. So like, new.
Hey. Did you notice there's no restrooms on this level? Well, you're about to find one.
So are we doing this right now?
Yeah.
Is it time?
I mean, yeah, but like also pedophile. You got to add in there if we're talking about Republican. And all, I mean, yeah, but that's a given. All trans people too. All trans people too. I've still yet to be proven wrong on pedocon theory. Like no one's shown me an out and about proud conservative and has proven that they are not a pedophile.
Is it time, America?
Yeah. Shard Spork, all of them. All of them.
I'm gonna move a little out of the way. Yep.
All right, we're not gonna watch the rest of this. It's just like, I don't know. This guy is evil. You've seen him. He has the big Crusader tattoo. He has the same tattoo as. Do you guys remember that mass shooting that happened? Was it Norway? Like a long time ago. It was a Nazi who did a mass shooting on an island with a bunch of like kids that were. No, I meant like a politician, not voter. Lord Fluffy Art. I meant politician specifically, like elected Republican official, not Republican voters. Most Republican voters are just brainwashed. Was it Norway, the Nazi mass shooter that happened? It was like 2004. I was a kid. Yes, it was. It was Anders Behring Breivik. This guy, if you remember this face, Pete Hegseth believes in the same things that this guy does. He wrote a manifesto. Literally exact same beliefs. Anders Breivik manifesto. Anti-Islamist Breivik's manifesto. I just want to see the cover page. I just want you to see the cover page. Aha, here we go. This like Crusader cross was on the cover page. This Crusader cross is tattooed on Hegseth. Romney is just a Mormon. That's it. Romney's just a Mormon. He's just weird because he's a Mormon. He has a sketchy past, sure, but he's not like... He's probably the only Republican left with any shred of ideals, but he's leaving because like they'll literally kill him when Trump takes power. So, I mean, he's insane. Don't get me wrong. I don't like Mitt Romney. He's just like the only Republican left with a smidgen of ideals, but he's still insane. Anyway, thank you to all of you who tuned in today. This was a bit of a rough one, I gotta say. There was a lot of arguing. McCain was the last solid one, I would say. Not that I liked McCain either. Nah, I don't like either of those. Lisa Murkowski, I don't know enough about. Susan Collins, I don't think is principled. Oh, who knows? Anyway, I will see you all next time. Whether or not I will be streaming tomorrow, I will let you know. It's supposed to be really fucking hot tomorrow, and I might just skip it and do an extra day on the weekend. Dead Domains stream is only focused on YouTube chat, raid, Chine Marxism. All right, I get this is gonna be. Thank you for reminding me. I got to figure out how to raid somebody first. Chine Marxism, eh? All right, cool. Let's start the raid. All right, well, there you go. I have raided the chat, although it is followers only chat. All right, raid chat, I think. There we go. Now I think we raided the chat. Oh, look, they're watching John Oliver. Makes sense. Anyway, have a lovely night, y'all.